Chapter 685. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and nodded. That's right, we are not loved by our grandparents, and no one cares about us. This is a good excuse. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, the key is that you should have strong martial arts, but I shouldn't have strong martial arts. So you can be my saviors. Then her eyes lit up and said, I can use this excuse to visit you at Shixin Peak. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Good, this matter is settled. It's just a word. Right, speaking of female disciples, it seems that Shuyu Hall doesn't have any female disciples, but Qiankuan Hall seems to have some. But I don't know if any of the female disciples of Qiankuan Hall came this time. Well, there are also female inner sect disciples and inner sect alchemy disciples. When I was in the trial, I saw a female inner sect alchemy disciple. It's unlikely that there are female inner sect disciples. Their martial arts are very high, so how could they fall into this ordinary Yulon Twilight Canyon? If it's possible, then she must be one of the inner sect alchemy disciples you mentioned. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Zhang Xiaohu's analysis was not wrong. Judging from the woman's meridians and residual internal force, this woman's martial arts were about the same as the inner sect alchemy disciple Zhang Pinger. Perhaps they both came to the Yulon Grand Canyon to collect rare spiritual herbs. Only the two of them could run around in this Yulon Grand Canyon. Zhang Pinger's luck was good. She had bumped into him 3 times, which was why she didn't turn into beast dung early on. This woman's luck was slightly worse. She bumped into him before she died. The more she thought about it, the more reasonable it was. At this time, Chen Chen shouted, 2 scholars, we have finished our work. Should we carry her to the front of the carriage? Chang Ji's arm was injured and was fixed by Zhang Xiaohua. Most of the cleaning and dressing was done by Chen Chen. At this time, her forehead was already sweating. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and walked to the woman's side. He looked at her face that had already been washed. The 2 eye sockets were very miserable without any eyeballs. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wrapped it around her eyes. He said, wait a moment. I still have to straighten the bones in her head. Then she said to Zhang Xiaohu, second brother, help me get some straight branches. I have to fix this woman's broken bones. Saying this, she covered the woman's head with her hand and lifted it up. As Zhang Xiaohua's right hand left, the woman's hair fell off, revealing a pale and blood-stained scalp. Zhang Xiaohua put her hand on the head again and silently used her genuine qi to move the displaced skull back to its original position. Then she took water from Chen Chen and carefully washed the head, applying the blood coagulation pill. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu took the branches back. Zhang Xiaohua fixed the woman's thighs and arms one by one. Finally, she took out a jade bottle from her bosom and wanted to pour out a bone coagulation pill. But when she held it in her hand, she muttered. After thinking for a while, she took it back and took out another jade bottle from her bosom. She poured out 2 pills and fed them to the woman. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua clapping his hands and looking like he was done, the 3 beside him heaved a sigh of relief. They were very lucky to have met Zhang Xiaohua. If it weren't for him, they would have lost their lives. Even if they had come here and met this dying female disciple, they probably wouldn't have been able to help even if they wanted to. However, Chen Chen was very surprised to see that Zhang Xiaohua could take out different kinds of pills from her bosom and asked, how many pills do you have? He. Zhang Xiaohua looked unfathomable. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. Chang'e asked, what kind of pills did you give her? Is it the bone coagulation pill? Why did you change it in the middle? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. No, it's the small bone coagulation pill. Then she explained, she is an inner disciple. This bone coagulation pill is not from the fragrance cult. If it is found by her teacher, it seems that we can't explain it. Although we want to save her, we can't get ourselves involved. Well, Sister Chang'e, don't worry. Although these two, small bone coagulation pills, are not as good as the bone coagulation pill, they are enough. They are not from the fragrance cult. Chen Chen and Chang'e were stunned. Seeing that they were a little stunned, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Sister Chang'e, you and Chen Chen can tidy up the second carriage. Put more dry and soft things on it. I'll send her to the carriage now. Okay. Chang'e and Chen Chen woke up from their dream and hurried back to tidy up. Soon, they waved their hands in the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua knew that everything was ready. She silently ran her genuine qi and cast several incantations to fix the woman's body. Then she stretched out her arms to hold the woman steadily and slowly sent her to the carriage. After everything was done, the four of them got on the carriage again. Chen Chen didn't forget to ask, is she alone in the carriage behind? Do you need me to keep an eye on her? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. No, if there is no big change, she will not wake up for 10 days or half a month. You can't do anything by her side. Chen Chen's face was full of longing. She said, Zhang Xiaohua, your medical skills are really good. Did you learn from Ye Xiaoyu? Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of black lines. She regretted telling them too much. Then she said angrily, I learned from her senior brother. Well, let's not talk about it. We still have to hurry, but we have to slow down in the future. Don't let the carriage be too bumpy. It will probably take one more day. Hee, one more day is one more day. Chen Chen picked up the little black dog from the carriage and looked at the blood wolves surrounding the carriage. There were also some other beasts around. She said with a smile, with these beasts protecting us, I'll just treat it as a spring walk. Of course, with Zhang Xiaohua's protection and the protection of hundreds of blood wolves around the carriage, Chen Chen and the others were naturally not in any danger. 5 days later, they steadily approached the mouth of the Yulon Grand Canyon. Seeing the mouth of the canyon, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to let the blood wolves go any further. If the people of the fragrance cult saw a pack of blood wolves escorting them, wouldn't they transfer the hatred of the many disciples to them? After a few days of getting along, the Blood Wolf King gradually became more intelligent and was more familiar with Zhang Xiaohua. When it saw Zhang Xiaohua rubbing its head and pointing in the direction they came from, it already understood what he meant. It was just that it was reluctant to leave, so it rubbed its head on Zhang Xiaohua's body and licked Zhang Xiaohua's hand with its tongue. This guy is becoming more and more like the big yellow dog from the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua thought maliciously. Then, he walked to the back of the carriage and carried Chang'e and the others. He picked up the little yellow mink and the little black dog and placed them in front of his chest. The hundreds of blood wolves and other beasts all growled and prostrated themselves on the ground as if they were worshipping him. Then, they got up, shook off the dust, and left in the direction they came from. Not long after, they all disappeared without a trace. Zhang Xiaohua held the little mink and the little dog in his arms and turned the carriage around. He said with a smile, okay, the master who sent the guests off has returned. We should go back. At this time, Chen Chen shouted, where's my little black dog? Give it back to me. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips and said, it's clearly mine. When did it become yours? However, as he spoke, he still took out the small black puppy that was not much bigger than a mouse and handed it over. However, the little black puppy that had been sleeping in Chen Chen's arms all this while was not behaving well at this moment. Its eyes were closed and its little head was swaying left and right. Its little nose was sniffing non-stop and its entire body was twisting here and there. Chen Chen did not understand and wondered, could it be that this little black puppy is female? It stuck to Zhang Xiaohua when he hugged it. As he said that, he handed it over to Zhang Xiaohua. Indeed, once the little black dog was in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, its nose stopped twitching and it obediently bent down. Its little head even tried to burrow into Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Ah! The other two were also a little dumbfounded. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua did not pay much attention to the little black dog. It was almost always carried by Chen Chen. How could it be ungrateful when it passed through Zhang Xiaohua's arms? I knew it. This little black dog must be a girl. Chen Chen was very indignant. Fine. Seeing the little black dog like this, Zhang Xiaohua did not hand it over to Chen Chen. There were two little mice on the left and right and he could hold as much as he wanted in his arms, so he still put it together with the little mink. Next to the little mink was a small primordial stone that Zhang Xiaohua usually used for cultivation. The carriage traveled for another half an hour and had already arrived at the mouth of the canyon. It was the place where Huang Feng killed the disciples of Wuming Hall that day. At that time, when Zhang Xiaohua escaped, the mouth of the valley was still piled up like a mountain. The bodies of many disciples were casually thrown at the mouth of the valley. At this time, the mouth of the valley was clean. There were only black bloodstains on the ground, scattered long swords, and tattered rags occasionally blown away by the wind, indicating that there had been a heroic moment here. Zhang Xiaohu and the other two did not witness it with their own eyes, but with Zhang Xiaohua's narration, they also saw their fellow disciples become food in the mouth of the blood wolf. Naturally, they could empathize with the tragedy at that time. Now that they saw the ground that had long been soaked in blood, they could not help but become solemn. It was just that the mouth of the valley was too clean, which made Zhang Xiaohua a little puzzled. The bodies of so many disciples of Wuming Hall, were they taken away by the people of the fragrance cult? Or were they eaten by the ferocious beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon? However, Zhang Xiaohua would not ask such questions to Chang'e and Chen Chen. After waiting for a while, she said, "Second brother, it's going to be dusk soon. Do you know the time and route to leave the valley?" Zhang Xiaohu raised his eyes to look at the sun that was still hanging in the west. He nodded and said, "I know. Before we entered the valley, the hall master specially explained everything, especially the matters of entering and exiting the valley. Everyone remembered it by heart. This time is just right. When we reach the dense forest, we should be able to leave." "Good. Second brother, from now on, I am the disciple of the pill repository hall that you saved." After saying that, she jumped into the third carriage and sat obediently with a frightened expression on her face. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's behavior, Chen Chen almost burst out laughing. "Zhang Xiaohua, the valley is still far away. Why are you pretending so early?" "I'm just practicing. It's been a long time since I tricked people. I'm a little rusty," Zhang Xiaohua said in all seriousness. "Okay, let's go." Zhang Xiaohu patted the elk's buttocks, and the elk pulled the carriage straight out of the Yulon Grand Canyon. Seeing the huge mountain range receding from her side, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little sad. That day, there were nearly 500 disciples who entered the valley. However, when it ended, only 9 of them survived. She wondered what kind of expression the hall master of the pill repository hall, Old Man Zishen, would have on his face if he knew this news. Sigh, let bygones be bygones. Senior brothers, may your souls rest in peace. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and looked back at the valley entrance that was getting narrower and narrower. She secretly prayed in her heart. The Yulon dusk refinement was finally over. Chapter 686. It was still early. When Zhang Xiaohua and the others came out of the valley and came to the open space between the valley and the dense forest, the setting sun was still high in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to stay in the third carriage. After looking for a long time, she did not see any disciples of the fragrance cult. Could it be that the trial has already passed? Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. She counted with her fingers and found that it had only been 20 days. Was 1 month too long? Could it be that the inhibition has been activated in advance? Zhang Xiaohua frowned for a while. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhang Xiaohua flew to Zhang Xiaohu's carriage. Zhang Xiaohu, who was driving the carriage, was surprised. He patted his chest and said, "Xiaohua, your lightness skill is too good. I heard from my master that Master O is just so. Pretend, just pretend." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "I didn't see you speak so exaggeratedly at home. Now, why are you so?" Chang'e, who was behind the carriage, asked, "Xiaohua, what was your second brother like at home?" "Nothing, Sister Chang'e. When my second brother was at home, he was a flower in the field. Everyone praised him." Chen Chen and Chang'e both laughed and said, "We heard your second brother say that, a flower in the field depends on dung." Zhang Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. Then she rolled her eyes and was about to speak, but she was interrupted by the blushing Zhang Xiaohu. He said, "Why don't you pretend to be injured in the back? What are you doing here?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "There is no one here. Who will see me?" When Chen Chen heard this, he suddenly said, "By the way, Zhang Xiaohua, since you can pretend to be seriously injured, why don't you just pretend to be dead? There's no need to return to the pill-expanding hall. Follow us to Shixin Peak. A few days ago, didn't you ask about your villa Master O and Sister Qiutong? Come with us now. They might be very happy to see you." "Io?" Zhang Xiaohua slapped her head and said, "That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it?" Inside the carriage, Chang Gut smiled and said, "It's a pity that Xiaohua can't change her appearance. If it's the same as changing her name, she can change into another person. Otherwise, although the fragrant cult is big, it will be seen by the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall. At that time, it would be bad." Zhang Xiaohu also sighed and said, "How can it be that easy? Even if she can change into another person, there will be one more person in our Shixin Peak. How can the fragrant cult not know?" In fact, Zhang Xiaohua immediately realized that Chen Chen was joking with her. She also said, "Unless I become one of the disciples who came here for the trial, otherwise, don't mention it." Speaking of the disciples of the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohu and the rest were equally sad. They recalled the cheerful voices and laughter of their fellow disciples. These were the elites of the Misty Hall. Now, all of them were buried in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Only the three of them managed to return. For the Misty Hall, it was like adding one disaster after another. However, thinking of the rare spiritual herbs in the 4 carriages and the situation in the Misty Hall, they only hoped that the harvest this time could slightly compensate for the loss. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead again and said, "I forgot one thing." "Oh, forget it. Let's talk about it when I have time to go to Shixin Peak in person." Chen Chen was curious and asked, "What is it?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I don't know if Sister Qiutong is married. If she is, we have to be careful about this matter." Chen Chen was even more puzzled and said, "No, Qiutong and O Yen are all alone." "That's good." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I still have the confession letter from Sister Qiutong's admirer." After that, she told them about her exploration of the righteous alliance in the past. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. Needless to say, this disciple of the Misty School must have been buried in the unforgettable annihilation of the Misty School's disciples. If not for Qiu Ju's intentions, this disciple's intentions would have dissipated between heaven and earth. "Well, you have to personally pass this letter to Qiutong." Chang'e also agreed. "To comfort this disciple's soul in heaven." While talking, the 4 carriages had already reached the edge of the dense forest, but the white fog still covered the entire forest. How could they see the way out? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Second brother, do you think the restriction of Twilight Orchid will be closed in advance?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his expression changed and he said, "This. It's really hard to say." When the 2 people in the carriage heard this, they also walked out. Zhang Xiaohua said, I don't know what you told us when you came, but since it can be opened in advance, it's very likely that it will close in advance. It's been more than 20 days, so it's normal for there to be some changes. Chen Chen said involuntarily, if we can't get out, won't we have to stay here for 5 years? Anne. It said that the disciples who didn't get out in time, even the inner disciples, have never been seen again. Zhang Xiaohua didn't agree with this. He had seen the remarkable power of Huang Feng with his own eyes, and also saw the fall of Huang Feng and He Dian. He roughly knew that these were probably the actions of those two in the past. Now, little Huang Feng and little He Dian were in his arms, waiting for him to be their father. How could he and the others follow in the footsteps of others? Zhang Xiaohu looked at the graceful Chang'e on the carriage, and a smile appeared on his lips. He thought to himself, if it's like this, then it's a kind of immortal-like life. Chang'e also understood Zhang Xiaohu's thoughts and nodded slightly at him. Zhang Xiaohu's heart was instantly filled with sweetness. Not to mention the two of them, the sun on the western mountain ridge was halfway down. Chen Chen looked at the dense fog in the forest and said in surprise, "Senior sister, senior brother, look, the white fog has begun to recede." Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e reluctantly moved their eyes away from each other and looked into the forest. Sure enough, the milky fog was gradually retreating from the edge of the forest into the forest. The more it retreated, the clearer it became. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua also felt relieved. Although it was not necessarily a bad thing to be able to live freely in the Yulon Grand Canyon for 5 years, he still wanted to pass the news of Zhang Xiaohu's survival to the Guozhuang house as soon as possible, so that his parents could live peacefully in their old age. Get ready, Xiaohua. This is the last part of the trip out of the valley, so there isn't much danger. But you still have to be careful, don't fail at the last step. I know, second brother. When we came in, our caravan encountered a lot of accidents. While they were talking, the 4 elks pulling the carriage suddenly panicked. They knocked their hooves and retreated slightly. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and suddenly remembered that when the yellow wind chased the inner disciples of the lingering fragrance peak, it only chased them to the entrance of the valley and stopped, not daring to take half a step forward. The elks were also wild beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. How could they reach the edge of the forest? Oh no, if the elks can't pass through the forest, or if they are afraid of the forest, what should we do? While he was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua's heart gave him another warning. His spiritual sense was currently suppressed by the restriction of the fragrant religion and was also absorbed by the silver eye in his left hand. He could only see about 3 meters ahead of him, which was far less effective than when he first started the Yulon Twilight refinement. His heart was on alert, and presumably, danger wasn't far away. Without thinking, Zhang Xiaohua took out several jade talismans from his bosom and crushed them with his hands, throwing them around the 4 carriages. 4 water-like ripples were transmitted from the restriction, and the 4 elks gradually calmed down. However, they were still hesitant as they looked at the forest in front of them. At this moment, the setting sun had already approached the mountain range of the Yulon Grand Canyon. A ray of brilliance streaked across the sky and illuminated the forest. Not long after, a path of light appeared from afar and meandered under everyone's feet. However, this path of light was clearly not as bright as when Zhang Xiaohua and the others had first entered. Now, it was much dimmer. Needless to say, anyone who saw it knew that there wasn't much time left on this path of light. Or perhaps it wouldn't exist for long, so they needed to pass through it in time. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He asked Chang'e and Chen Chen for several silk scarves and other things, and covered the eyes of the elks. They were like the fragrant religion's caravan crossing the mountain stream. The blindfolded elks were much more stable, but in this case, Chang'e and Chen Chen would each need a carriage. And this was in line with Zhang Xiaohua's previous plan. In addition, each of them had to drive a carriage, so it was reasonable. Zhang Xiaohua drove the first carriage, followed by Chang'e, Chen Chen, and Zhang Xiaohua, of course, was still at the back. Moreover, he was still standing high on the carriage. He released his divine sense to cover the 4 carriages. The path of light was still calm, strange, and long. After traveling for more than half an hour, they still didn't see any movement. Instead, there were some inexplicable attacks from the dense forest from time to time. They gently hit the restriction that Zhang Xiaohua had previously placed on the carriage. It was unknown whether the attacks were aimed at the group or the elks. Although the attacks were silent and Zhang Xiaohua and the others didn't notice, they were frequent. Not long after, the restriction of the Jade Talisman was broken. Zhang Xiaohua had to use the Jade Talisman again. After traveling for more than half of the distance, Zhang Xiaohua's defensive Jade Talisman had been exhausted. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. He couldn't bring enough Jade Talismans with him, so Zhang Xiaohua could only take out primordial stones to absorb the primordial qi and replenish the magic incantation for the 4 carriages. However, the speed of absorption was far slower than the speed of consumption. Seeing that 2 hours were almost up, the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body was also exhausted. Seeing that there seemed to be no end to the path of light ahead, Zhang Xiaohua was very anxious. At this time, he understood the feeling of senior brother Chen, the leader of Wuming Hall. Would they die here in the end? While he was thinking, he suddenly heard Zhang Xiaohua say with a smile, "Chang'e, hold on a little longer. I have already seen the light ahead." What? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell off the carriage. As the saying goes, when you marry a wife, you forget your mother. This sentence is really right. Your brother is so busy behind you, but you don't even say a word of comfort. Your wife is just pretending, but you are so concerned about her. Sigh, Zhang Xiaohua, this guy, he even got jealous over such things. Chapter 687. On the other side of the forest, more than 10 tall horses were carrying more than 10 middle-aged men with bulging temples. They were wandering in the open space about 20 zhang in front of the forest. The few of them stood slightly forward and stared at the path of light in the forest that was getting dimmer and dimmer. The vigilance in their eyes also disappeared. However, the few of them tightly pulled on the reins of their horses and were determined not to take a step closer to the forest. One of them laughed and said, "Senior brother Ma, let's go back. Seeing that the path of light has already collapsed, it is impossible for anyone to come out today. Moreover, looking at the white fog in the forest and the condition of the path of light, I don't think it will appear tomorrow." That senior brother Ma nodded and said, "Junior brother Tan's words are very reasonable. According to my experience, today should be the last day of the Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement restriction. Tomorrow, we don't have to keep watch." Another said, "Senior brother Ma has been patrolling this valley for decades. Wasn't it also senior brother Ma who noticed the early opening of the Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement? Moreover, the hall also rewarded senior brother Ma. Since you think the path of light will not appear tomorrow, it must be so. Alas, this year's Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement is really strange. It opened early and closed early. Counting with my fingers, it has only been 20 days. There is still a long time before the 1-month deadline. Yes, but compared to the tragedy in the valley, this is nothing. In fact, let's not talk about the tragedy in the valley. Even if there was no yellow wind and the beast tide, just the early closing of the Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement would have caused many disciples to die. This tragedy has long been doomed. Not necessarily. The tragedy now is that many of our ordinary disciples have died. Alas, hundreds of people in the Wuming Hall have died without a corpse. Adding the brothers of other halls, the number of people who have lost their lives in the Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement is in the thousands. If the Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement was closed, the number would be even greater. Even the inner disciples wouldn't be able to come out. Your words are wrong. Do you think our senior brother Ma has been guarding here for nothing? Didn't he say a few days ago that the restriction at the Valley Orchid Dusk Refinement would be closed? At this time, senior brother Ma had a complacent look on his face as he laughed. What a pity, what's the use of knowing the warning signs? This Yulon Grand Canyon is filled with ferocious beasts. Our fragrant religion's disciples have all turned into excrement. That's right. Fortunately, I had already gone through the trial 5 years ago. This is only the outer sect test, so I don't have much confidence. The hall also didn't allow me to enter again. Otherwise, I would also have been buried in the Grand Canyon. Junior Brother Tan's face was filled with lingering fear as he continued, only. He looked around and whispered, I heard from the inner disciples that many disciples died at the entrance of the valley. Why didn't they clean up the mess in the hall? It's always good to be buried in peace. Junior Marshal Brother Ma smiled but didn't say anything. Another person mocked, Junior Marshal Brother Tan is kind-hearted. Why don't you go in and collect the body? If you ask me, since you dared to enter the valley, you must be prepared to die. To tell you the truth, Junior Brother Tan, I feel that this is. Pat your chest. Don't you feel that the following outer sect test will be much easier? Junior Marshal Brother Tan only smiled and didn't say anything. Senior Brother Ma scolded, Junior Brother Fan, what are you talking about? They were all fellow disciples. Even if there was some competition, you can't disregard their lives. No matter how you look at it, you have to grieve for them. Grief. If that's the case, then we should ask the inner disciples to bring out the corpses of our Wuming Hall disciples. Moreover, lingering fragrance peak can't just do nothing. These words were somewhat muttered, and Senior Marshal Brother Ma only pretended not to hear. As the three of them talked, the other 10 people stood far away and didn't come forward. Although they didn't have weapons in their hands were very close to the scabbards at their waists. Their eyes glanced at the dense forest from time to time. If there was any abnormality, they could draw their swords in time. Seeing that the dense fog in the dense forest had gathered, the trees and other objects had become blurry. Even the light path out of the forest was not clear. Senior Marshal Brother Ma waved his hand and said, let's go. Junior Marshal Brothers, this time's Orchid Dusk refinement has come to an end. Tomorrow, I will come and take a look and confirm it myself. Okay, Senior Marshal Brother Ma has worked hard. To be honest, when I came here, my hair stood on end. I really didn't want to stay here for a moment. Obviously, all the disciples are in the Death Valley. Why did they make us wait here? Everyone turned their horses around. One of them smiled and said, it's just to let the other disciples who haven't gone through the trial see that the cult of fragrance won't give up any chance to save the disciples. Moreover, a few days ago. As he was speaking, this person inadvertently turned his head. His face immediately turned pale with fright as he shouted, beast tide, beast tide. This shout didn't matter. The other 2 people immediately panicked. They didn't dare to turn their heads back. With a shake of the reins, they rushed forward and shouted, quickly go and report to the hall master. The beast tide really rushed out of the dense forest. The dozen people in the distance had already turned their horses around. When they heard this, they flattered their horses even more, afraid that they would fall behind. Senior Marshal Brother Ma ran a few feet before turning his head back in disbelief. He had been on guard duty here for dozens of years and had never seen any ferocious beasts come out. Not even a small squirrel. Elk. Senior Marshal Brother Ma was shocked. This was a ferocious beast from the Great Orchid Prairie. How could it run out? Oh, no. When Senior Marshal Brother Ma looked carefully, he saw that the elk was pulling a carriage behind it. Moreover, there seemed to be a person in the carriage. Although the carriage was far away, it was a model commonly used by the cult of fragrance. Senior Marshal Brother Ma could recognize it at a glance. His mind raced. Could it be that there are still disciples alive? Just as he was thinking, the forest was already shrouded in fog. The light path also collapsed. At this moment, 3 carriages rushed out of the forest. Senior Marshal Brother Ma hurriedly turned his head and shouted, "Senior Marshal Brothers, please stop. There are still disciples alive." Just when Senior Brother Ma turned around, he missed a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. After the 3 carriages, the 4th carriage flew out from the top of the 3rd carriage at the moment the thick fog closed with a whoosh and landed diagonally on the empty ground. And a thin and tall figure, like a ghost, dashed out from under the carriage and landed directly on top of the carriage. The sound of the carriage landing was so loud that even Zhang Xiaohu, who was walking in front, was stunned. He immediately turned his head, but when he turned his head, a scene that made his heart ache appeared. He saw that the thin and tall figure had just landed on the carriage. Immediately, his figure swayed twice, and with a pu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and immediately pulled the reins. However, the strangest scene appeared. The elk, whose eyes were covered by a silk scarf, was still energetically pulling the carriage forward. At this moment, its 4 legs were soft. There was no need for Zhang Xiaohu and the others to exert any strength. It immediately stopped and fell to the ground, as if there was 1,000 pounds of weight on it. It couldn't even move. Its 4 limbs twitched a few times, followed by a few howls. A mouthful of blood was spat out from its mouth. It seemed that it was going to die on the spot. Senior Marshal Brother Ma's shout and the sound of Zhang Xiaohua's carriage landing attracted the attention of the people who were running for their lives. A few brave people turned their heads and saw the 4 carriages appear in the open space in front of the forest. Therefore, they gradually pressed down on the horse's head. However, when the elk appeared and died, they were terrified. Who would dare to go forward? Even Senior Marshal Brother Ma, who had called out to everyone, hesitated and stopped 200 feet away. At this moment, how could Zhang Xiaohu have the time to look at the elk? He jumped down in a big stride. He didn't even care about his wife and hurriedly ran to Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting paralyzed on the carriage with a sallow face. He anxiously asked, "Xiaohua, what's wrong with you? Did you injure your meridians?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and shook her head. Just as she was about to speak, she felt a sweetness in her throat. A mouthful of blood surged up and she spat it out on the ground. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his bosom and poured out a yuhuandan pill. He was about to feed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him and said, "Second brother, it's fine." "What do you mean it's fine? You're already vomiting blood, how can you be fine?" Zhang Xiaohu kicked Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Hurry up and take this jade restoration pill." After spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Zhang Xiaohua felt a lot better. He had just protected the 4 carriages and used up all the xinqi in his meridians. Moreover, at the last moment, just like when he entered the valley, he didn't have time to get out. If it was a normal day, he would have used his lightness skill to follow. But the moment he flew up, he thought, this carriage is filled with the spiritual herbs that Zhang Xiaohu painstakingly brought back to the Misty Hall. Not to mention that it is something that second brother cares about, even if it is brought back to the Misty Hall, many disciples of the Misty School will benefit. When he thought of this, he knew that he could no longer escape on his own. Thus, he forcefully circulated his true qi and flew out of the forest with the cart full of spirit herbs. Although he managed to protect the spirit herbs, he also suffered internal injuries. Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, "It's really fine. Second brother, you should take a look at second sister-in-law first. She must have been frightened just now. She is injured." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned for a moment, then he understood. He rubbed Zhang Xiaohua's head and said, "You child, what kind of injuries can she have? She's already telling me that she's alive and kicking. Don't worry about her. After saying that, he was about to personally feed the Yuhuandan pill into Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Second brother, it's really not necessary. I have other pills here. Moreover, did you forget? Didn't I just pretend to be injured? Isn't this a good opportunity?" Zhang Xiaohu muttered to himself and put the pill into the jade bottle. He was about to stuff it into Zhang Xiaohua's arms and said, "Then quickly take this pill. When you have time, quickly take it. Internal injuries can't be delayed." Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. She smiled and said, "It's really not necessary." Look, after saying that, she took out a jade bottle from her bosom and said, "I have other healing pills. They are even better than the Yuhuandan pill." Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's seemingly endless supply of pills and hesitated. He naturally knew that if there was a pill better than the Yuhuandan pill, Zhang Xiaohua would have given it to him. Her words were obviously a lie. Therefore, he glared at her. Chapter 688. Just as Zhang Xiaohua and his brother were pushing the jade rejuvenation pill back and forth, each wanting the other to take it, the people of Wuming Hall in the distance finally came to their senses. Senior brother Ma, junior brother Tan, and the others also braced themselves and came forward. Zhang Xiaohua winked at Zhang Xiaohu. She winked at him and said, "Don't be long-winded, second brother. I have my own way. Just deal with the disciples who are coming. Remember, my name is Ren Xiaoyao and I'm a disciple of Tuodu Hall." Zhang Xiaohu saw that his brother refused to take the pill and sighed in his heart. He put away the jade bottle and turned to Chang'e and others who were about to run over. He said, "It's okay. Ren Xiaoyao is fine." Ren Xiaoyao? Chang'e and Chen Chen also understood. They looked up at the disciples who were approaching and said vaguely, "Oh, that's good." However, they still looked at Zhang Xiaohua with concern and refused to go back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't wipe the blood from the corners of her mouth and just nodded slightly, indicating that they didn't need to worry. At this time, senior brother Ma shouted from afar, "Are you a disciple of our fragrance cult? May I ask which hall you belong to?" It was already dusk and it was hard to see clearly. Zhang Xiaohu walked to the front of the carriage and looked at the dead elk on the ground. He ignored senior brother Ma's shout and just wondered why the elk died here for no reason. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu ignored them, senior brother Ma and others had to walk forward about 10 feet and then shouted, "The disciple of the hall in front, please say hello." Zhang Xiaohu raised his head at this time and looked at the disciple of Wuming Hall who was more than 10 feet away with contempt. He shouted, "I'm a disciple of Misty Hall. May I know who you are?" Although Zhang Xiaohu called him senior brother, he didn't show the respect of a senior brother and didn't even tell him his name. Hearing that he was a disciple of Misty Hall, senior brother Ma was surprised and blurted out, "A disciple of Misty Hall? How are you still alive?" As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly urged his horse forward. When he got closer, he looked at the clothes of the 4 people and cupped his hands. "I am Ma Qi, a disciple of Wuming Hall. May I know your name?" Zhang Xiaohu didn't seem to like the disciples of the fragrant religion. However, seeing that the disciple was so polite, he returned the greeting and said, "I am Zhang Xiaohu from the Misty Hall. These are my 2 junior sisters." As they spoke, the other disciples also arrived in front of them. A disciple pointed his horsewhip at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "Who is he?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she hurriedly struggled to get up and said in a low voice, "Senior martial brother, please no. I am an alchemy apprentice from the Tianmu Peak of the Dan Sprouting Hall. My name is Ren Xiaoyao. A few days ago, I was chased by a ferocious beast. Fortunately, this senior martial brother of the Misty Hall saved me. Until today, I followed them out of the Orchid Valley. Pill Tower Hall?" The dozens of people present were even more surprised. The man with the horsewhip frowned and asked, are you really a disciple of the Pill Tower Hall? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, is this a good disguise? This is strange. In this Orchid Valley evening refinement, Shuyu Hall, Qianquan Hall and others were all wiped out. Even my Wuming Hall only had a few disciples escape. Your Pill Tower Hall had several people escape before. Today, you appear again. This is really puzzling. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she felt a little relieved. It seemed that Lu Chaoxian and others had already escaped safely. It was not wrong for her to take the risk to lead the yellow wind away. At this time, a short and fat man next to him said, is there anyone else from the Misty Hall alive? Why are you not together after escaping? Who else came back alive? When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was overjoyed and asked eagerly. Senior Brother Ma said with a smile, a few days ago, only one disciple escaped alive. It seems that his surname is Chen. He is the only disciple who escaped alive in more than 10 days. We thought he was the luckiest one. Senior Brother Chen? Zhang Xiaohu looked at the surprised expressions of Chang'e and Chen Chen and asked unconsciously. He didn't say much. He only said that his surname is Chen. We have sent him back. You can ask him when you go back to Shixin Peak. Senior Brother Ma looked up at the dense forest which had been filled with dense fog and said with a smile, Junior Brother Zhang is luckier. Today is the last day of the Orchid Valley evening refinement. If you go back tomorrow, you can't even find the way out of the valley. After that, he waved his hand and a whistling arrow rushed into the air. It was the daily communication signal of the fragrance cult. Then, a slightly older disciple said, Junior Brother Ma, give your horses to them first. Let's leave this place first and wait until we arrive at the station of the front hall. Senior Brother Ma and the other two jumped off their horses and led them to Zhang Xiaohu. Another person said to Zhang Xiaohua, Ren Xiaoyao, come here and get on the horse with me. He didn't care about Zhang Xiaohua's injury at all. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Senior Brother Ma. Please give us 4 horses. We still have to take these 4 carriages back to Shixin Peak. Carriages? Why take carriages back? Senior Brother Ma was a little puzzled, it was not easy for you to escape. Why do you need carriages? Zhang Xiaohu didn't explain and shook his head, in the carriages are the spiritual herbs picked by the disciples of the Misty Hall. I have to take them back to Shixin Peak. This. Senior Brother Ma was a little hesitant. The older disciple said impatiently, Junior Brother Quan, give your horses to them. They will arrive at the station in a while. Junior Brother Quan had no choice but to jump off his horse and lead his horse to Zhang Xiaohua's carriage. Zhang Xiaohu rushed over and tied the horse to the carriage. Then he went back and settled the 3 carriages. Then he remembered something and pointed to the second carriage. By the way, I forgot that in addition to saving Ren Xiaoyao of the pill expanding hall, we also met a female disciple who was about to die. However, I don't know which hall she belongs to. I guess she may be an inner disciple. Everyone turned pale with fright. They didn't care about the dense forest and jumped off their horses. The older disciple took the lead and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Under the dim light, he looked at the female disciple lying on the carriage. At this time, the female disciple's whole body was bandaged. How could he see anything? The older disciple didn't dare to confirm and said hesitantly, Junior Brother Zhang, how do you know she is an inner disciple? Zhang Xiaohu sneered, except for inner disciples, which hall can let female disciples enter? In such a dangerous time, who can stay alive? The senior disciple suddenly came to his senses. He no longer hesitated. He waved his hand, and another whistling arrow whizzed into the air. Then, a huge signal appeared in the air. It was an emergency signal that was several times more advanced than the signal of Senior Brother Ma. Then, the senior disciple instructed, quickly, the senior sister of the inner court is heavily injured and cannot be delayed. I'll take a few people to drive a carriage and send her to Lingering Fragrance Peak overnight. You guys escort these junior brothers back to First Faith Peak." After saying that, he was about to leave when Zhang Xiaohu shouted, "How can you do that?" The older disciple was stunned and said unhappily, "Why not? Lingering Fragrance Peak has an order. Whenever an inner disciple comes out, we must inform them immediately and escort them back to Lingering Fragrance Peak overnight. Moreover, this senior sister is seriously injured." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Senior brother, of course you can escort her back to Lingering Fragrance Peak. But I won't lend you this carriage." Junior brother Quan, who was standing at the side, became anxious and berated loudly, "You brat, this is the senior sister of Lingering Fragrance Peak. If anything happens to her, can you, a little disciple of Misty Hall, bear the responsibility? Your carriage only has some spiritual herbs. Do you think we will be greedy?" Zhang Xiaohu shook his head, "I don't know if you are greedy or not. First, this senior sister's life is not in danger. Second, the things in the carriage were exchanged with the lives of dozens of disciples of Misty Hall. There is no reason for me to give it to others for free." Junior brother Quan was a little angry. He was angry at this disciple's ignorance and lack of sense of organization. "So be it." The senior disciple thought for a while and said, "Lingering Fragrance Peak and Shixin Peak are not in the same direction, but we can go together for a while. Let's go together for the time being. When the carriage of Wuming Hall comes, we will escort the senior sister to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Junior brother Tan, you ride a fast horse. Go to the station quickly and find the best carriage." "Yes, senior brother." Junior brother Tan jumped on the horse and hurried away. "Let's go, junior brother Zhang. You take care of your own carriage. I will drive this one." The senior disciple jumped on the carriage carrying the female disciple and said, "Okay." Zhang Xiaohu was speechless and let Chang'e and Chen Chen get on the other two carriages. At this time, the senior disciple saw Zhang Xiaohua sitting in the last carriage and said softly, "Junior brother Quan, you don't need to drive the carriage. Take this disciple of Pill Expanding Hall to Baiyu Peak." Hearing this, junior brother Quan was very unhappy, but he couldn't say anything. He had to take the reins from a disciple and scolded Zhang Xiaohua impatiently, "Let's go, little pharmacist. I will send you back to Pill Expanding Hall." Zhang Xiaohu was anxious and said, "He is injured. Let him sit in the carriage. When the carriage comes, it will not be too late to send him away." The senior disciple also said disdainfully, "No, it's just a minor injury. He can hold on for a while. It's only a day's journey to Baiyu Peak by taking a shortcut. There is a place to rest in the middle. We will arrive at noon tomorrow. The earlier we leave, the earlier we can go back to Pill Expanding Hall. Moreover, Baiyu Peak is not in the same direction as Lingering Fragrance Peak and Shixin Peak." Well, Zhang Xiaohu didn't know what to say. He really didn't want his injured brother to go back with a bumpy journey, but he had no reason to keep Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua stood up with difficulty and cupped one hand in the other before his chest. "Senior brother Zhang, thank you for saving my life. When I return to Baiyu Peak and recover from my injury, I will go to Shixin Peak to thank you for your kindness. Then. Well. Junior brother Ren, take care." Zhang Xiaohu was reluctant to part with him. Chang'e and Chen Chen also looked at him eagerly. Zhang Xiaohua nodded to the three people. Junior brother Quan was already impatient and said, "Get on quickly. If you are late, you won't even be able to make it to the camp." Zhang Xiaohua climbed onto the horse's back with some difficulty. Junior brother Quan shook the reins, and the horse let out a low neigh before galloping away. Zhang Xiaohua looked back at his second brother with great nostalgia. He also knew that even though they were both in the incense cult, it would be extremely difficult for him to see his brother again unless there was a special reason. Chapter 689. The next day, it was a gloomy day. 2 horses were galloping on a small mountain path, with the tall and skinny Zhang Xiaohua sitting behind them. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face was still as pale as gold, no different from the day before. Senior brother Quan, who was faster than Zhang Xiaohua by 3 or 4 horse lengths, looked back from time to time. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, who was lagging behind, he scolded impatiently, "Can't you be faster? It's almost noon and there's still a distance to Baiyu Peak. Even if you take a shortcut, you won't be able to get any closer." The senior disciple of Wuming Hall was right. This was indeed a shortcut, but this shortcut was abnormally rugged and bumpy. It was basically using difficulty to exchange for distance. Zhang Xiaohua had just been injured, how could he travel like this? 2 hours ago, he had spat out a mouthful of blood and did not dare to increase the speed of his horse. Senior brother Quan saw this and changed from urging him to nagging. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him coldly and did not reply. He carefully steered the horse and picked a stable path to travel. Around midnight last night, he and senior brother Quan had arrived at Wuming Hall's outpost. Senior brother Quan didn't care whether he was dead or alive. He simply threw him into a small hut and went to sleep. It seemed like he was very dissatisfied with the task of escorting Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua reached the hut, he did not intend to take any elixirs. He originally wanted to use his injury to hide it from the disciples of Pill Expansion Hall. If he took the blood-replenishing elixir and stopped his injury, wouldn't he have failed in his plan? But when he checked his meridians, he suddenly found that his meridians were recovering steadily. He did not know where the thing in his meridians came from, but it was repairing the damaged parts bit by bit. Even when he checked his internal injuries, there was a mysterious force that was gradually repairing them. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua saw that the speed of the repair was even faster than the Yuhuandan pill. She was completely at a loss. Well, it could only be described as being at a loss. Zhang Xiaohua really did not know how to deal with it. She could only watch helplessly as her meridians were mended and she fell asleep. When he woke up the next day and checked his meridians, he found that almost half of them had been repaired. It was more effective than the Yuhuandan pill that Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e took. Well, I was still thinking about taking pills. Looks like there's no need for that now. Zhang Xiaohua laughed at herself. I still wanted to use the meridian-nourishing pill to transform my meridians. Looking at the recovery of my meridians, the meridian-nourishing pill is no match for it. I might as well save it. Alas, what a miserable person. The pills that I worked so hard to refine are not suitable for me at all. Isn't this purely making a wedding dress for others? Seeing that senior brother Quan was rushing with all his strength, Zhang Xiaohua was actually willing to do so. He did not want Bai Yefeng to think that his injuries had been mostly healed. Then, the blood he spat out would have been in vain. However, this mountain path was indeed not suitable for people who were seriously injured, let alone galloping. Even if he had the Yuhuandan pill, which was a panacea for healing injuries, he still could not prevent his injuries from worsening. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua almost suspected the sinister intentions of the senior disciple of Wuming Hall. After another 2 hours, it was already past noon. The red clouds in the sky were low, and there were even a few rays of sunlight piercing through. It was very dull. Seeing that there was a tall mountain in front of them after turning a corner, senior brother Quan's face showed a trace of a smile. He looked back at Zhang Xiaohua, who was already 10 horse lengths behind, and said with a smile, "Well, we've arrived at your hometown." After that, he still ignored Zhang Xiaohua and galloped straight to the front of the mountain. Before he got close, he heard someone shouting on the side of the road, "Excuse me, is this senior brother from Wuming Hall?" Senior brother Quan was not surprised. He immediately reined in his horse and laughed loudly. I am Quan Buley, a disciple of Wuming Hall. A disciple of Pill Tower Hall holding a long sword came out from the side of the road. He came in front of Quan Buley's horse and bowed respectfully. Senior brother Quan, what can I do for you to come to buy Yefeng? While they were talking, Zhang Xiaohua, who was lagging behind, also caught up. Seeing a disciple of Pill Tower Hall on the side of the road, she was surprised and stopped her horse. Her chest tightened and she spat out a small stream of blood. This is... The disciple of Pill Tower Hall obviously did not know Zhang Xiaohua. Quan Buley was a little surprised when he heard this. He felt something was wrong last night, but he could not tell what it was. He had been on the road since dawn, so he did not pay attention to it. At this time, when he heard the disciple of Pill Tower Hall ask such a question, his mind unconsciously lit up. Of course, the person riding behind him, who looked tired, was not wearing the uniform of Pill Tower Hall. No wonder he felt awkward. It was dark last night, so he did not notice it. Quan Buley could not help but have a trace of vigilance. He scolded, Ren Xiaoyao. Are you a medicine boy of Pill Tower Hall? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She straightened her back and said snappily, what's the point of pretending to be a medicine boy of Pill Tower Hall? She then cupped her hands and said to the disciple of Pill Tower Hall, Senior brother, I am the medicine boy of Head Chen Fengxiao of Tianmu Peak. My name is Ren Xiaoyao. I went to participate in the Orchid Dusk Refinement and just escaped with my life. Orchid Dusk Refinement? You? The disciple of Pill Tower Hall felt a little incredulous. Then, he looked at Quan Buley. Quan Buley thought for a while and said, this guy really came out of the Orchid Grand Canyon. I can guarantee this, but, at this point, he did not continue speaking. Zhang Xiaohua sneered and turned to the disciple of Pill Tower Hall, I followed Lu Chaoxian and other senior brothers out of the canyon, but later I was chased by fierce beasts. This time, before Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, the disciple of Pill Tower Hall interrupted Zhang Xiaohua in surprise. He pointed at her and shouted, You are Ren Xiaoyao. Yes, Ren Xiaoyao, I know it's you. You risked your life to lead the fierce beast away. The disciple seemed a little inarticulate as he spoke. Quan Buley's face froze when he heard this. He glanced at Zhang Xiaohua, but immediately relaxed. He cupped his hands and said to the disciple of Pill Tower Hall, So, this junior brother is a disciple of your Pill Tower Hall? Yes, this junior brother should be Ren Xiaoyao. That's good, then I'll leave him to you. I'll go back to Wuming Hall to report. Then, the disciple of Pill Tower Hall could not say anything. He turned his horse and headed in one direction. The disciple of Pill Tower Hall behind him was taken aback, and then shouted, Senior brother, did you go the wrong way? That direction is to Lingering Fragrance Peak, this direction is to Dragon Head Peak. It was a pity that Quan Buley had already gone far away, and no one knew if these words had reached his ears. Hearing the senior brother of Pill Tower Hall remind Quan Buley, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood that the reason for rushing here last night and today was not for anything else, but for the inner court female disciple that she had saved. At this time, the senior brother of Pill Tower Hall came forward and cupped his hands. Junior brother Ren, I'm Li Chengxiu, a disciple of the Pill Department of White Mountain Peak. Junior brother is famous. Although there's no public praise, but in private, all the disciples admire you. Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly cupped her hands and coughed. It's nothing. Cough cough. Seeing this, Li Chengxiu hurriedly took out a jade bottle and handed it over. Junior brother Ren, could it be that you've taken all the elixirs? These are some blood coagulation pills, I don't know if junior brother needs them. Please accept them. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. She waved her hand and said, Thank you, senior brother. This is an internal injury, the blood coagulation pills probably won't work. I appreciate senior brother's kindness. As she spoke, a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Li Qingxiu hurriedly said, Junior brother, wait a moment, I'll get the carriage to come down. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, she sent out a signal. Then she smiled and said, Junior brother, get off the horse and wait for a moment. The carriage will come in a while. You're injured so badly, it's not suitable for you to ride a horse. Zhang Xiaohua had a smile on her face. She thought for a moment and said, Senior brotherly, I think it's better to go forward. I've been rushing here for half a day, a little bit of time doesn't matter. Oh, junior brother's words make sense. Li Qingxiu nodded and said, the hall master has ordered that all the disciples who escaped from the Orchid Dusk must go to 100 Herb Hall. Junior brother, come with me. After he finished speaking, he pulled out a horse from the side and leaped onto it. Then, he led Zhang Xiaohua forward. As they walked, they heard Zhang Xiaohua ask, Senior brotherly, I remember that when we came to White Mountain Peak before, our pill hall didn't set up any sentries at the foot of the mountain. Now, Li Qingxiu smiled and said, isn't it because of the Orchid Dusk? Then there was some fear on her face and she said, this time, more than 500 people from our pill hall were buried in the belly of the beasts. Although I don't know the number of people from the other halls, basically no one was able to come out alive. It caused the various peaks to be in a state of panic, fearing that some beast would rush out of the Orchid Grand Canyon. Not only are there sentries at the foot of each mountain, even Wuming Hall has set up stations all over the sect. If there's any movement at any of the halls, they can provide support. With that, she curiously asked, Junior brother, I want to ask, I heard that the beast was very fierce, how did you escape with your life? Zhang Xiaohua had already prepared the answer to this question. She smiled and said, Senior brother, I only know a little bit of martial arts. At that time, it was critical and I only wanted to use my Qinggong to escape as far as possible, so that I could lead the invisible beast away and let senior brother Lu and the others escape. I ran until everything turned dark and I didn't know where I ran to. Later, I was saved by the senior brothers of the Misty Hall and followed them out of the Grand Canyon. Think about it, with my martial arts, even the inner and outer disciples can't deal with the beast. How can I be sure? It's just pure luck and good character. Li Qingxiu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to say so. He unconsciously gave a thumbs up and said, Junior brother Ren, you are benevolent and righteous. But in her heart she secretly said, sure enough, he is a young man who just came to spread the incense sect. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Alas, it can be said that fortune favors fools. Chapter 690. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua and Li Qingxiu came across a carriage coming down from the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua did not decline and boarded the carriage, still looking sickly. On the Baiyue Peak, inside the Pill Repository Hall, everything was the same as before. There were absolutely no cries of grief as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. Every disciple she encountered was in a hurry and did not even look at Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the carriage. It was as if nothing had happened. When the carriage arrived at the 100 Herb Hall, Zhang Xiaohua alighted. Li Qingxiu smiled and said, Junior brother Ren, wait here. I will go and report. The hall master will definitely reward you later. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I hope so. Li Qingxiu turned and entered the courtyard. Inside the 100 Herb Hall, Elder Zishen was frowning and drinking tea. He seemed to have some difficult matters to settle. When he heard someone report, he casually called them in. Li Qingxiu entered the room and said respectfully, Congratulations, Hall Master. Another disciple from our Pill Repository Hall who participated in the Twilight Orchid refinement has returned safely. Elder Zishen was stunned. He raised his eyebrows and said, This fellow is quite lucky to be able to return alive. I thought there were only 8 people. Oh, what kind of spiritual herbs did he bring back? This. Li Qingxiu was a little hesitant and said, this disciple is seriously injured and was escorted back by the Wuming Hall's disciples. It seems like, he did not bring the carriage back. The spiritual herbs. When Elder Zishan heard this, he laughed coldly and said, since he did not pick any spiritual herbs, it means that he did not complete the mission. According to the past, he would be punished. However, it is different this time. It is already good that he managed to escape with his life, so there will be no punishment. Go and let him return early so that he can recuperate. Then, he waved his hand and sent Li Qingxiu out. Li Qingxiu was a little anxious and said, this. Hall Master, this disciple is Ren Xiaoyao from Tianmu Peak. Tianmu Peak? Ren Xiaoyao? Elder Zishan was stunned and said unhappily, is he very famous? Isn't he just Chen Fengxiao's subordinate? Is there a need for me to know him? This Chen Fengxiao is really lucky. The 9 survivors are all from Tianmu Peak. Ren Xiaoyao seems to have some impression of him. Elder Purple Herb looked at Li Qingxiu and said, if you have anything to say, just say it. I'll pardon you. Li Qingxiu cupped his hands and said, Sir Hall Master, this Ren Xiaoyao is the Ren Xiaoyao mentioned by Lu Chaoxian and the others who escaped from the Yulon Grand Canyon. Old man Zishan slapped his bald head, and said with a smile, now I remember the name of this Ren Xiaoyao. Isn't he the prospective son-in-law that was recruited from Rejuvenation Valley this year? No wonder his name sounded so familiar. Why would he go to the Yulon Grand Canyon? Soon after, he changed his expression and said, I thought he was just an ordinary disciple. Since he was willing to sacrifice himself to save the other disciples, not to mention his martial arts, his moral character is also good. He is a loyal disciple of our Pill Repository Hall and is worthy of praise. Oh, call him in first. I'll ask him. Li Qingxiu wiped the faint sweat on his head, lowered his head, and went out to call Zhang Xiaohua in. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua walk in, Elder Zishan slowly stood up and said with a smile, Ren Xiaoyao, you're very good. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed and said, greetings, Sir Hall Master. No need to be so polite. Elder Zishan nodded and pointed to the chair next to him, saying, have a seat. I'm an old friend of Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master Nya. You've been here for a long time, but I haven't had the chance to meet you. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He lowered his head and said, I'm now a disciple of the Pill Repository Hall and a subordinate of Sir Hall Master. I don't dare to think about anything else. Elder Zishan stared blankly for a moment, then laughed heartily, good. Ren Xiaoyao, I like hearing these words of yours. I've been reluctant to meet you all this time, and this is one of my misgivings. I hope you can understand. You should sit down. This Yulon evening refinement really wasn't easy for you. Now that you've been seriously injured, if you don't have a seat at my 100 Herb Hall, wouldn't that disappoint the brothers who enter the valley in the future? Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice, deference is no substitute for obedience. Thank you, Sir Hall Master. After he finished speaking, he coughed twice and some blood flowed out. Seeing this, Elder Zishan's expression couldn't help but change slightly. He asked, how are your injuries? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, it's nothing serious. There shouldn't be any problems after a few months of recuperation. Elder Zishan waved his hand and said to the disciple standing by the side, go. Take a bottle of the blood coagulation pills, blood replenishing pills, and other healing pills in the hall and bring them to Ren Xiaoyao. The disciple accepted the order and left. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I've just finished my medicine. Many thanks for Hall Master's generous gift. Elder Zishan smiled and said, it's no matter. However, since you've said this old man wants to talk about you. I just heard that you've won quite a few medicinal pills at Tianmu Peak. Why did you exchange them for medicinal herbs? How can you do such a loss-making business? Zhang Xiaohua said, shamefully, I've just arrived and haven't seen so many medicinal herbs. I was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but exchange them. Only now do I regret it. If I had paid a visit to Sir Hall Master earlier and received Sir's guidance, how could I have done such a foolish thing? Elder Zishan chuckled and said, You've just arrived at the pill opening hall. Why did you suddenly run to the Yulon Grand Canyon to participate in the Yulon evening refinement? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, I don't know about this. I only said that I was on the list, so I went. Oh, Elder Zishan nodded. I reckon that Vice Hall Master Su knows that your martial arts are outstanding, so he sent you. Hee, it's also thanks to Vice Hall Master Su's discerning eyes. Otherwise, our pill opening hall would have been completely wiped out. Not a single disciple would have been able to come out. Immediately, he said with a beaming smile, I heard from Lu Chaoxian and the others that they followed you to pick the 100-year-old ice spirit grass and luckily escaped with their lives. I just don't know if you've completed the task assigned by Vice Hall Master Su. Zhang Xiaohua's heart stirred, and immediately became panicked. He hurriedly stood up and said, I'm incompetent. I searched for a long time but still couldn't find it. I originally wanted to go further to pick it, but I encountered a great change. I didn't dare to go further and only wanted to quickly leave the valley with my senior martial brothers. However, I couldn't complete Vice Hall Master Su's order. Once I've recovered, I'll go to Vice Hall Master Su and ask for forgiveness. That won't be necessary. Elder Zishan took charge and said, although you didn't pick the 100-year-old ice spirit grass, you saved several carriages of medicinal herbs from my pill opening hall. This can be considered as atoning for your crimes. If Vice Hall Master Su comes looking for you, just say that I said it and there's no need to punish me. Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and said, if Vice Hall Master Su comes looking for me, I'll definitely tell him. Although her smile was very gentle, Zhang Xiaohua was disdainful in her heart. Vice Hall Master Su actually dared to instruct Lu Lihong to kill her. How could she let him off easily? Elder Zishan drank a mouthful of tea. At this moment, the disciples in the hall also brought a few bottles of medicinal pills. Zhang Xiaohua put them in her arms and expressed her gratitude to Elder Zishan. Sure enough, Elder Zishan was just casually listening. However, when he heard about the Misty Hall, his eyes lit up and he asked, Disciples of the Misty Hall? They saved you? Oh, and they even saved an inner disciple? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and said, Yes, when I woke up, there were 3 disciples of the Misty Hall. There was no one else beside me. It must be them. Moreover, when they saved that inner disciple, I saw it with my own eyes. They said that the girl was an inner disciple. I don't know anything. Then, what do you think of the attitude of these disciples towards you? Zhang Xiaohua was even more taken aback. He said carefully, It's all right. Although they don't talk much, they're very polite. They saved my life, so how can I be picky? I was thinking of waiting a few months to recover and go to the Shixin Peak to thank them. Ha ha ha, Elder Zishan laughed and said, Your idea is good, but it's a little difficult to realize. Even if I want to go to the Shixin Peak, I have to get the consent of the Lingxiang Peak. Zhang Xiaohua looked guilty and said, Then I can only wish them success. Elder Zishan stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time and seemed to have made a decision. He said with a smile on his face, Well, Ren Xiaoyao, it's not easy for you. Although you didn't pick the herbs, you saved the lives of 8 people. Oh, I almost forgot, there was also the life of an inner disciple. Moreover, you brought back 4 carriages of herbs for the pill sprouting hall. You can be considered as the #1 contributor to this Valley Orchid evening refinement. Not to mention other things, if the pill sprouting hall doesn't reward you, it will make our brothers feel bitterly disappointed. You can go and recuperate. After a while, I will arrange a task for you as a reward. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, I don't dare to be praised by the hall master. It's what I should do. Well, you don't have to say any more. Go back to the Tianmu Peak as soon as possible. Taking care of your body is the most important thing. Old man Purple Ginseng had an unhappy look on his face as he said, clearly distinguishing between reward and punishment is the foundation of this old man's conduct. Since you can perform meritorious service, this old man will reward you. Zhang Xiaohua immediately stood up and said respectfully, Thank you, hall master. Old man Zhishan smiled and waved his hand to signal Zhang Xiaohua to leave. Then, he picked up his teacup and took a sip happily, as though he had just resolved a very important matter. When Zhang Xiaohua sat in the carriage, they immediately arrived at Bai Yefeng. Inside an exquisite little house, Vice Hall Master Su looked at the person in front of the hall in astonishment and said, Are you sure? Ren Xiaoyao actually came back alive? The disciple nodded, That's right. I heard from Li Chengxiu, who was on duty at the foot of the mountain today, that he had already escorted Ren Xiaoyao back to Tianmu Peak. Chapter 691. Yes, I know. Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand and said, You can leave now. After the disciple left, Vice Hall Master Su rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time. He thought to himself, This guy is really lucky. I wonder if Lu Lihong made a move. Well, he probably didn't. Otherwise, this guy would have died in the strange birch forest. He wouldn't even be able to see the beast tide, let alone avoid it. Alas, poor Lu Lihong. He couldn't even handle such a small matter. He deserved to die in the beast tide. He made me lose a few Yuhuandan pill for no reason. If I had known earlier, I would have given it to him after he came back. Well, Ren Xiaoyao must have some tricks up his sleeves to be able to avoid the beast tide. It seems that my guess is right. Humph, how could a little medicine boy from the Rejuvenation Valley have such ability? Not only did he save 8 disciples, but he also managed to escape from the canyon by himself? Even with the help of the Misty Hall's disciples, it's impossible. Even a pig wouldn't believe that there isn't anything fishy about this. Only a frog in a well like Purple Ginseng would believe that. Orchid Twilight is a good opportunity. Now that I haven't gotten rid of him, he's in the limelight. If I find an excuse in the future, it will be troublesome. Forget it, let him be for now. He's not the only eyesore in the fragrant cult. I can't deal with them one by one. Vice Hall Master Su stood up and said to himself, This guy is really good at bewitching people. Even if you beat him to death, he won't say anything. We've only known each other for a few days, but they have such a close relationship. It seems that I have to be more careful of him in the future. But fortunately, he didn't cause too much trouble. If he's dissatisfied, he won't come looking for me. If he really comes, don't blame me. While thinking, Vice Hall Master Su seemed to have seen something funny and couldn't help laughing. Zhang Xiaohua returned to Tianmu Peak under the escort of Li Chengxiu and senior brother Li. As soon as he arrived at Tianmu Peak, he saw the patrolling disciple. The patrolling disciple seemed to recognize Li Chengxiu. He approached him from afar and cupped his fists, Greetings, senior brother Li. Is there any official business for you to drive a carriage to Tianmu Peak? Li Chengxiu returned the greeting and said, There is an official matter. Junior brother, please ask Headmaster Chen to come out. The disciple was stunned. It's Headmaster Chen, not Wu Dalong. That's right. Head Boss Chen, please come over for a chat. Senior brother, please wait for a moment. With that, the disciple hurriedly turned around and left. Zhang Xiaohua sat in the carriage. Seeing that disciple leave, she smiled and said, Senior Marshal Brotherly, what are you doing? You could have just let me go by myself. Why did you have to provoke Headmaster Chen? Li Chengxiu said, Junior brother Ren is the hero of Tianmu Peak. If we don't let him come and pick you up, wouldn't it seem that our pill hall is unkind? Zhang Xiaohua secretly shook her head. In fact, she was a little unhappy when she came out of 100 Herb Hall. Wasn't the purpose of her coming to the incense religion to find her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu? Since she had already found him, why should she lower her voice to others? Alas, I'm used to keeping a low profile. I can't change it in a short time. I don't even know how to be arrogant. Zhang Xiaohua could only think like this. At this time, Tianmu Peak was similar to the time when Zhang Xiaohua first came. However, there were faint figures around the mountainside. They must be patrolling. Not far away, she met Bai Huan's hut. The light was dim and there was no one. I wonder what Bai Huan is doing now. I wonder if he has been taking care of Huan these days. This guy wouldn't have barbecued Huan when he heard that I was trapped in the Yulon Grand Canyon, right? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had such a ridiculous thought. Even if Bai Huan was 3 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Thinking of Bai Huan's fear of getting into trouble, Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. I promised to give him a bottle of blood-replenishing pills when I came back. This sage is so generous. I don't need to pluck his hair anymore. Ha ha ha. Just as she was thinking, she saw a few figures hurrying over from afar. Li Qingxiu smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, put down the curtains and give Headmaster Chen a surprise." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and hid in the carriage. Chen Fengxiao rushed to the front of the carriage. He first looked at the carriage in surprise. Then, he cupped his hands and bowed. "Junior brother Li, what business does the hall have?" Li Qingxiu was a disciple of the pill division. Normally, he wouldn't look for him. Since he was looking for him at this hour, it must be something important. Li Qingxiu smiled and said, "I have good news for Headmaster Chen. Come, let Headmaster Chen meet someone." As he spoke, he lifted the curtains of the carriage and stood to the side, watching with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the carriage in the darkness. He cupped his hands and bowed. "Headmaster Chen, I trust you have been well since we last met?" If Nie Qianyu was at the side, she would have spat out those words. However, when Chen Fengxiao saw Zhang Xiaohua, he was stunned. He didn't seem to be as surprised as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. Chen Fengxiao was stunned for a moment. He raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. "You, how are you still alive?" Seeing Chen Fengxiao lose his composure, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. "Of course I'm still alive. Don't tell me I'm dead." Li Qingxiu, who was at the side, was also embarrassed. She thought to herself, what kind of standard is this? You call yourself the headmaster of Tianmu Peak. You don't even know how to welcome me. If I had known, I wouldn't have put on airs and made such a melodramatic surprise. This is great. Ren Xiaoyao has lost so much face. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua's question, Chen Fengxiao immediately knew that he was wrong. He hurried forward and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand. He said loudly, "Little brother, you're finally back. You should know that when I heard that you were buried in the Grand Canyon, I didn't have any appetite for food or sleep." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shrink back. She thought to herself, is there a need for that? You scared me until I had goosebumps all over. Then, Chen Fengxiao wiped away his tears and forced himself to say, "But I know that little brother is doing this for our pill repository hall, for our Tianmu Peak, for little brother's unfulfilled wish. I cannot fall, that's why I am holding on. Every time I can't hold on any longer, little brother's tall back will appear in front of my eyes. Your broad shoulders will give me endless strength and I will immediately have the motivation to act. It's you, little brother, your actions and your spirit that inspired me, allowing me to integrate myself into the limitless construction of Tianmu Peak. It's you, Ren Xiaoyao, who is selfless, oh my God." Li Qingxiu, who was at the side, was finally moved. She thought to herself, this is the great manager Chen in my heart. I am far from being able to catch up to him. No wonder he is the great manager, and I am only patrolling. How can I catch up to him? Just as Chen Fengxiao was chattering away, several people came from afar. When they got closer, they were Wu Dalong and the others from the pill department. When Wu Dalong saw Zhang Xiaohua, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face was full of excitement. After greeting Li Qingxiu, he walked over and said, "Congratulations, little brother. You actually managed to escape from a disaster. As the saying goes, one who survives a disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Little brother's future is boundless." Seeing Wu Dalong's unnatural expression, Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart. However, he didn't say it out loud. He cupped his hands and said, "I'll be counting on Wu Dalong's auspicious words." At this time, Li Qingxiu smiled and said, "Since the two heads of Tian Mu Peak have appeared, my mission can be considered completed. Alright, you guys can bring Ren Xiaoyao over. I'll report back to the White Mountain Peak." Wu Dalong smiled and said, "Junior brother Li, you can stay here for the night. It won't be too late to leave tomorrow morning, right?" "Too late, too late. I still have to report back to Lord Hall Master." "Oh right, Lord Hall Master has ordered for Ren Xiaoyao to recuperate carefully. He needs to recover from his injuries first, and in the future." He stopped here. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Lord Hall Master didn't say anything else. I can't make wild guesses." "Is that so?" Wu Zhouxiu and Chen Fengxiao looked at each other and exchanged glances. They smiled and said, "Then junior brother Li must be careful." "Well said, well said. Junior brother Ren, goodbye. I hope to see you on the White Mountain Peak one day." Li Qingxiu cupped his hands and bid farewell to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and bowed. After Li Qingxiu left, everyone came forward to congratulate Zhang Xiaohua. Firstly, Zhang Xiaohua had returned safely. Secondly, she had caught the Hall Master's eye. She would definitely have a bright future. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and acknowledged them one by one. Blood gushed out from the corner of her mouth. "Io, little brother, are you seriously injured?" At this moment, Chen Fengxiao and the rest finally realized why Li Qingxiu had escorted Zhang Xiaohua over in a horse carriage. They hurriedly instructed, "Quick, arrange a quiet room for little brother and bring some of our Tian Mu Peak's medicinal pills over." While they were talking, several people rushed over from afar. Before they even got close, they shouted, "Is junior brother Ren back? Wasn't it Lu Chaoxian and the others?" Hearing their anxious and surprised shouts, Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. She whispered, "Is it senior brother Lu?" "Yes, little brother has returned. Junior brother Ren, junior brother Ren." The 8 of them quickly walked to the front of the carriage. When they saw that it was really Zhang Xiaohua, they immediately burst into tears. They were tears of surprise. They bowed together and said, "Thank you, junior brother Ren, for saving our lives. As senior brothers, we will never forget it." Zhang Xiaohua hurried forward and helped them up one by one. She said, "Didn't I say earlier that since I am your leader, I must protect you all? Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. But..." Lu Chaoxian, senior brother Wang, and the others choked with sobs. "Junior brother Ren actually put himself in danger and lured the ferocious beasts to chase after us, allowing us to escape. This kind of righteousness is really, in fact, when it came to saving people, it was normal to have the strength to do so. However, people like Zhang Xiaohua, who knew that there was endless danger but still fed the tiger with her own body, that was really not easy. In this world, there were not many people who could do this. It was no wonder that Lu Chaoxian and the others desperately wanted to thank Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. This, he really didn't think so. Chapter 692. Seeing Lu Chaoxian and the rest acting like this, Chen Fengxiao felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart. He took a step forward and said, "Junior brother Lu, junior brother Ren has suffered serious injuries in order to save all of you. This is not the place to talk. Let's let junior brother Ren return to his room first. After he recovers from his injuries, you can say anything you want." Only now did Lu Chaoxian and the rest notice the bloodstain at the corner of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth in the darkness. They hurriedly slapped their faces and said, "Look at me, I actually didn't notice. Junior brother Ren is so brave and fierce, yet he is still injured. It must be a serious internal injury." "That's right, junior brother Ren was injured because of us. The matter of taking care of him should be none other than us. Headmaster Chen, I have a matter to discuss with you. Please send junior brother Ren to our place and let us take care of him. How about it?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she hurriedly waved her hands and said, "Forget it, forget it. I like peace and quiet, it's better." Before she finished speaking, Chen Fengxiao interrupted with a smile, "Junior brother Ren, you better not decline. If you hide in peace and quiet by yourself, won't Hall Master blame me? I think junior brother Lu's idea is not bad. You should go with them." "That's right, junior brother Ren, let's go. Yulan Mulyan, you have taken care of us the entire way. When we return to Tianmu Peak today, let us brothers take care of you for a few days." After saying this, without any explanation, they clustered around Zhang Xiaohua and headed in a certain direction. When Zhang Xiaohua and the rest were far away, Chen Fengxiao turned to look at Wuzhou ruins. Both of them sighed at the same time, then shook their heads and walked away. It was as if they had encountered an extremely troublesome matter. The place where Lu Chaoxian and the rest stayed was naturally not a peaceful place. However, when they thought of Zhang Xiaohua's injuries and their daily habits, Lu Chaoxian and the rest found a small house where the disciples rested and arranged for Zhang Xiaohua to stay. After that, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's going to be night soon. Senior brothers should rest early. Although my injuries are serious, they are not fatal. After taking some elixirs and adjusting my breathing, should be fine after a few months of rest." "That's good." Lu Chaoxian and the rest smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, you should rest. During this period of time, we will be around you. We won't disturb you. And will not disturb you. We will stand guard at the door. If you need anything, just call us." With that, they were about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She immediately called out to Lu Chaoxian and said, "Senior brother Lu, I have something to ask in private." Seeing this, Lu Chaoxian waved his hand and dismissed the other 7. He asked, "Junior brother Ren, what's the matter? Feel free to say it. I will tell you everything I know." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I don't know what's going on either. When I saw Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong today, I felt that their expressions and words were abnormal. I don't know what's going on." Lu Chaoxian was taken aback. He shook his head and said, "We just came back not long ago. We did not hear anything special." Then he thought for a while and said, "Since junior brother feels that something is wrong, then I will go and ask others to see if there is anything unusual." "All right." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Be careful. Don't tell them that I want to ask." "Yes, I know. Junior brother, you should rest early. We'll have people standing guard outside. If junior brother feels uncomfortable, you can call us immediately." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and expressed her thanks. After Lu Chaoxian left, Zhang Xiaohua slowly stood up and released her divine sense. Indeed, in front of the hut, Lu Chaoxian was discussing with senior brother Wang about how to stand guard at night. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. After all, they had good intentions. how could she refuse? If not, Lu Chaoxian and the others would feel guilty for the rest of their lives. Then she spat out a mouthful of saliva and said self-mockingly, I bit my tongue and only managed to force out such a small amount of blood. It doesn't feel good to pretend to be injured. Zhang Xiaohua's injuries from last night had mostly healed in one night. Although she had been riding on a horse for the whole morning, her injuries did not worsen. In the afternoon from White Mountain Peak to Heaven Eye Peak, the injuries in her meridians had been constantly mended. Now that she checked carefully, most of them had already healed. If she did not pretend, how could she still look like she was seriously injured? Although she was on Heaven Eye Peak, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She still set up a restriction. Then she took out her vitality stones and began to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra. At midnight, the endless starlight enveloped Zhang Xiaohua. The starlight flowed into her meridians and gradually mended the damaged areas. When she woke up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua did a quick check. She was dumbfounded. Am I not a human-shaped, Yuhuandan pill? I did not take any pills at all. My meridians healed on their own. Hee, my luck is really good. I don't know how many pills I can save in the future. Zhang Xiaohua was immensely pleased with herself. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had been tempered by the starlight and absorbed by the starlight at night. Her self-healing ability was naturally strong. But if she did as Zhang Xiaohua thought and did not take any pills in the future, that would be unrealistic. After all, the internal injuries she had now were only caused by her forceful use of her vital energy. It was not serious. It was just that she had not calmed her heart and wanted to drag her injuries along the way. After a night of hard practice, her injuries would naturally be mostly healed. Her plan of lying in bed, lying on the praying mat for a few months would be ruined. Thinking of how to hide from Heaven Eye Peak in the future, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the small house. The moment she opened the door, she saw senior brother Wang lying in front of her door alone. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Was this how they took care of her? If she did not know that they were sincere, Zhang Xiaohua would have thought that they were sent by Chen Fengxiao and the rest to keep an eye on her. Zhang Xiaohua squatted down and pushed senior brother Wang. Senior brother Wang turned over and clicked his tongue. Don't push me. Come one by one. There is a lot of cold light grass. There is enough to pick. OMG, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell to the ground. This senior brother Wang was truly an outstanding disciple of their grass division. Even in his dreams, he never forgot his duty. Thus, he had no choice but to continue pushing him. Senior brother Wang, hurry up and get up. There's a 200-year-old ice soul grass there. 200-year-old ice soul grass. Where is it, where is it? Senior brother Wang jumped up from the ground like a carp. His eyes were hazy but he was full of energy. Zhang Xiaohua patted his shoulder and said, Senior brother Wang, it is me. It is you? Senior brother Wang opened his eyes and saw Zhang Xiaohua in front of him. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Junior brother Ren, I am sorry. These days, I have been dreaming of picking herbs with my fellow disciples in the strange birch forest. Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason. She said sadly, alas, it is all in the past. Let it remain in our memories. After all, we still have to continue living. Yes, I know. Junior brother Ren, Headmaster Chen also said this. Alas, in fact, in the early years, every time there was a disciple who could not come back from the Valley Orchid evening refinement, I also advised others. But when it was my turn to let go, it was not a matter of words. Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Senior brother Wang smiled and said, Junior brother Ren, you woke up so early. Could it be that your injuries have recovered? You're right. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. But she said, it is nothing. I am just used to waking up early. Going out for a walk is also good for my recovery. That's right. I will accompany you for a walk. Junior brother Wang said and was about to help Zhang Xiaohua up. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, Senior brother Wang, I am not injured to the point where I cannot walk. If you want to accompany me, you can just walk by my side. She slowly walked towards a secluded place. Yes, it was really slow, as if she was injured. Senior brother Wang saw this and smiled bitterly. He slowly followed behind her. The sun had just shone on Tianmu Peak. The entire morning was no different from usual. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely relaxed. She no longer felt as heavy as when she woke up in the morning. It was probably because she had found her second brother. She felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. While walking, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. Then, she heard someone calling out, Junior brother Ren, why are you up so early? You are seriously injured. Why aren't you resting? Zhang Xiaohua knew that Lu Chaoxian was coming over. Sure enough, when she turned around, she saw Lu Chaoxian walking over angrily. Lu Chaoxian was still forcing a smile on his face. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something had happened? She smiled and said, Senior brother Lu has always been a late riser. I didn't expect you to wake up today. Hehe, I would like to sleep more, but junior brother gave me a mission yesterday. If I don't complete it, how can I sleep well? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, so fast. Then I will have to trouble senior brother. Senior brother Wang heard their conversation and knew that something had happened. He smiled and said, I didn't sleep well last night. I will let senior brother Lu accompany me. I will come back in the afternoon. After saying that, he cupped his fists and left. When senior brother Wang was far away, Zhang Xiaohua said, I thought it would be difficult to find out. Senior brother managed to find out in just one night? Sigh, it's not a big deal. Everyone on Tianmu Peak knows about it, so I didn't have to spend much effort to find out. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and asked, then what happened? Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhang Xiaohua and hesitated for a moment before saying, it's simple. When junior brother Ren left, didn't he leave your mount on Tianmu Peak? Yes. That mount is called Huanhuan. What about it? Huanhuan? Huanhuan secretly ate the herbs planted on Tianmu Peak and the disciples of Pill Expansion Hall found out. Bai Yifeng sent people to capture Huanhuan and bring her back to Bai Yifeng Peak? What? Zhang Xiaohua felt incredulous. What was going on? Not to mention whether Huanhuan had secretly eaten the herbs, even if she had, there was no need for Bai Yifeng's men to catch her. What about Bai Huan? Before I left, I entrusted Huanhuan to him. Chapter 693. Junior brother Bai, of course, was also caught by the law enforcement disciples of Baiyu Peak. OMG, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Previously, when he was on Tianmu Peak, he had always casually tossed the David's deer to the side. He hadn't paid attention to whether it had eaten any herbs or not. But now that he thought about it, he hadn't heard the disciples in charge of looking after the herbs for a few months, so this shouldn't have happened. And, even if Huanhuan had eaten the herbs, no one had said anything about it for several months. How could it have been discovered in the few days she went to the trial? Moreover, it was discovered by the disciples of Baiyu Peak. The most ridiculous thing was, what did this have to do with Bai Huan? She had entrusted the odd beast and Bai Huan with it privately, and no one knew about it. Oh, if there was anyone who knew, it would be the great guardian deity Zhou Shuming. This, even if it was entrusted, the odd beast was still Zhang Xiaohua's. If it had eaten the herbs, it would be Zhang Xiaohua's responsibility. It had nothing to do with Bai Huan. Since when had the cult of fragrance been so strict? Suddenly, Vice Leader Su's figure appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, and then the dungeon on Bayou Peak. Could it be this guy's doing? Zhang Xiaohua muttered, it doesn't make sense. It's just a few dozen taels of gold, is it worth it? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's uncertain expression, Lu Chaoxian quickly added, but there's good news. Junior brother Ren's mount is very alert. On the way to Bayou Peak, it found an opportunity to slip away. Hehe, there's no trace of it until now. Is that so? Huanhuan's legs are really not ordinary. Hearing that Huanhuan had escaped, Zhang Xiaohua was delighted. The cult of fragrance was lush with vegetation, and there weren't any fierce beasts. It was enough for Huanhuan to survive. When did this happen? Zhang Xiaohua asked again. It was the second day after we entered the valley. I heard from the junior brothers that a brother from Bai Yefeng came to Tianmu Peak for some matters. He happened to see Huanhuan nibbling on herbs, so he told Vice Hall Master Su. After Vice Hall Master Su heard this, he flew into a rage. He said that the disciples of the pill-opening hall risked their lives to gather herbs in the strange birch forest, and the Tianmu Peak behind them actually allowed livestock to eat the herbs. They must be severely punished, so. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. So that's how it is. I was wondering why Headmaster Chen's expression was so bad. It turns out that you were afraid that I would overthink. Alas, it's nothing. Deputy Hall Master Su's law enforcement is just right. What can I say? Oh, junior brother Ren, that's a good idea. It's just that the brothers feel that it's a little too heavy. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, and then another stream of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Junior brother Ren, alas, it's okay. This internal injury can't be healed in a short period of time. I can't move more even if I want to. Let's go, senior brother Lu. I'd better stay in the house. Junior brother Ren is right. Before you vomit blood, it's better to stay in the house. As he spoke, Lu Chaoxian reached out to support Zhang Xiaohua as they slowly walked back to the house. Zhang Xiaohua looked too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. Not far from Zhang Xiaohua's house, in a loft, a pair of eyes cautiously stared at Zhang Xiaohua and her house. Zhang Xiaohua stayed in the house the whole day. She only showed her face outside in the afternoon and evening. Her face was still pale, as if her injuries hadn't improved at all. Not long after, the sky darkened. Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Senior brother Lu, I need to go back and treat my injuries. If you don't have my orders, it's better not to come in. Otherwise, you'll easily suffer from qi deviation." Lu Chaoxian nodded and said, "Junior brother Ren, don't worry about this. After following junior brother for so long, I don't know about other things, but I have a deep understanding of this point." Then, he quietly walked out. As expected, there wasn't a trace of sound under his feet. Zhang Xiaohua, who was behind him, had already burst out laughing. It wasn't until Lu Chaoxian closed the door that she couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. After laughing happily, Zhang Xiaohua closed his mouth and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He formed a seal with his hand and immediately disappeared from the room, directly escaping from the small house. When she poked her head out from the darkness and looked at the loft in the distance, she snorted. Although her divine sense couldn't recover, it was more sensitive than before. Although she didn't see anyone's face in the loft, Zhang Xiaohua knew that there was definitely someone observing her. If there wasn't a guilty conscience, what better explanation could there be? Zhang Xiaohua directly flew out of Tianmu Peak and came out from the other side of the mountain. After carefully identifying the direction, he leaped up and followed the path that the pill-sprouting Hall's senior apprentice brother had led him the other day. He flew in the direction of the wind. In the time it took to eat 2 meals, Bayou Peak could be seen in the distance. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. She lowered her altitude and only flew in the forest. When she got close to Bayou Peak, she immediately burrowed into the ground and without any hesitation, she headed towards the peak. The peak of Bayou Peak was as quiet as before. Only the sound of leaves and herbs rustling in the wind could be heard. At this time, the moon had yet to rise and there were only some faint lights above the prison. It was the best time to travel at night. Zhang Xiaohua flew to the left side of the prison. She first poked her head out to take a closer look. She listened carefully to the movements around her and entered the prison with familiarity. This trip to the dungeon was different from the last time. That time, it was during the day, and the dungeon was very quiet. There was no sound, and Zhang Xiaohua only took a rough look before leaving quickly. This time, just as she emerged from the corner of a prison cell, she heard a heart-wrenching scream, which gave Zhang Xiaohua a fright. Fortunately, this prison cell was empty and there were no living things. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. She released her divine sense. Outside the prison cell, there were a few burly disciples. They should be law enforcement disciples. In their hands, there were some torture instruments that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't understand. Occasionally, there were a few naked men being dragged or pulled by law enforcement disciples. Those men were either badly mutilated or on the verge of death. They all looked like they had been punished. Could it be that there are so many disciples in Pill Expanding Hall who have committed crimes? Zhang Xiaohua was a little speechless. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was limited. She could only rely on the memory of the last time she came. She went from room to room, trying to find traces of Bai Huan. But after searching almost everywhere, she didn't find any trace of her. Could it be that I was wrong? A trace of guilt appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Maybe I wronged a good person. Maybe Bai Huan was just reprimanded. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved and wanted to escape from the dungeon. But at this time, two disciples walked over her head. One of them chuckled and said, "Junior fellow apprentice Meng is living a good life with Deputy Hall Master Su. Previously, he always came at night, but now there is no trace of him." When the other person heard this, he said mysteriously, "Forget it. Junior brother Meng has been here for a long time, but he's just serving a disciple in a small room. It's been many days, but he can't find what he wants no matter what. I saw him storming in angrily just now. I guess today is the last day. I don't usually see him lose his composure like this." Junior fellow apprentice Meng is an expert at extorting confessions by torture. Whoever is in his hands will have to give in. Which family's child made a mistake? I don't know where, but I heard from junior fellow apprentice Meng that the boy insisted that he would not say anything even if he was beaten to death. He would not say anything even if he was beaten to death. These words struck Zhang Xiaohua's mind like lightning. This seemed to be the witty words she said when she came down from Tianmu Peak and entrusted the 4 odd beasts to Bai Huan. This must be Bai Huan. Just as she was thinking, she saw a reckless man with bulging muscles in a remote corner. His upper body was bare, and his face was gloomy, as if someone owed him a caddy of black beans money. With a loud bang, he closed a small iron door and locked it with a thick chain. He strode over. Seeing this, the two of them smiled and said, "Junior fellow apprentice Meng, did it not go well?" "Humph." Junior fellow apprentice Meng snorted and did not say much. He walked straight through the two of them. The two of them did not dare to ignore him and quickly moved to the side, leaving a small gap in the corridor. After senior fellow apprentice Meng walked past, the two of them looked at the back view of the person who was taller than them. They wanted to spit but did not dare to. They only gritted their teeth and said softly, "Let's go and find a little lamb to vent our anger." As they spoke, they randomly picked a cell and entered it. Not long after, a series of screams rang out. Zhang Xiaohua watched from the side with a cold light in her eyes. When the three of them were far away and the other law enforcement disciples were not around, she quietly entered the cell that junior fellow apprentice Meng had just walked out of. As soon as he emerged from the ground, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The entire room was filled with the stench of blood. Although he couldn't see clearly, with his divine sense, he could see that the person in front of him was hung on a tall rack. His hands were tied up by thick iron chains, and his feet were nailed to the nails at the bottom of the rack. This person's hair was disheveled and covered his face. His chest was no longer moving up and down. He must have died. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and took out the luminous pearl from her arms. Under the faint brilliance, she walked towards the person. Before she got close, she saw that the person was naked. Countless bloodstains covered his entire body and had long dried up. There were still many whip marks on his upper body, but there was not much blood. It was the result of a recent whipping. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front and carefully lifted the hair on the person's face. He had chanted Amitabha countless times in his heart, praying that this person was not Bai Huan. But when he saw the bloodless face, he still stood there in a daze. If this was not Bai Huan, who else could it be? For a moment, since Zhang Xiaohua saw Bai Huan that evening, all the details appeared in her mind. This was just a submissive and cautious disciple. Perhaps she would bully other disciples and take advantage of them a little, but she had never done anything wrong. How could she end up like this? Chapter 694. Zhang Xiaohua was angry. He thought about his impression of Bai Huan from the beginning to the end. He really didn't think that Bai Huan could make him feel disgusted or a little disgusted. Even when he first met Bai Huan's extortion was a little narrow-minded. Compared to Brother Ma, who only knew how to bully newcomers, and Cheng Shi, who took things by force, he was many times better. Bai Huan was so careful to please Chen Fengxiao but didn't dare to offend Zhang Xiaohua. Bai Huan stood outside the cave in Zhang Xiaohua's divine awareness and wanted to call Zhang Xiaohua but was afraid to disturb Zhang Xiaohua's practice. Bai Huan carefully took out the herbs Zhang Xiaohua got from the Orchid Evening Refinement and nervously exchanged them for elixirs. What hurt Zhang Xiaohua the most was that when he finally entrusted Huan to Bai Huan patted his chest indifferently and agreed. Then, he thought of the joke he said to Bai Huan, "I won't tell you even if you beat me to death." Now, those words had become reality. Bai Huan patted his chest and promised Zhang Xiaohua. Now, his chest was full of whip marks. What about the promise he made to Bai Huan? Looking at Bai Huan's miserable condition, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was infinitely desolate. Perhaps, this was the end of a small character. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't find him here, he would be thrown somewhere tomorrow and never be found again. Even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to fulfill his promise, he couldn't. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily took out a bottle of blood-replenishing elixirs and transferred a wisp of genuine qi directly into Bai Huan's meridians toward his heart. After a while, Bai Huan's eyes moved slightly, and then there was some movement. He also said something with difficulty. Zhang Xiaohua carefully pricked up his ears and could hear clearly, "I really don't know anything." He only said, "To hand Huan to me, to raise him, even to be beaten to death, he won't tell." "It's just a joke." Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. She whispered, "Senior Marshal Brother Bai, it's me. I'm back." After a while, Bai Huan opened her eyes with great difficulty. Under the dim brilliance of the luminous pearl, she identified Zhang Xiaohua for a long time. Immediately, her eyes flashed with surprise. She forced herself to be alert and raised her voice, "Junior brother. Run, you, quickly, report, to Vice Hall Master. I really didn't take your bag. Really. Before he could finish his sentence, he swallowed his words and could no longer speak. His eyes did not move and his body gradually turned cold. In fact, when junior marshal brother Meng walked out, Bai Huan had already stopped breathing. Zhang Xiaohua transferred her vital energy into Bai Huan's heart meridian, but it could only last for a moment. After nearly 20 days of torture, Bai Huan was like a lamp that had run out of oil. She could no longer hold on. Even if Zhang Xiaohua took out all the elixirs in her arms, she could not save Bai Huan's life for even a moment. Seeing Bai Huan stop breathing in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in her heart. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. This kind of guilt was something Zhang Xiaohua had never felt before. Zhang Xiaohua put away the luminous pearl and the blood-replenishing elixir. She stood quietly in the darkness. After a long while, she said, "Senior Marshal Brother Bai, I will keep this blood-replenishing elixir for you. When you are buried, I will find an opportunity to bring your body out and bury it with you. In addition, although I didn't mean it, you died because of me. I will definitely avenge you. I know you were timid when you were alive and might not dare to let me avenge you. But today, you have become a ghost. I hope you can be bolder and become a malicious ghost. Just watch from the heavens. I'm going to find the people who killed you and make them pay with their lives." Bai Huan's body was quietly hanging there, motionless. Zhang Xiaohua immediately marked the corpse with her divine sense. Then, she glanced at it and made a gesture. She disappeared into the darkness. After leaving the dungeon, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought that she didn't know where Vice Hall Master Su was resting. Now that it was late, it wouldn't be easy to find him. If she asked a disciple, wouldn't it be easy to find him? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of junior marshal brother Meng who went out earlier. That guy didn't get anything from Bai Huan and even killed Bai Huan. He must be reporting to Vice Hall Master Su. If she went with him, she would definitely be able to find him. However, she didn't think so much and stayed in the dungeon for a long time. She didn't know if she could catch up with him. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua immediately rode the wind and went straight to the mountainside. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's speed was extremely fast. When she reached the mountainside, she saw a valiant figure in front of her turning around the screen wall. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly happy. Then, she went underground and followed junior marshal brother Meng to an extremely secluded small courtyard. Junior marshal brother Meng knocked on the wooden door in front of the courtyard. It seemed to be a rhythmic sound. Then, a voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Junior marshal brother Meng said respectfully, "Vice Hall Master Su, it's me." "Oh, Meng Fei, come in quickly." Meng Fei opened the courtyard door and walked into the hall lightly. However, when he entered the room, he was stunned. In the hall, besides Vice Hall Master Su, there was also a teenager standing next to him. However, Meng Fei was only slightly stunned. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "Hall Master, he hesitated for a moment and said, "I didn't do what Hall Master asked me to do." He glanced at the child from the corner of his eyes. Vice Hall Master Su looked at Meng Fei's cautiousness and was very satisfied. He nodded and said, "It's okay. This child was sent here this year. There's no need to hide this matter from him." "Oh?" Meng Fei turned to look at the child. The child cupped his hands and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Chang greets you." "Chang?" Meng Fei was taken aback. He smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Brother, your name is really wonderful." "Not bad." "Heh, my name is Meng Fei. In the future, when you're at the White Mountain Peak, just say my name. No one will dare to bully you." "Yes, Senior Marshal Brother." Chang smiled and said, "However, I've never provoked anyone. It's better not to say your name." Meng Fei nodded and said, Not bad. Heroes indeed come from the youth. It seems that the gang has put in a lot of effort to send you here. Vice Hall Master Su was also happy to hear this. He said, Chang is a good child. I also searched for a long time before I found him. Heh, I never thought that the gang would start with the most difficult Rejuvenation Valley. Meng Fei frowned and said, Hall Master Su, isn't that guy also from Rejuvenation Valley? That's right. You still haven't found out what you were doing? Yes, that guy insisted that he didn't know anything. Moreover, he only said that he wouldn't say anything even if he was beaten to death. It's very different from his usual behavior. Sigh, I guess I've really wronged him. However, since he's already been captured, he definitely won't be released. Moreover, that guy actually came out of the Yulon Grand Canyon alive. It's useless to keep Bai Huan alive. It's better to get rid of him quickly. Hall Master Su already told me this yesterday, so today was the last time. Seeing that I couldn't get anything out of him, I've already gotten rid of him. You've done well. Now that the dead tell no tales, Ren Xiaoyao wouldn't rush to the White Mountain Peak for a mount. Ha. Chang immediately said, Hall Master Su's eyes are as sharp as torches. Even when I followed Ren Xiaoyao all the way here, I didn't see that he was a pawn of the Tenryu sect. If he could be easily seen through by you, how could he be easily dispatched by the Tenryu sect? If I hadn't had a flash of inspiration, I definitely wouldn't have been able to see through him either. Hall Master Su is wise. Chang said with a charming smile, Hall Master Su, please point me in the right direction and let me improve. Vice Hall Master Su seemed to be very proud of himself. He said with a smile, actually, it's quite simple. The cult of fragrance has been hiding here for thousands of years, and the Tenryu sect has long since made their move. We haven't been able to make use of the Rejuvenation Valley, so there's an 80 to 90% chance that the Tenryu sect is controlling it. Moreover, Ren Xiaoyao's origins are very strange. He's already so old, yet he was still sent here. Although the reason is very good, it can be explained clearly. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there's a problem. After a careful investigation, they'll feel that the explanation makes sense. Thus, they'll take it as a matter of course. This is the saying, the real is fake, and the fake is real. However, if you think about it again, what's real is real, and what's fake is fake. Chang and Meng Fei both had a look of sudden realization. They both raised their thumbs and said, Hall Master Su, you are really smart. We're proud to have such a wise and far-sighted leader like you. Vice Hall Master Su stroked his beard and smiled proudly. He said, all of this is just a guess. It can't be confirmed. Only when we find Ren Xiaoyao's package and take the things inside can we be sure. That's true. However, Hall Master Su, it's strange. Ren Xiaoyao clearly didn't take anything with him when he left. Why can't we find his package? I've personally searched the caves, huts, and even the surrounding areas. I don't know where he's hiding. At this moment, a large package was thrown in from outside the door. A voice also sounded, are you looking for this package? Who is it? Vice Hall Master Su immediately stood up from his chair and shouted angrily, this is an important place in the hall. Who dares to trespass? Chang was somewhat afraid. He trembled and shouted, is it little uncle? With a hearty laugh, Zhang Xiaohua floated in and said, don't call me little uncle. This Xiaoxia can't afford it. Ren Xiaoyao? It's really you. Meng Fei didn't recognize Zhang Xiaohua. However, when he heard Chang and Vice Hall Master Su's words, his face lit up with joy. He said, you didn't take the path of the sun, but you barged into the gates of hell. It's time for me to capture you. As he spoke, Meng Fei quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's face. Chapter 695. Seeing Meng Fei walk forward, Vice Hall Master Su, who was sitting behind him, watched quietly. He did not stop him or say anything. However, his gaze was fixed on Zhang Xiaohua as if he was deep in thought. It was said that an ordinary disciple of the grass division of Tianmu Peak, who was said to have been seriously injured, could still rush to Baiyue Peak and silently enter this secret courtyard. Even Vice Hall Master Su himself did not notice. Can this still be what I thought it was? Vice Hall Master Su seemed to understand that he might have underestimated the thin and tall young man in front of him. How could a person who could escape from the beast tide in Yulon Grand Canyon be a simple person? Perhaps Lu Lihong did not see the beast tide. However, Vice Hall Master Su still sat calmly. The more outstanding Zhang Xiaohua's performance was, the more it proved that his guess was correct. Then, the value of finding Zhang Xiaohua would be greater. As for Vice Hall Master Su's confidence, was there any need to say it? He just watched quietly, without even a frown on his face. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, Qi Chang panicked at first, but when Meng Fei rushed forward, his face calmed down slightly. Then, he stole a glance at Vice Hall Master Su's calm face. This guy was confident. When he saw Meng Fei's big fist smashing towards Zhang Xiaohua, his eyes unconsciously flashed with excitement. Zhang Xiaohua was also anxious. Seeing Meng Fei's fist smashing towards her, she did not dodge. Instead, she stared at Meng Fei's ferocious face and said word by word, "You killed Bai Huan, so I will kill you too." Meng Fei was slightly startled. It seemed that he did not expect Zhang Xiaohua to know that Bai Huan was killed by him. However, there was a trace of mockery in his eyes. His right fist was less than half an inch away from Zhang Xiaohua's head. At this time, Meng Fei's right foot moved again. He lifted it and kicked towards Zhang Xiaohua's left side. He must have calculated that Zhang Xiaohua would dodge to the left side. With a swish sound, at the last moment when Meng Fei's fist was about to hit her head, Zhang Xiaohua only raised her right hand and grabbed his wrist at lightning speed. She did not give Meng Fei any time to react at all. Then, she squatted slightly, raised her left fist, and simply punched towards Meng Fei's chest. Meng Fei was shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's lightning-fast speed. He immediately tried to pull back, but unexpectedly, no matter how hard he tried, his hand seemed to be cast by iron and could not move an inch. Meng Fei was shocked. Seeing that his right leg had missed, he borrowed the force of his fist to lift Zhang Xiaohua's waist from the side. At the same time, he raised his other fist to meet Zhang Xiaohua's fist. At the same time, he used the force that Zhang Xiaohua locked his fist to force Zhang Xiaohua to let go. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua acted as if she did not see it. Her fist was still moving forward at a steady pace. Meng Fei was very puzzled. Just as he was wondering if there was something fishy going on, the two fists had already collided. At the moment before contact, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly accelerated. Bang! Following that, there was a blood-curdling scream. Meng Fei's fist was already dripping with blood. The eerie white finger bones were already exposed. There were even a few bones protruding from the joints of his arm. Following that, there were a few crispy cracking sounds. Meng Fei once again let out a blood-curdling scream. Zhang Xiaohua's right hand exerted force and broke the wrist in her hand. Following that, like breaking a withered tree trunk, she broke Meng Fei's left arm into several pieces. A wave of pain surged up to his head. Even Meng Fei, who claimed to be a tough guy, felt his head sink and was about to faint. However, Zhang Xiaohua extended her left hand and tapped on one of Meng Fei's acupoints. She channeled a strand of true qi into Meng Fei's body to protect his heart meridian and brain. Meng Fei immediately regained consciousness. That heart-wrenching pain immediately emerged. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. Her right fist extended continuously. Kacha, kacha, sounds were heard continuously. Meng Fei's blood-curdling screams were also incessant. In just a few breaths, Zhang Xiaohua had broken hundreds of bones in Meng Fei's body from the middle. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua practiced the Big Dipper magical fist every day and tempered the bones in her entire body. Her proficiency with the bones was something that ordinary people could not compare to. At this moment, Meng Fei had suddenly become a puddle of mud. However, his throat was grabbed by Zhang Xiaohua's left hand. He still stood there straight like a puppet. The pain in his entire body surged up to Meng Fei's head like a tide. He had never felt that fainting or dying immediately would be an extremely happy thing. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who had a somewhat excited face. He muttered and wanted to say something, but Zhang Xiaohua's left hand was tightly gripping his throat. He could not say a single word clearly and could only howl. Looking at Meng Fei's pain, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little relieved in her heart. She sneered and said, "When you were torturing Bai Huan, did you feel very good in your heart? Did you never think that you would be treated like this one day?" Although there was fear in Meng Fei's bloodshot eyes, they also emitted a beast-like cold light from time to time. As he screamed, he also roared. His limbs were suspended in the air and he occasionally struck forward, as if he was unwilling to give up. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not be bothered with him. She only said, "It's not that I don't want to avenge you, but it's not time yet." Then, she exerted force with her left hand. With a final crack, Meng Fei's neck was crushed. A stream of dirty blood flowed out from the corner of Meng Fei's mouth. Zhang Xiaohua casually shook her hand and threw Meng Fei's corpse to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua killed Meng Fei in less than 5 minutes. Especially when she grabbed Meng Fei's left hand and used her fist to crush Meng Fei's fist. Meng Fei's body really blocked Deputy Hall Master Su's line of sight. When Meng Fei screamed, Deputy Hall Master Su was first startled. Then, he wanted to get up. However, after hearing Meng Fei's screams, Deputy Hall Master Su sat down calmly. However, he was puzzled as he looked at the empty door. Now that they saw Zhang Xiaohua easily kill Meng Fei, their reactions were completely different. Meng Fei's face was ashen and she muttered something. From the shape of her mouth, it could be seen that she was muttering something along the lines of "little uncle." Deputy Hall Master Su stretched out his hands and clapped lightly. He smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoxia is indeed brave and fierce. Meng Fei is also considered an expert, but he couldn't even last 2 moves in front of you. AI, the Tenryu sect is indeed full of talented people. Xiaoxia is so young and has such profound martial arts. I wonder which Heavenly King's subordinate is." Seeing Deputy Hall Master Su so calm, Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. She sneered and said, "I've already heard your conversation. I'm just curious. Why are you so sure that I'm from the Tenryu sect?" Deputy Hall Master Su smiled and said, "Why? Are you going to admit it?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "No, I've never said that I'm from the Tenryu sect. Furthermore, I'm not from the Tenryu sect at all. You're still so insistent even at this time. It's really hard on you." Deputy Hall Master Su, you seem to be very calm. You seem to have absolute confidence. Ren Xiaoxia must be joking. After all, this is my territory. Shouldn't you be the one who's not calm? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, "Deputy Hall Master Su is right. However, when I wring your head off, you won't be like this anymore." Hee, young people are really hot-tempered. What era are we in now? Why are you still talking about fighting and killing? Your style is already outdated. Nowadays, it's mainly about talking. Peace, win-win, multi-party cooperation, these are the mainstream. Come, sit down. Let's talk peacefully. We're all in favor of a discussion that's based on the interests of both our factions. Then Deputy Hall Master Su, which sect are you from? When Ren Xiaoxia came to the incense cult, didn't your teacher tell you? Deputy Hall Master Su's face was unfathomable. Zhang Xiaohua still smiled and said, I've already told you clearly that I'm not from the Tenryu sect. Why would my teacher come back and tell me? Deputy Hall Master Su also smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you're not from the Tenryu sect. Anyway, you've infiltrated the incense cult to deal with them. This is the same goal as us. Since we have the same goal, we're the enemy of the enemy. Isn't that the premise of cooperation? Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Deputy Hall Master Su, you've already tried to kill Ren one after another. At this time, you're still talking about cooperation? I feel that it's ridiculous. Ren Xiaoxia is still young. When he's my age, perhaps he'll know that there's nothing in this world that can't be discussed. Even life is the same. Huh, Deputy Hall Master Su, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait until then. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, if Ren understands Deputy Hall Master Su's meaning 30 years from now, then Ren will go to Deputy Hall Master Su's grave and burn incense to inform you. And, the premise is that Ren still remembers Deputy Hall Master Su. Deputy Hall Master Su was still as calm as Mount Tai. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and mocked, Deputy Hall Master Su, don't tell me you're waiting for reinforcements? Raising his eyebrows, Deputy Hall Master Su said proudly, although this old man is old, I'm still more than enough to deal with a brat like you. Why should I wait for others to help? However, Deputy Hall Master Su changed the topic and said strangely, you killed Meng Fei so violently. Meng Fei's screams resounded through the night sky. You're actually not worried that other disciples will come? Zhang Xiaohua said, I thought Deputy Hall Master Su was very calm. It seems that you're just so. However, let me tell you something. Even if you shout until the heavens break, the heavens will not answer you. Ha ha ha. Vice Hall Master Su also raised his head and laughed. Suddenly, from his seemingly casual movement, a black light silently shot towards Zhang Xiaohua's throat. This hidden weapon was truly strange. Not to mention that Vice Hall Master Su had assumed a negotiating posture and prioritized peace, and not to mention that the hidden weapon was silent, Vice Hall Master Su had even concealed it with a long laugh. However, the fact that Vice Hall Master Su had directly used such a despicable method was absolutely out of everyone's expectations. Even if he was strong, he only noticed the hidden weapon when it was 3 inches away from Zhang Xiaohua's throat. His eyes were already filled with surprise. Chapter 696. Although Vice Hall Master Su's little abacus rang loudly in his heart, in front of Zhang Xiaohua's powerful divine sense, it was useless. Zhang Xiaohua had already released his divine sense, fearing that Deputy Hall Master Su would do something. When he saw the black light, he recognized that it was a short arrow. There was a blue light on the tip of the arrow. It must have been coated with poison. Seeing that the poisonous arrow was close to him, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He didn't use his hand to catch it. Instead, he lowered his body and tried to dodge it. But at that moment, the poisonous arrow's arrowhead let out a soft explosion. The entire arrowhead transformed into a cluster of short needles that shot out in all directions right next to Zhang Xiaohua's face. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He thought that it was a poisonous arrow. He used his divine sense to look at it, but he didn't observe it carefully. It was too late for him to dodge it now. Zhang Xiaohua immediately lowered his head and raised his right arm to cover his head with the clothes on his arm. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was trying to dodge the poisonous needles, suddenly, a leg appeared in midair and kicked Zhang Xiaohua in the chest. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked again. All his attention was on the poisonous needles. He didn't use his divine sense to check his surroundings. He didn't expect that when the poisonous needles exploded, Deputy Hall Master Su would fly up from his chair like a gust of wind and kick him in mid-air. There was a series of poochie sounds accompanied by a puff sound. Zhang Xiaohua was kicked out of the door by Deputy Hall Master Su like a sandbag. Hee, Deputy Hall Master Su sneered. You're still wet behind the ears. You want to fight with me? Do you think, however, before Vice Hall Master Su could finish his sentence, Zhang Xiaohua's flying figure seemed to be blocked by something just as he was about to fly out of the door. It was as if he was caught in a fishing net. He only slowed down a little before he flew towards Vice Hall Master Su at the same speed. Vice Hall Master Su was taken aback. He raised his palm to strike Zhang Xiaohua's body, but before he could do so, a small fist appeared and met his palm head-on. Humph. Although Deputy Hall Master Su was surprised, he didn't care. He still hit his hand. In an instant, the palm and the fist collided. There was no sound, but Deputy Hall Master Su seemed to have been hit by a hammer. His body flew up and fell back. Zhang Xiaohua's retreating figure was immediately revealed on the spot. Zhang Xiaohua stood there steadily, but there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua watched coldly as Vice Hall Leader Su's body was sent flying into the air and slowly fell back down. He then raised his arm and looked at the densely packed poison needles on his sleeve. He could not help but feel a lingering fear. Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were high enough, but he was still inexperienced. He didn't expect Deputy Hall Master Su to have so many moves. If he wasn't wearing the robe of Venerable Fire Dragon, he would have been seriously injured by the poisonous needles. Even if he wasn't seriously injured, his face would be covered with scars. That would be worse than being seriously injured. Cough, cough. Zhang Xiaohua's internal injuries, which were almost healed, worsened. He coldly used the fingers of his left hand to carefully wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He said, Vice Hall Master Su, good method. Well said. Deputy Hall Master Su stood up and asked with a surprised expression, Ren Xiaoxia's internal strength is very good. At the very least, he is one of the best in the Tenryu sect's younger generation. Then, he looked at the empty doorway and said, What did you do to my doorway? Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and laughed, Do you think I will tell you? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and took out the chasing dream dagger. He quickly stepped forward and thrust the dagger at Vice Hall Master Su's throat. He really didn't want to waste his breath on this kind of person. Who was Deputy Hall Master Su? He was the Deputy Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall and an inner disciple of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. He did not even draw the long sword at his waist. Instead, he faced Zhang Xiaohua's small sword with his bare hands. The two of them fought for the time it took to drink a cup of tea and neither of them had the upper hand. Although Zhang Xiaohua's strength was great, Deputy Hall Master Su's internal strength was superb and his moves were exquisite. Whenever he encountered a move that he couldn't defeat, he would be able to dissipate the force and even use it to counterattack. Even so, Deputy Hall Master Su was shocked. With this level of martial arts, even if there were 3 Lu Lihong, he wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Lihong, let alone kill him. Both of them became impatient and retreated half a step. Deputy Hall Master Su stretched out his hand and pulled out his sword. He circulated his internal energy and an inch-long sword light flashed. Then, he used the splitting mountain technique and slashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua also made a hand sign and pointed his finger. The dagger seemed to be full of spirituality and flew out from his hand. It flew diagonally and stabbed towards Deputy Hall Master Su's neck. Flying sword. Deputy Hall Master Su was shocked. His sword trembled and the sword light disappeared. He didn't have time to hurt anyone but quickly pulled his sword back and pointed at the dagger. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to test the waters and didn't dodge. With a keng sound, the two swords collided. Deputy Hall Master Su felt as if he was struck by lightning. His arm went soft and he took half a step back. His face was pale. Chasing Dream was also hit and tumbled in the air. Zhang Xiaohua almost couldn't control it. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was a little flustered, Deputy Hall Master Su suppressed the fear in his heart and rushed forward. He pointed his sword at Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She didn't have time to control Chasing Dream. She used the ethereal steps and cleverly dodged the sword. She flashed behind Deputy Hall Master Su and opened up the distance between them. She pointed her finger and Chasing Dream rushed down again. This time, Zhang Xiaohua learned her lesson. She didn't rashly collide with Deputy Hall Master Su's sword. Instead, she focused on using the dream-weaving sword technique. She surrounded Deputy Hall Master Su and kept stabbing at his throat. It had to be said that Deputy Hall Master Su was very powerful. His martial arts were only a little weaker than the bronze-masked old man that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered previously. However, after that battle, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation in the way of immortality had increased. Her divine sense had also improved by leaps and bounds. Even though her divine sense could only cover a radius of 1 zhang, her control over the flying sword had become more precise. In addition, she had obtained the complete set of the dream-weaving sword technique. She was like a tiger that had grown wings. It was impossible for Deputy Hall Master Su to use his hand or sword to hit Chasing Dream like the bronze-masked old man. After a few moves, Vice Hall Master Su had no choice but to place his sword in front of his throat in order to block Chasing Dream, who was about to stab him in the throat. As a result, although he managed to dodge Chasing Dream, the sword in his hand was cut in half by Chasing Dream. Deputy Hall Master Su was shocked. He jumped back a step. Seeing Chasing Dream turn around and stab at him again, he clenched his teeth and took out a short sword. It was the nameless sword that he had extorted from Yang Yao. He shook his hand and stabbed at Chasing Dream. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him stab her? She ordered Chasing Dream to turn around. Right at that moment, Vice Hall Master Su clenched his teeth. Then, he bit the tip of his tongue, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale, and the veins on his arms bulged. Even his eyes were bloodshot. Reverse blood corrosion essence. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She had seen this scene before in the peach forest outside Sorrow City. She knew that this was an extreme technique that forcefully increased one's martial arts. As a result, she did not dare to be careless. She controlled Chasing Dream while thinking of a countermeasure. As expected, after Deputy Hall Master Su used the reverse blood corrosion essence technique, his internal energy had increased greatly. Even his movements had become much more agile. Chasing Dream was almost unable to lock onto his throat. As for the short sword in his hand, while blocking Chasing Dream, he could also stab at Zhang Xiaohua. What should I do now? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. She had wanted to directly use the attack Jade Talisman. However, the flame in the Jade Talisman was incomparably fierce. If it hit Deputy Hall Master Su's body, there would be nothing left of him. However, Deputy Hall Master Su was the Deputy Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall. He was not like Bai Huan and Meng Fei. If he disappeared, then so be it. Only Sage Herb would have some thoughts. Well, if Bai Huan disappeared, then Sage Herb would not know at all. But what if Deputy Hall Master Su disappeared? The consequences would of course be 100 times more serious than being killed. Perhaps it would cause a huge uproar in the fragrance cult. As a foreign fake medicine boy, she would inevitably fall into the eyes of some people. However, if she was killed, a little medicine boy like her would not be considered at all. Of course, there would be a lot less danger. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua decided to use the Dragon Binding Ring. Although the Dragon Binding Ring consumed a lot of genuine qi, and the genuine qi in her meridians might not be enough. However, the situation was a little critical now. Zhang Xiaohua could not put away her initial plan of not using the dragon binding ring. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua no longer hesitated. She reached out her hand and took out the jade bracelet from her bosom. She threw it into the air and cast a spell. The jade bracelet seemed to grow in the wind. It grew to about 4 feet and wrapped around Deputy Hall Master Su's body. Deputy Hall Chief Su was even more panicked. He didn't even have time to say a word before he hurriedly fled. However, the hall was only so big. Although he was fast now, he could barely match Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. After a few dodges, he was about to be caught by the dragon binding ring. Vice Hall Master Su stretched out his left hand and grabbed the jade pendant on his belt. He exerted force and crushed the jade pendant. Pa! A brown light shot out from his hand and instantly covered his entire body like a transparent cover. The dragon binding hoop had already landed on Vice Hall Master Su's head. However, Vice Hall Master Su was unharmed because of this transparent cover. Chapter 697. Seeing Vice Hall Master Su crush the jade pendant at his waist, Zhang Xiaohua knew that things were not going well. Needless to say, this was definitely the life-saving technique of the Lingering Fragrance Peak disciples. It was also a defensive jade talisman left behind by the ancient immortal Tao. By the time the light shield rose, the dragon binding hoop was still wrapped around the light shield, unable to shrink it by even half an inch. Zhang Xiaohua tried a few more times, but the Jinqi in his meridians was insufficient, so he gave up. At this time, inside the light barrier, Vice Hall Master Su's face was filled with astonishment as he shouted, "You! Just which heavenly king of the heavenly dragon sect are you? How? How can a disciple of the lower generation know this technique?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled wryly and said, "Do I look like a heavenly king? If I were a heavenly king, I would have sent my subordinates to kill you. Why would I do it myself? But... Immortal Tao." Vice Leader Su's eyes lit up. He was even more surprised. Could it be that the Tenryu sect has found a way to revive the immortal Tao? Revive the immortal Tao? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin and said, "Is the incense cult also looking for it?" "Of course," Vice Leader Su said casually. Then he realized he had misspoken and changed the topic. "You said you weren't from the Tenryu sect. In this big world, who knows about the immortal Tao outside of the great sects? Not to mention the divine arts of the immortal Tao." Then he said, "We're all from the great sects of the immortal Tao. We're brothers and sisters. Besides, we're both going against the incense cult. Junior brother, can you let me go?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled, "Then tell me, which sect are you from?" "This?" Vice Leader Su thought for a moment and said, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Zhang Xiaohua said firmly, "Impossible. But I'll let you die a quick death, not like Meng Fei." "Humph," sneered Vice Hall Master Su. "Then why should I tell you? Besides, this shield is very strong. It can hold until tomorrow morning. When a disciple comes to report, let's see if you'll let me go or not. At that time, you won't need to let me go even if you want to. I'll go to Lingering Fragrance Peak and report this to the sect leader. I'll let the sect's consecrated elders capture you. Where you come from is none of my business. Even if you kill all the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak, I won't lift half a finger. However, you instructed people to kill me and Bai Huan. How can I let you go? Junior brother, I'm telling you that I'm to protect myself. It's our sect. To say, to promote the Tenryu to say, to make you to say, the Tenryu sect." Then, he licked his dry lips and said, "Bai Huan is just a little disciple of Tianmu Peak. I originally thought that he was like you, but I couldn't find anything after investigating. Anyway, Meng Fei has already been killed by you. This matter should be resolved. Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head. It's useless to say more. I'm not from the Tenryu sect. What you said is useless. I'll take your life as an explanation to senior brother Bai. Vice Leader Su was so angry that he laughed and said, I'd like to see what you can do to me. By the way, you said that the consecrated elders of Lingering Fragrance Peak also have celestial methods? Of course. Vice Leader Su knew he had made a slip of the tongue. He gnashed his teeth. This guy's words are too jumpy. I'll fall into his trap if I'm not careful. Then what kind of methods are they? Zhang Xiaohua asked again, but Vice Leader Su pretended not to hear her. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, since you don't want to tell me, then don't blame me for ruthlessly destroying the grass. Vice Leader Su didn't understand at first, but when he understood the meaning of ruthlessly destroying the grass, his face turned ashen. He was also uneasy. He really didn't know what other methods Zhang Xiaohua would have. Zhang Xiaohua took out a light red jade talisman from her chest. She shook her hand and hit the brown light shield around Vice Leader Su. The light red flame slowly burned the light shield. When the flame was gone, only 20% of the light shield's brilliance had dimmed. Ha ha ha! Vice Leader Su's initial nervousness was instantly relieved. He laughed and said, Junior Brother Ren, your last trump card is gone. I think it's better to stop and let Yan Huan go. Zhang Xiaohua looked extremely troubled. She shook her head and said, Sigh, I want to stop, but the jade talisman in my hand doesn't agree. After she finished speaking, she shook her hand and 2 jade talismans shot out. Vice Leader Su was shocked. He really didn't expect that Zhang Xiaohua would take out 3 jade talismans, which were regarded as treasures on the Lingxiang peak of the Tenryu sect. And from what she said, she seemed to have more. This Tenryu sect was really too generous. Even the female disciples who hadn't finished their apprenticeship didn't have jade talismans. Only a few hall masters like him could be bestowed with jade talismans by the hierarch for self-defense. Not long after, the light shield had dimmed a lot. Perhaps one more jade talisman would be able to break the light shield. Vice Leader Su, who had never believed in ghosts and gods, couldn't help but chant Amitabha in his heart. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua's hand eagerly, hoping that she wouldn't take out another jade talisman. However, when Zhang Xiaohua took out her hand from her chest, there were actually 2 jade talismans in her hand. Vice Hall Master Su was about to go crazy. You can't bully us like this. When Zhang Xiaohua hit the light shield with the 2 jade talismans, Vice Leader Su took the initiative to stab her with his dagger. Unfortunately, when Zhang Xiaohua pointed her finger, the dragon binding ring tightened and pulled Vice Leader Su to the side. Vice Leader Su couldn't even get half a step closer to Zhang Xiaohua. Just when Vice Leader Su was about to make a move, he heard a crisp sound. The light shield dimmed completely and the light shield burst like a bubble. The dragon binding ring immediately wrapped around Vice Leader Su's body. Vice Leader Su gritted his teeth and channeled his internal energy. The glow of the dagger in his hand increased by 3 inches. He straightened his body and stabbed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't afraid of him. She pointed her finger and the dragon binding ring flew in the air and firmly fixed Vice Leader Su in place. It was like Bai Huan being hung on a torture rack. Vice Hall Master Su was still in midair, but he was still unwilling to give up. He waved his left forearm, and the short sword in his hand flew towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and a black ray of light shot towards Zhang Xiaohua. The short sword was accurate, and it was aimed at Zhang Xiaohua's face. However, the poison arrow was slightly off target. Zhang Xiaohua reached out his hand and grabbed the short sword. Then, he moved his body and dodged far away. The black ray of light missed, and the poison needle did not explode where Zhang Xiaohua was standing. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dagger in her hand and said with a smile, "Vice Leader Su is too polite." Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a scream behind her. When she turned around, she saw that Changli, who was hiding nearby, was killed by Vice Leader Su's poisonous arrow. His face was full of poisonous needles and it was obvious that he would die soon. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. Although the short sword was meant to stab him, more importantly, it was meant to attract his attention. The poison arrow was even more calculated. It knew that he wouldn't touch it, so it was naturally meant for him to dodge it. Of course, it was meant to be shot at the stronger side. Alas, poor Chang. He had just been attracted by the mysterious martial arts that he had never seen or dreamed of. His entire body and mind were focused on their exquisite moves, strange jade slips, and inexplicable jade bracelets. How could he have thought that Vice Hall Master Su would kill him to silence him? When he saw the poisonous arrow and the poisonous needle in front of him, he realized that he couldn't dodge it with his martial arts. He only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before he breathed his last. "Vice Leader Su, you calculated well." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "I didn't intend to let him live. I let Vice Leader Su do it for me. Thank you, thank you." She pointed her finger and the dragon-binding bracelet moved down a bit and wrapped around Vice Leader Su's arm. He couldn't move at all. Humph. Vice Leader Su couldn't move his limbs at all. He snorted and said, "If I don't kill him now, do you think I'll keep him alive for the Tenryu sect to interrogate?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, "I've told you countless times that I'm not from the Tenryu sect. Why are you so stubborn? Why do you insist that I'm from the Tenryu sect?" Vice Leader Su snorted again and didn't say anything else. It was as if saying more would be an insult to his intelligence. Looking at Vice Leader Su who was hanging in the air, Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and thought about how to deal with him. He wanted to kill Vice Leader Su on the spot and make it obvious that he was someone with high martial arts. At this time, he didn't show his martial arts, so no one would suspect him. However, he thought about how he saved people in the Orchid Evening Refining. Who wouldn't know that he was a high martial arts master? Maybe in the future, if he showed his martial arts a little, people would suspect him. Although Vice Leader Su was sent by the incense cult, he knew that the incense cult didn't. After thinking about it, he couldn't come up with a good idea. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's hesitation, Vice Leader Su chuckled, "Why, Ren Xiaoxia? Do you feel that it's not a good idea to kill me? Hee, I am the Vice Leader of the Dan Expanding Hall. If your Tenryu sect doesn't want to be discovered by the incense cult, you better let me go obediently and we can work together." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to talk to him. She turned to look at Vice Leader Su's face that was already festering. She had an idea. Zhang Xiaohua pointed the dragon-binding hoop at Vice Leader Su and dragged him to a chair. Vice Leader Su laughed, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Junior Brother Ren, you have a clear view of the situation." However, Zhang Xiaohua did not release the dragon-binding hoop. Instead, he pointed his finger at Vice Hall Master Su's face, and a piece of rotten flesh and a poisonous needle flew out and landed in the teacup on the table next to him. "You! What are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua sneered, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Once he finished speaking, he walked forward and sealed Vice Hall Master Su's major acupoints. Chapter 698. When Vice Hall Master Su saw that Zhang Xiaohua had sealed his main acupuncture point, he opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but no sound came out. It seemed that even if he could use the lotus blossom technique, Zhang Xiaohua would not let him go. Zhang Xiaohua opened Vice Hall Master Su's mouth and pointed with her finger. The cup of poisonous blood and pus flew out and poured into Vice Hall Master Su's mouth. Vice Hall Master Su struggled with all his might. He wanted to spit out the poisonous blood, but the moment the cold tea entered his stomach, he gave up on that thought. After being fed with the poisonous blood, Vice Hall Master Su's face turned dark red. Soon after, a mouthful of sweet blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was a gorgeous sight under the light. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pressed her finger on Vice Hall Master Su's body to unseal his acupuncture point. Vice Hall Master Su's face contorted from the heart-wrenching pain. "You." Vice Hall Master Su only managed to utter a single word before his head tilted to the side. More blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. He had actually died from the poison that he had concocted. Zhang Xiaohua pointed again and sent the filthy liquid back to Meng Chang's body. She then released her divine sense and carefully examined Vice Hall Master Su's body. When she was certain that Vice Hall Master Su was dead, she let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "Senior Bai, I have avenged you and vented my anger. I hope that you will be able to rest in peace when you are in the underworld." After she finished speaking, she kept the dragon binding ring, and cleaned up the suspicious places in the hall. She then carried Meng Chang's and Meng Fei's corpses and left the hall. She put away the jade talismans that she had placed in the surroundings and disappeared to a secluded area at the edge of the cliff. Seeing that there was no one around and that there were rocks blocking his way, Zhang Xiaohua threw out 2 jade talismans, turning the 2 corpses into ashes. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the Imperial Wind technique and headed straight for Tianmu Peak. At this moment, in a place extremely far away from the White Yu Peak, there was another mountain peak that towered into the clouds. It towered over the earth in the dark night, and was actually more than twice the size of the White Yu Peak. There were also many pavilions and towers in the middle of the mountain, all of which were quietly bathed in the night sky. It was a slightly secluded courtyard, but it was brightly lit. In the hall, there was a small table with 4 exquisite dishes, a wine pot, and 2 wine cups. There were 2 people sitting opposite each other, drinking and chatting. A man in his 40s with a face as white as jade said warmly, "Zhao Jian, it's been a few days since you returned from the Yulong Grand Canyon. Have you recovered from your injuries?" Below him was a young disciple in his 20s. He was tall and strong, and his brocade robe made him look handsome and confident. However, his left hand was fastened with a cloth band, and his face was pale, indicating that he was still injured. Wasn't this the senior Zhao who led Zhang Xiaohu and the other disciples in the Yulong Grand Canyon? When Zhao Jian heard the man's question, he hurriedly replied respectfully, although this disciple was heavily injured, but with the Yuhuandan pill, bestowed by Vice Hall Master Zhong, I have already recovered. This Yuhuandan pill is indeed worthy of being our fragrant religion's panacea. This disciple has come to thank Vice Hall Master Zhong for saving my life. When Vice Hall Master Zhong heard this, the smile on his face deepened. He waved his hand and said, "It's just a small matter, what's there to thank? Not to mention saving your life." Then, he looked at the pitch-black night sky outside the hall and said, "It's been hard on you. You don't have any foundation in the fragrant religion, and you're not even a direct disciple in the Misty Hall. Yet, you were able to lead a group of senior sisters and junior brothers to the Yulong Grand Canyon. Alas, they didn't make it back, and you were able to escape with your life. This can be considered a great fortune in the misfortune of the Misty Hall." Hearing Vice Hall Master Zhong's words, Zhao Jian's face immediately became filled with shame and desolation. He said in a low voice, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, this disciple has let you down. You recommended me to lead the team, but..." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tears. He said while crying, "But I really wanted to, but I was powerless. I watched as the blood wolves bit my junior brothers to death and ate them one by one. I couldn't even rush over. I really hate my martial arts for being so weak. I couldn't kill those hundreds of wolves one by one and save those pitiful junior brothers. Hall Master Zhong, I I really am useless." When he finished speaking, his voice was already filled with tears, and he couldn't speak. "Alas, this can't be blamed on you. It's already a great fortune that you were able to escape with your life. I heard that there were 5 or 6 inner disciples who didn't make it out of the Yulon Grand Canyon. It's already very close to the closing time of the Yulon Grand Canyon. They must have met with misfortune. Even the inner disciples weren't a match for Huang Feng, not to mention you." Then, he looked at the crying Zhao Jian and comforted him. "Although you didn't make any contributions in entering the valley this time and you also lost almost 50 disciples, you still worked hard. Moreover, the ones who entered the valley this time were the elites of the younger generation. If they were to die in the valley, it would be a huge blow to our Misty Hall. At this time, we are in need of people. You are the leader of the younger generation in our spreading fragrance religion. If Hall Master Yang doesn't use you, who else can he use? Don't worry, Hall Master Yang didn't punish you and let you recuperate in peace. Doesn't this mean that she still thinks highly of you?" Zhao Jian stopped crying and said in a low voice, "Hall Master Zhong, disciple wasn't a direct disciple of the Misty School. It was only because of my talent in martial arts that I was able to make some achievements. And with your support, I was able to reach this step. Disciple is afraid that some people in the Misty Hall will come to slander disciple because of the Yulon Grand Canyon." Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Zhong smiled proudly and said, "You don't have to be afraid of this. Since the Yulon Grand Canyon values your ability and wants to train you, then even if all the disciples of the Misty Hall oppose, they can only watch and not say a word. Moreover, as you can see, although Hall Master Yang took care of some of the original disciples of the Misty School, didn't she also treat you differently? After all, you grew up in the Misty Hall. Although your luck wasn't good and you weren't able to enter the ranks of the direct disciples, this is also a good opportunity. Didn't you see what the direct disciples of the Misty School are like? All of them have been crippled of their martial arts and have become disabled. Even walking is difficult for them. There's only one old third-generation disciple left. Oh, I heard that he came in through nepotism, so he's not a threat to you at all. And this third-generation disciple seems to have been buried in the belly of a wolf. Don't even mention him. Besides, out of the 50 people you brought with you, 40 of them didn't really support you. If they didn't come back, wouldn't it be even more difficult for you to? So, don't worry and do it boldly. I will support you from behind. The aroma cult will also be your solid backing." Hearing this, Zhao Jian's face was filled with joy. He picked up the wine cup on the table and respectfully said, "Many thanks for Hall Master Zhong's guidance. This disciple has been enlightened and will definitely follow your lead in the future. I won't hesitate to sacrifice my life for you." Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Zhong also smiled. He picked up the wine cup and was about to drink it when he suddenly thought of something and said, "Zhao Jian, this first cup is to our brothers in the underworld. Let them rest in peace earlier." Zhao Jian slapped his forehead and said, "Hall Master Zhong really sympathizes with your subordinates. This disciple admires you. That's how it should be." Saying this, the two tilted the wine cup in their hands and the fragrant wine spilled on the clean ground. In the pitch-black night sky, a slender shadow flew forward like the wind. As it flew, it anxiously looked at the night sky. It was Zhang Xiaohua who was rushing from Baiyue Peak to Tianmu Peak. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua fiercely circulated his Jin Qi. His previously healed meridians were torn again. In addition, he was kicked by Vice Hall Master Su, which injured his internal organs. This torment caused blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. When he managed to rush back to Tianmu Peak, his meridians were already messed up. His face was deathly pale and there was a lot of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. However, he couldn't care too much at this time. After identifying the direction, he immediately burrowed into the ground and rushed back to the small room where he was recuperating. Fortunately, when he returned to the small room and removed the restrictions around him, he didn't have time to sit down cross-legged. He felt a wave of dizziness and his eyes immediately flickered. The next day, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up and checked his meridians, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. After a night of cultivation, his meridians had recovered quite a bit. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua secretly circulated his Zhen Qi and slightly destroyed his meridians in order to slow down the recovery of his injuries. After that, Zhang Xiaohua forced himself to get up. He stopped practicing the Fist of the North Star and called for Lu Chaoxian, who was guarding the door, to come in. Once Lu Chaoxian entered the room, he asked, "Junior brother Ren, your complexion was obviously rosy yesterday, which means that you have recovered. Why do you look worse today?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed bitterly and said, "Last night, I was too impatient and actually damaged my meridians again. I almost suffered from qi deviation." Lu Chaoxian said in shock, "It's that serious?" Then, "Junior brother Ren, you have to be careful. Illness comes like a landslide, but it goes away like silk." "Oh, that's not right. Junior brother is injured." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Senior brother Lu is right. It's the same logic. Yesterday, I was too impatient. In the future, I will take it slow. However, senior martial brother Lu, if you're watching me at the door, don't sleep too soundly. Last night, I felt uncomfortable and called out to you loudly, but you only responded by snoring. This." Lu Chaoxian scratched his head and smiled helplessly. "Junior brother Ren, please excuse me. I faintly heard you calling out to me, but I remembered that you usually sleep like a log. I was afraid that I was dreaming, so. It's fine, it's fine. After all, nothing big happened last night," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Just as they were talking, they heard a series of hurried footsteps outside the small courtyard. Then, they heard a rather familiar voice, "Little brother, what are you talking about? I heard that your injuries are getting better." Chapter 699. Wasn't this familiar voice Chen Fengxiao, Headmaster Chen? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback as he thought to himself, "It can't be, how did the news spread so quickly? Could it be that the news of Vice Hall leader Su's death has already reached Tianmu Peak? Headmaster Chen wouldn't come to investigate, would he?" Cough cough, it had to be said, guilty conscience, the ancient saying was true. "Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Zhang Xiaohua encouraged himself in his heart. Then, he forced himself to stand up. He gasped for breath and said, "Master Chen is here. I'm not feeling well, so I can't welcome you. Please forgive me." Chen Fengxiao entered and said with a smile, "Little brother, when did you become so polite? You've been back in the mountain capital for 2 days, but as your senior brother, I haven't come to see you, I should be the one apologizing." Then, Wu Zhouxiu, who was behind Chen Fengxiao, also smiled and said, "Headmaster Chen was thinking about coming to see you last night, but I happened to have some matters on hand, and it was late, so I was delayed. Today, the two of us came to see you together, little brother, don't blame us for being late." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. "Luckily you guys didn't come yesterday, otherwise wouldn't I have been exposed?" Thus, she put on a smile and said, well said, it's already good that the two headmasters came, how could I dare to think too much?" Then, the disciples behind the two also came over to exchange greetings. Great Titan Zhou Shuming was also among them. Then, Chen Fengxiao looked at Zhang Xiaohua's pale face and asked with some surprise, "Little brother, I heard yesterday that your injuries have improved, and you can even walk around the courtyard. I thought you would recover today, but now, your complexion seems to be the same as when you came back the day before yesterday, even." Wu Zhouxiu scolded, "Little brother, is it that you don't have enough elixirs? If you don't, just tell me, the pill department doesn't have anything else, but there are still many elixirs." Then, with a, look, he said, "There are also many elixirs in high demand. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, if you want to give it to me, why don't you take it out now? It's obvious that you're not sincere. However, he still nodded and said, when we returned from White Mountain Peak, Lord Hall Master gave us some pills. It's enough. Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, it's just that when I was regulating my breathing last night, I was a little impatient and almost went crazy. Fortunately, I discovered it in time, so it didn't lead to a disaster. However, all my previous efforts have been wasted, and my injuries have worsened. I'll need more time to recuperate. Then, with a troubled look, he said, I won't be able to take care of the medicine fields on Tianmu Peak for the time being. I'll have to trouble Senior Bai to do a little more. Hearing this, Chen Fengxiao's face was a little embarrassed, and he inadvertently glanced at Wu Zhouxiu. Actually, if it was someone else, Chen Fengxiao wouldn't be in such a difficult position, and would be able to settle it with a single sentence. However, Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were good, and he had saved 8 people in the Orchid Dusk refinement. His reputation on Tianmu Peak was immediately praised to the sky by the disciples. Whoever mentioned the dead Zhang Xiaohua, wouldn't they say the words, benevolence and righteousness? Now that he had returned safely, he was a huge threat to Chen Fengxiao's position. Furthermore, he was personally received by Elder Sage Ginseng of the Pill Expanding Hall, and was even bestowed with elixirs. Oh, right, Zhang Xiaohua had even saved an inner sect female disciple in the Orchid Grand Canyon. All these were things that Chen Fengxiao couldn't even imagine. He could almost see that a path to the heavens had already been paved in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Hence, he couldn't have any more half-hearted thoughts. After thinking for a while, Chen Fengxiao said, it's like this, little brother. Following that, Chen Fengxiao recounted the information that Lu Chaoxian had gathered, and finally said, little brother's mount had indeed eaten the medicinal herbs. This is something that I have also seen. Although I have also mentioned little brother's participation in the Orchid Dusk refinement, but the rules are the rules, and no one can violate them. Hence, even if junior brother Bai Huan had nothing to do with this matter, but since little brother had entrusted the mount to him, he had no choice but to be brought back to the White Mountain Peak to accept that investigation. Zhang Xiaohua's face showed shock, and muttered, "Io, there's such a matter? If head leader Chen didn't mention it, I really didn't know this, and trusting the mount to senior brother Bai, I didn't expect that it would bring him so much trouble. Sai, when he returns, I still have to properly apologize." "Oh, that's right, head leader Chen, why don't you let me go to the White Mountain Peak? Senior brother Bai is also innocent, let him return as soon as possible, I'll go find the hall leader to admit my guilt." Wu Zhouxiu smiled and said, "There's no need, little brother is chivalrous, even the hall leader knows about it. There's no need to admit such a small mistake, I'm sure junior brother Bai Huan will return in a few days." The corner of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes twitched a few times, and she suppressed her emotions and said, "That's good, that's good." Chen Fengxiao was still not at ease and said, "But, little brother's mount." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, "It's just a mount, if it ran away, then it ran away. Anyway, it's still in our incense cult, maybe we'll see it again in the future." In fact, when Lu Chaoxian told her about it yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua already had a plan. Although Huan was just a beast, it was still somewhat intelligent, and it might not be able to run far. It might even be in the vicinity of Tianmu Peak. As long as she returned and had the time to search, she should be able to find it, so why should she make things difficult for Chen Fengxiao? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a difficult position, Chen Fengxiao heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Little brother is so open-minded, you really have the magnanimity of a big shot, as your senior brother, I really admire you. However, our Tianmu Peak also has many fine horses, if little brother takes a fancy to any of them, just let me know." The few of them chatted for a while, and when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's tired face, Wu Zhouxiu smiled and said, "Little brother's injuries have healed, so we won't disturb you any further. The method of internal energy recovery has to be done step by step, like last night, don't try it again in the future. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly in thanks. Chen Fengxiao also bid farewell. All right, we'll be leaving now. When little brother's injuries are healed, we'll celebrate with you and drink until we're drunk. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief and thought to herself, so they weren't testing me. I thought last night's matter was already exposed. Sweat. Zhang Xiaohua didn't think that he was just an ordinary disciple. Even if he managed to escape from the orchid dusk, it wasn't enough for him to be valued by the lingering fragrance peak, so why would they suspect him? Furthermore, looking at the time, it was just daybreak. Chen Fengxiao and the rest might have arrived early, but Vice Hall Master Su's work and rest might not be so early. Perhaps no one was able to appreciate Zhang Xiaohua's extravagance on Baiyue Peak. Because Zhang Xiaohua wanted to delay his injuries, he didn't plan to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra, so he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to comprehend the talismans in his Naiwan palace. After the orchid dusk refinement, another talisman of the three-legged golden crow had revealed its true appearance, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the time to carefully examine it. Now that he had the time, it was time to properly comprehend the three talismans. There were many restrictions and formations in the lingering fragrance cult. Zhang Xiaohua had only been to a few places, but he had already encountered many. Presumably, he would encounter more in the future, so he had to work harder. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was staying at Tianmu Peak to recuperate. Baiyue Peak, which was late in the morning, wasn't as chaotic as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. It was obvious that the disciple who had been waiting outside Vice Hall Master Su's courtyard had been anxious for a long time, but he hadn't seen Vice Hall Master Su's figure after waiting for a long time. When he mustered up the courage to find the small courtyard and saw Vice Hall Master Su's dead body, how could he bear it? He rushed to find Elder Purple Herb. This was a person who was second only to one person in the pill repository hall, so he didn't dare to delay at all. When Elder Purple Herb heard this bad news, his first reaction was, "Is there going to be a ghost?" In the past, he wouldn't encounter such strange things for decades or even centuries. How could he encounter all of them this year? Although he was the hall master of the pill repository hall, he was an inner disciple like Vice Hall Master Su. He only instructed the disciple who reported the news not to leak it at will and kept it a secret. Then, he immediately sent his confidant to Lingering Fragrance Peak to report the news. After that, he personally went to the secluded small courtyard to investigate. In short, the Lingering Fragrance cult had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had encountered all kinds of strange situations. Why would they panic because of the death of a small Vice Hall Master? And, especially when he was poisoned to death. Even the disciples of the Pill Repository Hall on Baiyue Peak didn't know that their most respected and beloved Vice Hall Master Su had long left them and they could no longer see his amiable face. On Shixin Peak, which was very far away from Tianmu Peak and Baiyue Peak, there was a rather large square halfway up the mountain. Above it was a hall several times larger than the Pill Repository Hall and 100 Herb Hall. There was a horizontal board with the words, Misty Hall, written on it. At this time, in the Misty Hall, there were only a few people sitting in such a large place. Directly above was Hall Master Yang Rupiang, the widow of sect leader O Peng of the Misty School. Below her left was a middle-aged man with a face as white as jade. Below her right was a middle-aged woman with a rather dark face. Even the lines on her body were too horrible to look at. Looking down, there was a tall and mighty male disciple standing respectfully in front of the hall. Yang Rupiang slightly frowned and asked, "Zhao Jian, your injuries have not healed yet. Stay and rest for the time being. There are not many things to do in the hall, so you don't have to come so early." The male disciple in front of the hall had his left hand fixed in front of his chest and a smile on his face. Hall Master Yang is wise. Although this disciple has not healed yet, I am worried that there are not enough people in the hall. The others are all greenhorns. Don't delay the hall master's important matters. A very pleasant voice sounded, "If you have such loyalty, what have you been doing?" Misty School. Hall has more than 50 disciples. You took them away alive, but only you came back. Is this loyalty? My Mingcue Hall has nearly 20 female disciples, but none of them came back. Chapter 700. Zhao Jian was embarrassed and didn't dare to speak. Suddenly, he heard a cough and the man said, "Vice Hall Master Qin's words are a bit too heavy." Huh? Then according to Vice Hall Master Zhong's meaning, he left my Mingcue Hall's disciples in the Yulong Grand Canyon. Should I thank him and not say a word? It turned out that the person with the pleasant voice was the former Hall Master of the Misty School's Mingcue Hall, Aunt Qin. Vice Hall Master Zhong laughed and said, "First, I think Vice Hall Master Qin should understand that the decision to lead the disciples into the Yulong Grand Canyon was made by the 3 Hall Masters of the Misty Hall. It has nothing to do with Zhao Jian. Second, Zhao Jian's martial arts are limited. It's already good that he escaped with his life. Even the lingering Fragrance Peak's female disciples can't take care of the Wuming Hall's outer disciples. We can't ask Zhao Jian to do what he must do. Third, we are now in the Shixin Peak of the Fragrant Religion. There is no Mingcue Hall, let alone Mingcue Hall's disciples. There are only Misty Hall's female disciples. So Vice Hall Master Qin, please clarify. You." Aunt Qin was somewhat angry. The Misty Hall's disciples had suffered heavy casualties when the Misty School was destroyed. The remaining male disciples were below average. The female disciples of the Mingcue Hall were better. Under the Fragrant Religion's rule of favoring females over males, many disciples didn't dare to be ruthless towards the female disciples of the Misty School. Therefore, among the female disciples who were brought to the Fragrant Religion, there were many outstanding disciples who could become the pillars of the Misty Hall. According to the usual practice of the aroma cult, these female disciples would be put in an important position when they arrived at the aroma cult. However, in order to restrain Yang Ruping and divide the power of the Misty sect, Lingering Fragrance Peak chose one of the inner sect disciples to be the deputy hall master of the Misty sect. And this deputy hall master Zhong chose Zhao Jian from the many male disciples to be the key disciple to be groomed. The outstanding female disciples of the Mingcue Hall didn't have the chance to shine. Although Yang Ruping was the widow of the leader of the Misty School's sect master O and the direct disciple of the Fragrant Religion's sect master, she wasn't keen on fame and fortune. It was only because of her late husband's request that she reluctantly took the position of Hall Master of the Misty Hall and protected the safety of all the disciples of the Misty School. Because the female disciples of the Mingcue Hall had the advantage in the Misty Hall, she chose Aunt Qin to be the Vice Hall Master of the Misty Hall to help her deal with the affairs of the hall. This orchid dusk refinement was the first time since the establishment of the Misty Hall. Yang Ruping knew that it was dangerous and didn't want to send disciples in. However, this was the tradition of the Fragrant Religion. Secondly, she couldn't resist Vice Hall Master Zhong's persuasion. Thirdly, the relationship between the Shixin Peak and the other peaks wasn't harmonious. Many medicinal herbs, elixirs, and other things were lacking. In addition, it wasn't only the normal disciples who came to the Shixin Peak, but also the other disciples who were seriously injured. They were lacking in medicinal herbs. Therefore, after thinking it over, Ang Ruping finally agreed to Vice Hall Master Zhong's suggestion to send disciples into the Orchid Grand Canyon. However, Aunt Qin didn't agree. She felt that the disciples' martial arts weren't good enough and they had just experienced a setback. It was time for them to rest and recuperate, so it wasn't good for them to take risks. However, under Yang Ruping and Vice Hall Master Zhong's insistence, she couldn't do anything. She even argued when selecting disciples to enter the canyon. Aunt Qin firmly didn't want some outstanding female disciples, such as Xia Zai and Chang'e, to enter the canyon. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong insisted on having his own way. He believed that only the disciples with strong martial arts could safely pick the spiritual herbs. They had to go. The three of them argued for a long time before Vice Hall Master Qin reluctantly agreed. However, he asked for Xia Zai, who had the highest martial arts, to be the leader. Yang Ruping naturally didn't have any objections. However, when they were about to set off, Vice Hall Master Zhong took out the cult leader's token and appointed Zhao Jian as the leader. He asked Xia Zai to cooperate with him. At that time, Aunt Qin was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Zhao Jian knew how to stir up trouble. On one hand, he was very panicked and didn't dare to accept Vice Hall Master Zhong's order. On the other hand, he pulled Xia Zai and asked her to take charge. In the end, under Yang Ruping's suggestion, Zhao Jian and Xia Zai were both the leaders. Xia Zai and Zhao Jian would handle the daily affairs together. When they encountered difficult matters, Zhao Jian would take charge. When Zhao Jian set off, he even patted his chest and promised Aunt Qin that he would definitely bring back all the female disciples. When they heard the news of the beast tied in the Yulon Grand Canyon, almost all the disciples of the fragrant cult had died in the canyon. Other than despair, there was still a trace of hope. After all, they had taken different routes. Perhaps. However, when Zhao Jian came back alive and brought back the news that none of the disciples had escaped, Aunt Qin almost fainted. The strength of the Misty Hall had weakened by a lot. The female disciples of the Mingcue Hall had also suffered heavy losses. Thus, when Aunt Qin saw Zhao Jian's ambition, she couldn't help but ridicule him. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong's words were reasonable. The beast tied in the Yulon Grand Canyon was something that hadn't happened in hundreds of years. Even the outer disciples were completely annihilated, not to mention the disciples of the Misty Hall. Zhao Jian couldn't be completely blamed for this. When Yang Ruping saw the two quarreling again, she couldn't help but frown. She said, "Hall Masters, please don't argue. This is a natural disaster. You are both thinking for the development of the hall. Don't argue." Zhao Jian said in shame, "It's all because of this disciple's stupidity. I couldn't share Hall Master's burden and even bet the lives of my junior brothers. I really deserve to die." When Yang Ruping heard this, she smiled and said, "All right, Zhao Jian. You don't need to feel guilty. You have already done very well. Everyone has their own fate. Perhaps this is fate." Saying this, her tone was a little sad. Then, she raised her head and said, "The past is the past. We can only live well. Only then can we not let down the disciples who died. Don't you all agree?" Everyone nodded. Yang Ruping said again, "Well, let's discuss the relationship with each hall. This is also a common topic, but there are always solutions that can't be found. We can't exchange elixirs and herbs with the Pill Hall in time, and we have to negotiate with the Heaven and Earth Hall for daily necessities." This, just as they were talking, a female disciple suddenly rushed in like a swallow and shouted, "Good news, Hall Master, good news." When Yang Ruping heard this, she couldn't help but feel angry. This was an important place for the Misty Hall to discuss matters. It was just like the discussion hall in the Misty School. The rules were strict. Back then, as the mistress of the Misty School, she couldn't barge into the discussion hall. Now that she saw a female disciple who didn't know the rules, how could she not be angry? However, that female disciple's words immediately extinguished the thought of punishing her. "Congratulations, Hall Master. The 3 disciples who participated in the Orchid Dusk refinement have returned. Furthermore, they brought back 4 carriages of spiritual herbs." "What? Is this true? Who are the surviving disciples?" Zhao Jian's face was ashen and his limbs were weak. Looking at the female disciple who rushed over excitedly to report the news, his eyes flickered. Seeing that the 3 hall masters had stood up and asked in shock, the female disciple smiled and said, the 3 disciples and spiritual herbs are still at the foot of the mountain. It was a senior brother from the Wuming Hall who rushed over to report the news. Great! Yang Rupiang's face immediately glowed. How could she care about the female disciple's mistake of barging into the Misty Hall? She immediately said, "Let's go. Bring me to see which disciple is so proud of the Misty Hall." After saying that, she rushed out excitedly. Aunt Qin was also anxious. She also wanted to know if her beloved female disciple was among the 3 people. While Vice Hall Master Zhong was shocked, he saw Zhao Jian's loss of composure and frowned. "Zhao Jian, Zhao Jian?" After calling him a few times, Zhao Jian finally realized and hurriedly bowed. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, what can I do for you? What's wrong with you? It seems like..." Vice Hall Master Zhong asked suspiciously. Zhao Jian rolled his eyes and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, this matter is a little strange. I was too engrossed in my thoughts just now and was a little rude." What's strange? Not to mention the inner disciple, even the pill-expanding hall seems to have 4 carriages back. Zhao Jian whispered, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, you have to think carefully. The pill-expanding hall disciple came out with the inner disciple. He must have received the protection of the inner disciple or basked in the light. It's understandable that he could come out by luck. However, when this lowly one came out, the entire prairie was the world of ferocious beasts. This lowly one was very careful all the way, lest I reveal my tracks and be discovered by the ferocious beasts. Not to mention a carriage, I only brought back a single stalk of spirit grass. How is it possible that 4 carriages carrying spirit grass openly came out of the Yulon prairie without any ferocious beasts attacking? Even the inner disciple can't fight against these ferocious beasts. How can the disciples of the Misty Hall escape? Moreover, among the disciples who entered the valley with me, how many of them are better than me in martial arts? I can't even bring 1 carriage back, but they brought 4 with them. Isn't this strange?" Vice Hall Master Zhong sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Zhao Jian, you're right. The more I think about it, the more suspicious it is. Let's go and take a look. Let's see who has such great ability to be even more powerful than an inner disciple." After saying that, he left. Zhao Jian looked at the back and thought for a moment. He gritted his teeth and quickly followed. "Sigh, I have to say that Zhao Jian is indeed a rare talent. His analysis is absolutely reasonable and infinitely close to reality." However, he didn't know that the one who made such a big move was not his junior brother and junior sister, but his junior brother's younger brother. On Shixin Peak, after being depressed for many days, it suddenly glowed with vitality. All the disciples were standing by the side of the mountain path, talking at the same time while anxiously looking down the mountain. The sadness brought by the bad news a few days ago was slowly being healed by time. Suddenly, they heard the sound of carriages. Everyone shouted, "They're back." Chapter 701. Under the expectation of the Misty Hall's disciples, the first to arrive wasn't a carriage from the Misty Hall, nor was it the Wuming Hall's senior disciple who was guarding outside the Yulon Grand Canyon. Instead, it was Senior Quan who was escorting Zhang Xiaohua back to the Tuo Dan Hall. Senior brother Quan's face was a little gloomy and he looked rather unhappy. Thinking about it, he had first made a trip to the White Mountain Peak and then immediately rushed to the convoy escorting the inner disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, when they arrived at the foot of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, they were still not allowed to go forward and were sent to the Shixin Peak. No one would be happy. Behind senior brother Quan was another disciple with an honest face. Behind him were several carriages. There were more than 10 disciples escorting the group, all of whom were looking after the injured female disciple. There were only 2 disciples, and 1 disciple who was driving the carriages. There were 3 disciples escorting Zhang Xiaohu's group and the 4 carriages. Behind the Wuming Hall's disciple was the burly Zhang Xiaohu. He sat in the front carriage and pretended to wave the whip. His carriage was in the Wuming Hall's encampment and the horses were specially used to pull the carriage. Even if he didn't use the whip, the horses would still be very obedient. From afar, he saw the Misty Hall's disciples standing at the entrance of the mountain. The 3 hall masters of the Misty Hall were standing in the middle. Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to sit in the carriage anymore and quickly jumped down. He pulled the reins of the horse and walked up the Shixin Peak step by step. When Chang'e and Chen Chen saw Zhang Xiaohu get down from the carriage, they also jumped down and followed behind him. Yang Ruping saw this and was happy. She waved her hand and said, "Why aren't you hurrying to catch them?" As soon as her voice fell, the disciples who were waiting at the side rushed forward and said, "Senior Zhang, Senior Chang'e, Senior Chen Chen," and helped to catch the carriage. Yang Ruping walked up to Senior Quan and the others. Senior Quan didn't wait for her to come closer and quickly got down from the horse and saluted, "Greetings, Hall Master Yang." Yang Ruping smiled and said, "Martial nephew has worked hard. Please come in and have some tea." Senior Brother Quan said, "There are some things that I need to tell Hall Master Yang, so I won't be nagging you." After greeting Vice Hall Master Zhong and Auntie Qin, he followed Yang Ruping inside. Aunt Qin looked at Chang'e who was surrounded by the female disciples. Although her arms were fixed, she looked very energetic and her complexion was good. Needless to say, Chen Chen was no different from before they set off. Only then did she feel relieved and follow the crowd into the inner courtyard. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Senior Quan had already recounted what happened outside the Yulon Grand Canyon, as well as the matter of the escort. Soon after, he came out and bid farewell. Yang Ruping looked at the disciples who were asking questions with a smile and shouted, "Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, Chen Chen, come here." When Zhang Xiaohu and the others heard this, they quickly came over and bowed, "Greetings, Hall Master Yang." Disciple Zhang Xiaohu fortunately didn't disappoint and brought back 4 carriages of spirit grass. But, Yang Ruping waved her hand and said, "Your senior Zhao has already told you about the other matters, so there is no need to say more. I thought that he was the only one who escaped with his life. I didn't expect that the 3 of you also came back. Moreover, you brought back 4 carriages of spirit grass. Your contribution is not small." Chang'e and the others quickly bowed and said, "Hall Master Yang is overpraising us. These are the hard work of our fellow disciples. We only brought them out of the Yulon Grand Canyon." Then he said, "However, due to the limited manpower of this disciple, even with the help of a pill repository hall disciple, we could only rush back 4 carriages. Therefore, we chose some of the most precious spiritual herbs. Hall Master, please check." Yang Ruping nodded and said, "You can be considered smart. You actually thought of using elk to pull the carriages. I really can't forget you." Then, she waved her hand and said, "Pharmacy hall disciples, come forward to check and register." When some of the disciples heard this, they immediately responded and quickly got on the carriages and unloaded the jade boxes. Some disciples went back to their rooms and took out pen, ink and paper to register. On the side, Zhao Jian's face was constantly changing. He didn't know whether he should go forward or not. When he heard Yang Ruping say that Zhang Xiaohu and the others used elk to pull the carriages, he couldn't help but ponder. Then, a smile appeared on his face. When he saw that the pharmacy hall disciples were busy, he immediately stepped out and walked to Zhang Xiaohu with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Zhang, I really didn't expect that you could escape safely from the blood wolves. You are really lucky. At that time, I was chased by the blood wolves and thought that you. I am really not competent as a senior brother." Zhang Xiaohu also smiled and said, "What is senior brother Zhao talking about? This has nothing to do with being competent or not. At that time, the situation was so urgent. It was already good that I could take care of my own life. Hearing this, Zhao Jian's face relaxed even more. He still held Zhang Xiaohu's hand and sighed for a long time. On the side, Chang'e and Chen Chen had already run to Aunt Qin's side. One on each side, they whispered something in her ear. Aunt Qin was also happy and held their hands, unwilling to let go. Chang'e was able to accompany Aunt Qin to escort O Yannan to Rejuvenation Valley. She was originally an elite disciple of Mingcue Hall. Now that she had come back from the dead and Mingcue Hall's talents had withered, Aunt Qin valued her even more. At this time, a burst of exclamations came from the disciples and attracted the attention of Yang Ruping and the others. They walked over and saw that the 4 carriages that Zhang Xiaohu brought back were filled with extremely rare spirit herbs. Even the slightly ordinary ones were very old. This made the disciples of the Misty Hall, who had not seen much of the world, very surprised. Every time a jade box was opened, there would be a disciple who knew the name of the herb and its age, causing a burst of exclamations. This Shixin Peak, which had been deserted for a long time, was now so lively. Yang Ruping and the other 2 hall masters smiled as they watched the disciples bustle about and exclaim in surprise. They did not stop them. To be honest, the amount of spiritual herbs in the 4 carriages was beyond their expectations. Even if all the disciples returned safely, they did not expect to gather so many spiritual herbs. Therefore, smiles hung on the faces of the 3 of them. Unlike all the other disciples of the Misty Palace, senior brother Zhao Jian's expression was extremely discordant. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. His fists in his sleeves were clenched tightly. Where did these spiritual herbs come from? Wasn't it under his wise leadership that the disciples picked them? This great honor originally belonged to him and only he was worthy to stand in front of the disciples and enjoy the longing, amazement, and even adoration gazes. However, now all of this belonged to the direct disciple, that he had always disdained and relied on nepotism to climb up to O Peng's thigh. Zhao Jian's face was somewhat ferocious as he suppressed this voice in his heart. This, all belongs to me. Zhao Jian glanced at Chang'e, who was hugging Aunt Qin's arm, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly turned around and asked in surprise, "Eh? Senior brother Zhao, why is your face so ugly? Are your injuries not healed yet? If you can't hold on, then rest early. There are many junior brothers here to help, so you don't have to worry too much, right?" Zhao Jian gritted his teeth and said, "Junior brother Zhang is indeed attentive. No wonder you were able to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon filled with beasts. My arm is hurting again." Vice Hall Master Zhong, who was watching from the front, heard this and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, Zhao Jian should go back and rest. We are all here, so you don't have to watch." Zhao Jian glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and seemed to be worried. He forced a smile and said, "Junior brother Zhang has worked hard all the way and hasn't said anything about resting. How can I, as your senior brother, take the first step? Moreover, junior sister Chang'e is also injured, so shouldn't she rest?" Yang Ruping was in a good mood. She turned around and said, "All right, the 4 of you are injured. Go back and rest. Tell us about the matters in the Yulon Grand Canyon in detail tomorrow." Then, she looked at the pine trees in the distance and said in a low voice, "Zhang Xiaohu, go and see your master. When he heard that you were buried in the Yulon Grand Canyon, although he didn't say anything, his expression wasn't right. It was as if he had lost his backbone. We also just heard about your return and didn't have time to tell him." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "Thank you, Hall Master, for taking care of my master. This disciple will go and see master." After he finished speaking, he bowed to the disciples and walked towards a secluded place in the distance. After Zhang Xiaohu walked far away, Chang'e and Chen Chen also left under the urging of Aunt Qin. Zhao Jian let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked at the excited disciples and thought for a moment before he got up and left. After he walked far away, Vice Hall Master Su nonchalantly raised his head and looked at his back. Then, he turned around and looked at him. In the square in front of the misty hall, there was a small door in the corner. It was very inconspicuous. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and pushed it open. In front of her was a small courtyard with some herbs. The courtyard wasn't big and there weren't any houses. There was only a corridor beside the wall that led inside. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be very familiar with it. She didn't even look inside the courtyard and directly walked into the corridor. At the end of the corridor was a pond and there were several small bridges. After crossing the small bridges, there was a row of pine trees. Under the green pine trees, there were several rows of exquisite small courtyards. Zhang Xiaohu walked to the front of a small courtyard in the middle of the front row. He stood quietly for a moment and calmed himself down. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the courtyard door. After knocking a few times, he heard a voice from inside. "Who is it? What's the matter in the hall? Come in and talk." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and pushed the door open. He stepped into the courtyard with light steps and reached the center of the courtyard in a few steps. There was a flat field in the courtyard. Now, a middle-aged man was holding a hoe. He was bending over and hoeing the field bit by bit. From the side, this person's back was a little bent and there was no sweat on his forehead. The hand holding the hoe was also abnormally steady. Although his steps were heavy, no different from an ordinary person's, his movements were methodical. Although he was hoeing the field, it gave people the feeling that he was practicing martial arts. Chapter 702. Zhang Xiaohu felt a pang in his heart as he looked at his master's calm demeanor. He walked to the edge of the field and stood there quietly. He knew that if it was before the ethereal sect was annihilated, Wen Wenhai would be able to hear his footsteps even if he was standing at the entrance of the small courtyard, let alone standing by the field now. However, Wen Wenhai's dantian had been exposed by the masters of the Righteous Alliance, and his entire body's power had been crippled. Although his foundation in martial arts was still there, and he was no different from an ordinary person when it came to farming and boxing, and even if he fought with others, as long as he did not use his internal energy, 3 to 5 people would still not be his opponent. However, compared to the powerful hero Wen from before, there was still a world of difference. Fortunately, Wen Wenhai still had his disciple, Zhang Xiaohu, to teach. He was much better off than the others. "What's the matter?" Wen Wenhai was surprised when he saw that the person did not speak. Master Zhang Xiaohu saw Wen Wenhai turn around and saw a pair of lifeless eyes. It was very different from when he first set out. He immediately knew that the news of him being eaten by the wolves was a big blow to his master. His eyes were moist as he took a few steps forward and whispered, "I'm back." "Xiaohu?" Wen Wenhai was truly shocked. He rubbed his eyes to get a better look before throwing the towel on the ground. He hurriedly took a few steps forward before slowing down. As he walked, he asked, "Why are you only back now?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled, "I've made master worry. I encountered a pack of wolves and did not make it back alive. But there were some unforeseen events and I was lucky to escape." How could Wen Wenhai know the reason? He walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu, looked him up and down, and patted his shoulder. "Good, it's good that you're back. There are no external injuries, but what about internal injuries?" "I can't see them now. Everything is normal, master, and..." He hesitated halfway through his sentence. Wen Wenhai smiled and said, "And what about it?" "Oh, master, disciple had another encounter in the valley. I had a breakthrough in my internal energy cultivation." "Really?" Wen Wenhai was even more surprised. He smiled, "It's because the heavens have blessed my ethereal art, that my Misty School's most powerful martial art has a chance to flourish. You have been practicing the ethereal divine art on the Shirxin Peak. Although you have made impressive progress, you have been practicing it too late. You can't be compared with others. Now, you have almost lost your life. But, you are bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. You have actually made some breakthroughs in your cultivation. Humph, little tiger, I hope you can continue to work hard in the future and let others see the true strength of my Misty School's direct disciples. Wen Wenhai's internal energy was now completely destroyed. His passion to revitalize the Misty School was all on Zhang Xiaohu. Moreover, the two were not too different in age. Wen Wenhai not only regarded Zhang Xiaohu as his disciple, but also as a friend. Watching Zhang Xiaohu grow was almost like watching his own wish slowly come true. In the past, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts were not good and was much worse than the other disciples, he always felt uncomfortable. Now that he heard that Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts had improved greatly, it must mean that the gap between him and the other disciples had narrowed. Of course, he was happy and encouraged Zhang Xiaohu to continue working hard. He did not think that Zhang Xiaohu's internal energy cultivation was now much higher than the number one disciple of the second generation of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu had been adjusting his breath and trying to master his internal energy. Seeing that his master had misunderstood, he did not explain. This kind of thing would be explained slowly when he practiced martial arts in the future. As for meeting Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen had already discussed it on the way back. Zhang Xiaohua had changed her name to Ren Xiaoyao and was far away at Tianmu Peak. She had no connection with the Misty School, and might not be able to see her in the future. Moreover, the Misty School was in an awkward position in the fragrance cult. It might not be a good thing to let Zhang Xiaohua contact the Misty School. They had all agreed to keep it a secret, so Zhang Xiaohu did not intend to tell Wen Wenhai. At this time, Wen Wenhai thought of something and asked, "Who else in the Misty School escaped with you?" Zhang Xiaohu's face sank and said, "Only senior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen Chen came out with me. The other disciples. Although I did not see them being swallowed by the wolves with my own eyes, when they came out, it was the last moment of the Yulon Grand Canyon closing. Presumably, they will not be able to come back." Alas, Wen Wenhai was somewhat sad and said, "It is the will of the heavens. In order to pick the herbs, we lost so many disciples. It is not worth it. Both the people and the herbs are gone." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Fortunately, this disciple brought 4 carriages of rare herbs. Perhaps we can find the spirit grass that can repair the dantian." Wen Wenhai's eyes lit up and then immediately extinguished. He chuckled and said, "I have never heard of internal energy being able to be repaired. Don't comfort your master. Moreover, if we can find this kind of spirit grass, will the fragrance cult let us enter the valley?" Zhang Xiaohu was somewhat unwilling and asked, "Is there no way at all?" Shaking his head, Wen Wenhai said, "There is no hope. Xiaohu, don't have any extravagant hopes. Unless..." Saying this, Wen Wenhai was even more self-deprecating. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. It is all a matter without a shadow." Zhang Xiaohu anxiously said, "Master, let this disciple know. What if we encounter it? How is that possible?" Wen Wenhai looked at the disciple in front of him who was half a head taller than him and said with a smile, "That is just a legend. When I was young, I heard the gang leader tell me a story." At this point, he seemed to be unwilling to talk about this topic. He looked to the side and said, "By the way, Chang'e and Chen Chen, these 2 little girls have also come back. I guess your martial uncle Shui still does not know. These 2 girls have a good relationship with her. When she heard that you guys couldn't make it back, she was really sad. You should go and tell her. Oh, and that Xia Zai, who has the best martial arts, didn't make it back either." Zhang Xiaohu knew his master's temperament. Generally, he would not have extravagant hopes for things that could not be realized. He was afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Now, to talk about the recovery of internal strength was simply a fantasy. Wenhai certainly did not want to say more. So, he nodded and said, "Yes, master. I have not seen senior sister Xia since the appearance of the wolf pack. She is probably dead. Alas, the talent is withering. Mingcue Hall was supported by instinct, but now it has suffered losses. Forget it, let's not talk about it. You go and tell your martial uncle Shui. Hurry and rest. We will talk about everything later." Zhang Xiaohu smiled apologetically and said, "Master, won't you go with me? With you by her side, won't martial uncle Shui be happier? Hurry up and go. What are you waiting for?" Wenhai laughed and scolded. Zhang Xiaohu bowed and left the courtyard. Wenhai turned his head and looked in another direction. Then, he sighed deeply and went back to the field. He picked up the hoe and concentrated on his work. The night gradually darkened. The misty hall on Shixin Peak was somewhat festive. After all, the return of the 3 disciples and the 4 carriages of precious herbs diluted the sadness of the past 10 days. However, in an exquisite courtyard, a handsome man was pacing back and forth in the room. His face was filled with anxiety. He was the disciple with the highest martial arts in the misty hall, Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian's eyes flickered and his fingers moved irregularly. It really showed the uneasiness in his heart. After a long time, Zhao Jian suddenly stopped and looked at the dark night sky. He gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. He turned around and walked out of the room. He whispered to himself, "A man with a small amount of poison is not a man with a small amount of poison." Vice Hall Master Zhong was sitting on a chair in the same small room as last night. He was reading a book with great interest when he heard a disciple's report. Vice Hall Master Zhong was stunned for a moment before a look of understanding appeared on his face. He put down the book and waved his hand to let the disciple in. The person who came in was Zhao Jian. At this time, he had a card up his sleeve. His face was faintly red. Seeing that it was Zhao Jian, Vice Hall Chief Zhong smiled and said, "Zhao Jian, why are you not resting in the room or visiting Zhang Xiaohu? Why are you looking for me at this time?" Zhao Jian bowed and said, "Junior brother Zhang was able to bring 2 disciples and 4 carriages of spiritual herbs. He also saved a pill-expanding hall disciple and an inner disciple. He must be exhausted and exhausted. Even the hall chief told him to rest more. How can this disciple disturb him? Besides, junior brother Zhang has made such a great contribution. In the future, his position in the hall will definitely rise. This disciple can't casually visit him in the future." Vice Hall Chief Zhong looked at Zhao Jian with interest and said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohu was able to make such a great contribution because of luck. You don't have to be jealous of him. His martial arts are far worse than yours. Even if the hall chief wants to put him in an important position, he can't be compared with you." When Zhao Jian heard this, he smiled and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, what are you talking about? As your senior brother, I am also happy that junior brother Zhang has made such a great contribution. After all, those herbs were gathered by the disciples. Bringing them back is better than wasting them in the canyon. Why would I be jealous?" Vice Hall Chief Zhong smiled and didn't say anything. Zhao Jian continued, "Besides, Vice Hall Chief Zhong is also very right. Junior brother Zhang became a monk halfway. When he was 18 years old, he was apprenticed to martial uncle Wen to cultivate inner strength. This is too late. Although this disciple hopes that he can make great progress in martial arts and help me revitalize the Misty Hall, it's just a dream. But..." Speaking of this, Zhao Jian hesitated. "But what?" Vice Hall Chief Zhong was a little confused. But if Hall Chief Yang insists on putting him in an important position and wants to restrain this disciple may be of little help to Vice Hall Chief Su. Vice Hall Chief Su smiled and said, I've thought about this matter just now. But Zhang Xiaohu has made such a great contribution. If Hall Chief Yang wants to use him, it's like adding fuel to the fire. What can you and I do? Of course not. Zhao Jian shook his head and said, don't you think that with Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts and knowledge, it's impossible for him to do so many incredible things? Chapter 703. Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Su was also interested. He leaned forward and asked, what do you mean, martial nephew Zhao? Zhao Jian was the disciple he had chosen to cultivate in the Misty Hall. Naturally, he would listen to his advice. On one hand, he could find out more about the disciples of the Misty School. On the other hand, he could see if this disciple was worth cultivating. Hearing Vice Hall Master Su's words, Zhao Jian smiled and said, presumably, Vice Hall Master Su also went to Orchid Dusk Refinement when he was young. You should know about the dangers in the Orchid Grand Canyon. Vice Hall Master Su frowned and said, I know about Orchid Dusk Refinement and I have also entered it. But it was a long time ago. I think I can understand what you mean. You feel that it is inconceivable that the three of them could come out. But, since the disciples of Pill Tower Hall could come out, there is no reason why our Misty Hall disciples can't come out safely. Moreover, Orchid Dusk Refinement has a tradition of thousands of years in our incense religion. There are too many inconceivable things in it. Zhang Xiaohu's matter is not surprising. Zhao Jian nodded and said, I know that Vice Hall Master Su is experienced and knowledgeable. You have eaten more salt than this disciple has eaten rice. Moreover, the Orchid Dusk Refinement is held every 5 years. There must be a lot of novel things. But this time, this disciple really saw it with his own eyes. All the disciples of the Misty Hall were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of blood wolves. This disciple also relied on his painstakingly trained Qinggong to escape with his life. Even senior sister Xia Zai, her martial arts is not much worse than this disciple's. But didn't she also fall into the wolf pack? What kind of martial arts does Zhang Xiaohu have? How could he escape with his life? And junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen Chen? This disciple really can't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Can you confirm that they were really trapped by thousands of blood wolves? Vice Hall Master Su scratched his chin and asked in disbelief. Yes, this disciple can guarantee with his life. Moreover, I also saw a golden blood wolf king on the distant hillside. What? Vice Hall Master Su stood up and asked, Blood Wolf King? Did you really see it? Zhao Jian nodded, that's right, this disciple has never seen the Blood Wolf King before. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, how could I tell Vice Hall Master Su? Well, that's true. In the Fragrant Religion, except for the inner disciples of the Fragrant Religion, almost all of the ordinary disciples who saw the Blood Wolf King died. Not many people know what the Blood Wolf King looks like. Zhao Jian struck while the iron was hot, therefore, it's impossible for this Zhang Xiaohu to escape with his life from the pack of blood wolves. Vice Hall Master Su shook his head. But, he managed to escape. Then, since he escaped, why didn't he come out of the Yulon Grand Canyon earlier like this disciple? Instead, he waited until the last day to come out? Moreover, Vice Hall Master Su, among the ordinary disciples of Lingering Fragrance Cult, how many of them can ride the elk of the Yulon Prairie as a mount and pull a carriage out of the Yulon Grand Canyon? Vice Hall Master Su was still speechless. Zhao Jian's words were extremely accurate. Even if Zhang Xiaohu was here, he wouldn't know how to answer. Then, Vice Hall Master Su's face changed and said in horror, Don't tell me, you think, Zhang Xiaohu is related to this beast tide. Zhang Xiaohu is related to the pack of blood wolves? Vice Hall Master Su and Zhao Jian said almost at the same time. Then, Vice Hall Master Su couldn't help but shake his head. Impossible, impossible, how is this possible? You are all disciples of the Misty School and have only been in Lingering Fragrance cult for a few years. This is also the first time you entered the Yulon Grand Canyon. How could it be related to the berserk beasts inside? This is really inconceivable. Vice Hall Master Su, don't forget that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the Misty School. In the previous generation, several direct disciples had their dantian destroyed by our Lingering Fragrance cult, crippling their cultivation and becoming insignificant figures. In the third generation, he is the only direct disciple. If the Misty School doesn't have anything hidden up their sleeves, would you believe it? Vice Hall Master Su's face slightly changed. Moreover, after this disciple came to Shixin Peak and saw many incredible things, only then did I know that the Misty School is actually a large sect like Lingering Fragrance cult. Think about it, how could the Misty School be so easily destroyed by us? Maybe they don't have any ulterior motives. At this moment, Zhao Jian was possessed by the spirits of the Lingering Fragrance cult, completely forgetting his identity as a disciple of the Misty School. Although Vice Hall Master Su was an inner disciple of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, he did not participate in the battle against the Misty School. Naturally, he did not know the situation. Hearing Zhao Jian's words, he could not help but be moved and anxiously said, "Do you really think that Zhang Xiaohu is related to the beast tide? Moreover, this is a plot by the direct disciples of the Misty School?" "That's right," Zhao Jian resolutely said, "even if it is not a plot by the Misty School's disciples, it must be related to the Blood Wolf and the Beast Tide." Vice Hall Master Su listened and sat on the chair, his eyes staring at Zhao Jian. The cauldron lasted for half a cup of tea, making Zhao Jian's hair stand on end. Immediately, Vice Hall Master Su picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and said, "Zhao Jian, do you think this old man is old and does not know what you are thinking? You just saw that Zhang Xiaohu had made a great contribution and threatened your position, so you are anxious and want to trip him up." Zhao Jian immediately bowed and said, "Vice Hall Master Su, you are right. This disciple is indeed jealous of this guy. Clearly, this disciple was the one who brought people to pick the spiritual grass, but now it is his credit. However, this disciple was personally promoted by Vice Hall Master Su. How can this disciple not do his best for Hall Master Su? Moreover, compared to the business of the Misty Hall and Vice Hall Master Su's plan, this disciple's position is nothing. Isn't it just a matter of Vice Hall Master Su's words? I know that after Vice Hall Master Su came to Shixin Peak, you have always been modest to Hall Master Yang and did not argue with her about many things. Under the premise of being modest, you want to complete the task given by the sect leader. This time, the Orchid Dusk refinement was an opportunity for you. Unfortunately, you encountered the beast tide caused by Zhang Xiaohu, which made your efforts go to waste. If you can catch the mastermind behind this beast tide, not only will you be able to turn the tide in the Misty Hall and completely defeat the Misty School's former disciples, but you will also be able to show your face in front of the sect leader and make a great contribution. This. Zhao Jian's words hit the nail on the head. Vice Hall Master Su didn't care about the internal strife between Zhao Jian and Zhang Xiaohu at all. However, Zhao Jian was, after all, personally promoted by him, so it was inevitable that he would lend a helping hand. Moreover, being able to show his face in front of the sect leader was truly what Vice Hall Master Su wanted. Seeing that Vice Hall Master Su was moved, Zhao Jian continued, "Zhang Xiaohu is just an ordinary disciple of the Misty Hall. Even if he was a direct disciple of the Misty School, his identity has long been outdated. If Vice Hall Master Su can find something from this guy, of course, it will be good. You are not only the benefactor of hundreds of disciples who died unjustly, but also the savior of the disciples who will participate in the orchid dusk refinement in the future. Think about it, if you don't get rid of the mastermind behind Zhang Xiaohu, who will dare to participate in the orchid dusk refinement in 5 years? A rush of excitement. This was the only feeling Vice Hall Master Su had at this time. He really could not imagine what kind of situation he would be in if he could really get rid of the mastermind behind the beast tide. This condition, this contribution, really made Vice Hall Master Su's mouth water a little. It was not surprising that Vice Hall Master Su felt this way. The fragrance cult had always respected the female disciples. Most of the inner disciples on the fragrance peak were female disciples. There were very few male disciples like Vice Hall Master Su, and his status was also low. If nothing unexpected happened, Vice Hall Master Su would be the Vice Hall Master of the Misty Hall. Perhaps after many years, when Yang Ruping was tired of it, the position of the Misty Hall Master would be vacant, and he would have a chance. The premise was that there was no resistance from the former disciples of the Misty School. Therefore, Vice Hall Master Su couldn't help but be greedy when he saw that he might be able to make a name for himself in the future. Once this greed was born, it became a situation where a single spark could start a prairie fire. Vice Hall Master Su's little bit of rationality was burned away. He only saw Zhao Jian gritting his teeth and said, "Zhao Jian, don't think of me as a sword. You have to know that I personally selected you from the disciples of the Misty School. If there is no accident, your future will be 10,000 times brighter than Zhang Xiaohu's." Just based on his identity as a direct disciple of the Misty School, the fragrance cult will not allow him to do anything in the Misty Hall. These disciples all know. If Vice Hall Master Su had not been kind to me, I would not have come here today and would not have said these words. "Zhao Jian, are you hiding something from me?" Vice Hall Master Su shouted. Zhao Jian's eyes twitched as he said, "Disciples' loyalty is as clear as day. How can I hide anything from Hall Master? To be honest, Disciple does not dare to believe that junior brother Zhang and the other two in the afternoon are real. I saw the disciples being eaten by the wolves with my own eyes." Vice Hall Master Su sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "You mean that the 3 of them are not the original disciples?" "Yes." Zhao Jian said decisively. Perhaps Vice Hall Master Su did not notice, but when I saw Zhang Xiaohu in the afternoon, I paid attention. Although I did not directly exchange blows with him, but when I saw him jump off the carriage and walk, I felt that his martial arts had greatly improved. There is a huge difference from before. Is that so? Are you sure? Vice Hall Master Su's martial arts weren't on the same level as these disciples, so he naturally wouldn't care about the level of Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts. However, Zhao Jian saw Zhang Xiaohu as a thorn in his side, so he had already noticed it. With the sudden increase in Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts and the fact that he wasn't able to control it freely, it was inevitable that someone would notice it. Chapter 704. Of course, Vice Hall Master Zhong can rest assured. As long as you call Zhang Xiaohu over and check his cultivation, you will know. Vice Hall Master Zhong shook his head. This can't be considered as evidence. There are a lot of heavenly treasures in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the inner court female disciples of the lingering fragrance peak to enter the canyon for training. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu's internal force cultivation is very low. Even if he doesn't use any high-grade heavenly treasures, it would be possible for him to increase his internal force. Zhao Jian was jealous. Why can't I encounter such a thing? Thus, he laughed, Vice Hall Master Zhong is thinking too much. Being afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind is not Vice Hall Master Zhong's style. How dare you? Vice Hall Master Zhong frowned and scolded. Zhao Jian trembled and quickly said, I don't dare. I don't have any other meaning. I just thought that if this matter is true, then this is a fat piece of meat sent to Vice Hall Master Zhong's mouth. If it is not true, then you can just wave your hand and let him go. Do you think he will turn around and blame you? He dares? Vice Hall Master Zhong laughed. He is just an ordinary disciple. In the eyes of your misty school, he is only a direct disciple. But in my eyes, he is not even as good as you. Immediately, he made up his mind and waved his hand. Then tomorrow, we will take down Zhang Xiaohu and the others. I want to see what kind of trick they are playing. This. Zhao Jian heard that they were going to take down the 3 people and was happy. However, he hesitated and hesitated. Seeing this, Vice Hall Master Zhong angrily said, "If you have something to say, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't let me see it." Zhao Jian flattered, "Vice Hall Master Zhong is wise. At this time, I was thinking that if Zhang Xiaohu had some flaws and came back to collude with the martial uncles of the Misty School, wouldn't we be able to erase some of the clues we want to know? What if we tell Hall Master Yang tomorrow and let Hall Master Yang have a preconceived idea? Then, wouldn't we be in a passive position?" Here, he directly said, "We are passive, not Vice Hall Leader Zhong is passive." Obviously, he tied Vice Hall Leader Zhong to the same boat as him. Vice Hall Master Zhong gritted his teeth when he heard this, and his eyes narrowed as he said, "All right, I'll listen to you. However, I'll make things clear. If you're hiding anything from me, then I'll absolutely not forgive you." Zhao Jian panicked and said, "This lowly one only has a little bit of selfishness. Everything else is out of consideration for you. If you can take a step further, then wouldn't this lowly one be able to enjoy it endlessly?" Vice Hall Master Zhong changed his expression and said, "Humph, I know your selfishness. You can rest assured that as long as you are careful and loyal to me, even if this Zhang Xiaohu has nothing to do with the beast tied in the Yulon Grand Canyon, I will still take responsibility and protect you." Zhao Jian was overjoyed as he cupped his hands and said, "I knew that following Vice Hall Master Zhong was the wisest decision in my life. All right, I already know about your loyalty. You don't have to keep mentioning it." After Vice Hall Master Zhong finished speaking, he took out a token from his bosom and handed it over, saying, "This is a token specially bestowed by the sect leader. Take it and dispatch the law enforcement disciples to capture Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2 and send them to the dungeon. I'll personally interrogate them in a while." "Understood." Zhao Jian was abnormally excited as he carefully took the token and turned around to leave. Vice Hall Master Zhong stared at Zhao Jian's back as he left, and thought to himself, "This guy is quite shrewd. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu has the tendency to threaten him, he wants to find a way to restrain him. Isn't this old man also thinking of weakening the Misty School's strength? 50 disciples have died, but Zhang Xiaohu and the others have appeared. Will these 3 be able to implicate the other disciples? I'm looking forward to it." The situation in the Misty Hall was somewhat delicate. In order to control the disciples of the Misty School, the sect leader of the fragrance cult had dispatched Vice Hall Master Zhong Pei under Yang Ruping. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong couldn't go into the tiger's den alone, so he had dispatched dozens of law enforcement disciples to protect Zhong Pei's dignity. Moreover, he had also specially bestowed a token. If Vice Hall Master Zhong had any objections to Yang Ruping's decision, he could use this token to veto and delay the decision and hand it over to the Lingxiang Peak. Therefore, Zhao Jian took this token and led the law enforcement disciples to easily capture Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen in the dungeon. When Zhao Jian was capturing Zhang Xiaohu, he had bad intentions. At first, he didn't let the law enforcement disciples come forward, but suddenly barged in himself. Zhang Xiaohu was circulating his qi and regulating his breathing, but Zhao Jian's sudden intrusion almost caused him to go mad. Moreover, Zhao Jian didn't answer and went forward with a fierce method, wanting to take Zhang Xiaohu's life. Zhang Xiaohu was confused and abnormally angry. When he saw Zhao Jian attacking, he naturally had to fight. As a result, without using any weapons, Zhang Xiaohu actually forced Zhao Jian to the point where he almost didn't have the strength to fight back, causing Zhao Jian to lose face. The jealousy in his heart, tsk, was really indescribable. Seeing that he was unable to cause Zhang Xiaohu's cultivation to go berserk and that he had verified his conjecture that Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds, Zhao Jian took out the token and called out the disciplinary disciple from outside. Zhang Xiaohu recognized the token and the disciplinary disciple that all ethereal sect disciples loathed and immediately understood what was going on. After all, in the Yulon Grand Canyon that day, the disciples of the Misty School were hiding in the small forest. The blood wolves only passed by from a distance and didn't discover them. If it weren't for the two inexplicable horse neighs, the dozens of lives wouldn't have been lost in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e whispered for a long time along the way, speculating about the horse neighs outside the forest. At that time, Zhao Jian and Xia Zai had asked everyone to take good care of the horses. Who would want to die and let go of the horses? The two of them couldn't be sure. Even when Zhang Xiaohu heard that Zhao Jian was still alive, he didn't dare to think too much about it. He only had a little suspicion. That day, everyone was focused on running for their lives, so who would pay attention to each other? It was normal that he didn't see Zhao Jian's figure. However, at this moment, Zhao Jian actually brought law enforcement disciples from the fragrant religion to capture him. Wasn't this a blatant act of exposing 300 taels of silver here? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu immediately stopped resisting and pretended that he didn't know anything. He smiled and said, "Senior Zhao, I don't know what mistake I made. I just returned from the Yulon Grand Canyon and you brought law enforcement disciples to capture me? No matter what, we are still brothers who have gone through life and death together." Zhao Jian shook his head. "Junior Zhang, you have to understand. I also don't know what happened. It's just that Vice Hall Master Zhong wants to capture you. Please come with me. If you continue to fight, it will hurt the harmony between us brothers." Harmony? Zhang Xiaohu sneered in his heart, "If it wasn't for my great improvement in internal energy, wouldn't I have injured you?" However, his face was very warm. "How about this, Senior Zhao? Just now, a disciple came over and asked me to go see the hall master. I was just about to go over. Why don't we go to the hall master together?" Zhao Jian waved the token in his hand. "If it was any other day, I would definitely go see the hall master first. However, at this time, Junior Zhang should come with me first." Zhang Xiaohu was helpless. He knew that he couldn't win against the law enforcement disciples. Even if he made a fuss, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He could only wait to be captured. His acupoints were sealed and he was thrown into the dungeon. Zhang Xiaohu was a direct disciple of the ethereal sect. Even though he had passed away a long time ago, he was still taken care of in the Shixin Peak. His residence was different from the others and no other disciple knew that he had been captured. However, capturing Chang'e and Chen was different. The residence of the two was usually forbidden to male disciples. When Zhao Jian and the law enforcement disciples entered, they naturally attracted the attention of the female disciples. Chang'e and Chen didn't resist, but when they were taken away, they were stopped by Aunt Qin who had received the news and rushed over. However, when she saw Zhao Jian's token, she could only let them go. However, just in case, she sent several female disciples to follow behind the law enforcement disciples. She quickly went to Yang Ruping's residence to seek help. Thus, Zhao Jian easily captured the three of them. However, just as he invited Vice Hall Master Zhong over, Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin arrived as well. Looking at Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin's angry expressions and stern questioning, Zhong Pei wasn't surprised in the slightest. He only smiled faintly and said, "Hall Master Yang is overthinking things." This one just suddenly felt that Zhang Xiaohu's group of three being able to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon was very sudden and unreasonable. That's why I captured them and carefully questioned them. Yang Ruping angrily said, I also want to ask them tomorrow. You just need to call Zhang Xiaohu and the others to the Misty Hall tomorrow. Why did you make such a big fuss tonight? Zhong Pei was still indifferent as he said, this matter is of great importance. Thousands of disciples in the Yulon Grand Canyon were buried in the stomach of the beasts. I was afraid that there would be some changes tonight, so I had to make such a hasty decision. You. Yang Ruping was so angry that she laughed. You actually think that Zhang Xiaohu and the others are related to the beast tide? Isn't it? Zhong Pei's expression was still the same as he said, using elk to pull the carriage, 3 people with ordinary martial arts to bring 4 large carriages, and even saving an inner disciple and a disciple of the pill-expanding hall. Hall Master Yang can't even understand this. This is also what I want to ask tomorrow. Yang Ruping said sternly. Then I will ask on behalf of Hall Master Darren tonight, so that Hall Master Darren doesn't have to worry. Seeing Zhong Pei so fearless, Yang Ruping angrily said, Are you the Hall Master of the Misty Hall or am I the Hall Master? Quickly release them for me. Zhong Pei cupped his hands and said, This Misty Hall is naturally Hall Master Yang's Misty Hall. However, I was appointed by Sect Master Darren and had to deal with matters that Hall Master Yang can't bear to deal with. Zhang Xiaohu didn't give me a reasonable explanation about the Yulon Grand Canyon, so I can't release him. Good, good, good. Yang Ruping said with a smile, I will send someone to the Lingering Fragrance Peak to report this matter to Sect Master Darren and wait for Sect Master Darren's decision. Hall Master Yang doesn't need to worry. I have already sent someone just now. Hall Master Yang only needs to wait calmly. Chapter 705. Yang Ruping also said, Don't worry, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. I'll immediately send someone to Lingxiang Peak and tell the whole story to Hierarch His Excellency. The whole story? Deputy Hall Chief Zhong sneered and said, I haven't seen Zhang Xiaohu yet, but Hall Chief Zhong already knows the whole story? Then, without waiting for Yang Ruping to answer, he cupped his hands and said, Hall Chief Yang, I'm going to ask Zhang Xiaohu something. Will Hall Chief Zhong follow me? Yang Ruping gritted her teeth and said, Forget it. Since Deputy Hall Chief Zhong volunteered, I'll leave it to you. You can report to me after you get the result. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. But when he was halfway, he turned back and said, I forgot that after Deputy Hall Master Zhong finishes his questioning, I may also have something to ask. Therefore, you can't torture Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen at will. If there is anything wrong with these 3 people, I will ask you. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong laughed and said loudly, Hall Chief Yang, if I don't torture them, how can I make them tell the truth? Do you think it's possible? Ha! Yang Ruping ignored him and said, That depends on your means. You Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was angry and stared at Yang Ruping's back for a long time. Then he laughed and looked at the token in his hand with disdain on his face. This was a room similar to the dungeon on Baiyufeng, but there were burning torches on the wall. Zhang Xiaohu was sitting on a stool and looking coldly at Zhong Pei and Zhao Jian who were walking into the cell. Zhong Pei walked to Zhang Xiaohu and stared at him for a long time. Then he reached out and pointed at the major acupoint on Zhang Xiaohu's chest. A stream of internal force flowed into Zhang Xiaohu's meridians. After circulating for a while, Zhong Pei said with a smile, Congratulations, nephew Zhang. I haven't seen you for dozens of days, but your internal force has made a big breakthrough. Zhang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Please don't laugh at me, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. How can my little internal force be noticed by Hall Chief Zhong? Could it be because of this that you captured me? Vice Hall Master Zhong shook his head and said, You started cultivating your internal strength late, and your foundation is too bad. Even if you ate some heavenly treasure in the Yulon Grand Canyon, your cultivation would still be at your current level. How can I care about it? Zhang Xiaohu was surprised and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong is wise. This disciple only ate a scarlet fruit in the Yulon Grand Canyon, which greatly increased my internal energy. Moreover, junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen Chen also ate it. You will know if you ask. Hall Chief Zhong TSSSSS was TTS Pazes, I. And I, TTSS have TTSSS ask. Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Zhao Jian whose expression had changed. He asked curiously, then why did Deputy Hall Chief Zhong bring me here so late at night? Vice Hall Master Zhong said with a smile, Zhang Xiaohu, don't try to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. With your current inner strength, even if you eat 2 more cinnabar fruits, you may not be able to enter my eyes. You should tell me in detail what is going on with the beast tide in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Red fruit? Beast tide? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said, that red fruit is the legendary red fruit? It seems different from what I imagined. Then, he said in confusion, our Misty Hall's convoy didn't encounter any beast tide, only a pack of blood wolves. This senior brother Zhao, who led the convoy, knows it better than this disciple. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong didn't even look at Zhao Jian and said, what Zhao Jian should say has been said. What I want to know is what happened to you and what you did. It's very simple. After we were discovered by the pack of blood wolves that day, we ran for our lives. However, we were still surrounded by blood wolves. This disciple, Chang'e, and Chen Chen's horses were faster, and our direction was different from that of the other disciples. By the time they surrounded us, the other disciples had already disappeared. Of course, this disciple and the other disciples were no match for the pack of blood wolves. After our horses were eaten by the blood wolves, the disciples were desperately trying to resist. Then, we heard a loud cry in the sky, so the pack of blood wolves left the disciples behind and left. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was dumbfounded, so simple? Yes? Nonsense, Zhao Jian, who was next to him, was extraordinarily angry and shouted, why didn't I hear it? It's simply nonsense. Hey, when we were surrounded by the pack of blood wolves, where was senior brother Zhao? How could you not hear it? Zhang Xiaohu sneered. Shut up. I didn't ask you to say it. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong turned around and scolded Zhao Jian, then asked, then why didn't you return to Shixin Peak earlier like Zhao Jian? Instead, you stayed there for so long? Zhang Xiaohu said innocently, Vice Hall Master Zhong, have you forgotten? Didn't this disciple say it just now? When junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen Chen were hungry and thirsty, we ate the vermilion fruit and then fainted. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was speechless. The vermilion fruit was only a legend. Many years ago, there were indeed inner disciples who had eaten it, but he had never seen it himself. Naturally, he didn't know the symptoms of taking it. There was no way to verify this. After thinking for a while, Zhong Pei said with a smile, I didn't expect that junior nephew Zhang's method of making up a story is so first class. It's almost like a scholar writing a book, watertight. However, this is not what I want to know. You'd better tell me about the beast tide. Zhang Xiaohu furrowed his brows. The plot that he came up with was something that he and Chang'e had come up with. They only blamed everything on that loud cry. Anyway, they had heard it before, and besides them, there were no other living people, so it was impossible for them to verify it. When they left the valley, they heard that Zhao Jian had also escaped danger. They were surprised, but the matter of repelling the blood wolves was indeed inhumane. They didn't have any good ideas, and after thinking about it, it was just like that. Anyway, 3 people's words were more credible than one person's, and there might not be anyone who would really investigate. However, Zhang Xiaohu and the others didn't expect that someone would really investigate the details. At this point, they could only bite the bullet and continue. Anyway, Zhang Xiaohua's matter must not be mentioned. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu also knew that the status of female disciples in the Misty School was different. Even if Chang'e and Chen Chen were captured, Deputy Hall Chief Su wouldn't do anything to them. He could only grit his teeth and bite the bullet. That was it, who could do anything about it? However, at this time, Deputy Hall Chief Su didn't care about the blood wolves, but mentioned the beast tide, which really made Zhang Xiaohu puzzled. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu probed, I don't know what Deputy Hall Chief Su wants to know about the beast tide. I was with senior brother Zhao before I encountered the blood wolves, so I should know less than senior brother Zhao. That's all on the surface. Zhao Jian is just an ordinary disciple of your Misty School. How would he know the core secrets of your Misty School? Your Misty School is also a big sect. Don't tell me you don't have any secrets. Or, don't you have any means to cause a beast tide? Of course, I know that you have only been in the sect for a short period of time. You may not have any feelings for the ethereal sect, but you did it because of someone's instigation. If you say it, yes, even if you say it's a name, this hall will let you go immediately. Don't worry, not to mention the merit of your report, even if you bring back 4 carriages full of spirit herbs, this hall will be lenient with you. You. Don't you want to say 1 or 2 names? You. Zhang Xiaohu was angry. At this time, he knew that Deputy Hall Chief Zhong's plan was to wipe out the Misty School's forces in one fell swoop. Moreover, he even used the beast tide as a reason. What is a beast tide? It is related to the lives of thousands of disciples of the fragrant religion. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohu didn't know the whole story. Even if he knew that it was related to the Misty School, he would absolutely not say it. Deputy Hall Chief Su really thinks highly of this disciple. How could this disciple provoke a beast tide? There is no one behind me who instigated it. Zhang Xiaohu said coldly, but resolutely. But, how do you explain how you drove the 4 carriages from the east of the Yulon Grand Canyon? Well, using elk as mounts, you drove the carriages to the south exit? That's across the entire Yulon Prairie. How could you not encounter any ferocious beast? Don't tell me that with your martial arts, you are invincible in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Ha ha ha! Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. This was the truth. He regretted not listening to Zhang Xiaohua's advice in the Yulon Grand Canyon. He could only smile and say, perhaps this disciple's character is good, or perhaps it is the blessing of our Misty Hall. This disciple really didn't encounter any ferocious beast. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu push the blame away, Deputy Hall Chief Su didn't get angry. Instead, he confidently said, Martial Nephew Zhang, you are our hall's younger generation. We don't want to be too strict with you. If you are an outstanding person, you should be able to adapt to the current situation. But if you don't accept the toast, then the only thing waiting for you is the punishment of drinking. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhong Pei and then looked at Zhao Jian. He knew that if he mentioned the horse's neigh at this time, it would only add to the joke. Instead, it would arouse Zhao Jian's suspicion. Even Zhang Xiaohu began to suspect that Deputy Hall Chief Zhong had instructed Zhao Jian to do something. This kind of thing can only be effective in front of Hall Chief Yang. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, this kid is stupid. He only knows how to tell the truth. If you want this kid to make up something, then you should find someone else. Then, he pointed at Zhao Jian with his chin and said, this senior Zhao seems to have a deep understanding of this. You. Zhao Jian's face was very ugly. Hee. Why is your Misty School full of trash that doesn't know how to appreciate kindness? First, there was He Tianshu, and now there is you. Do you think you can resist more than He Tianshu? Martial Nephew Zhang, think about He Tianshu's appearance. If you wait until that point, your life will be ruined. What fun will there be? Hearing Deputy Hall Chief Zhong's words, Zhang Xiaohu's face changed slightly. However, this matter was not only related to his brother, but also to the people of the Misty School who were implicated by Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. How could he say it? Zhang Xiaohu almost believed it. Even if he told the whole thing now, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong might not believe him. He only wanted what he wanted. Chapter 706. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was stubborn and did not tell him what he wanted to know, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was not surprised. He took half a step back and waved his hand. Several law enforcement disciples came up from behind. They lifted Zhang Xiaohu up and hung him straight on the torture instrument, just like Bai Huan. Zhang Xiaohu's major acupoints were sealed and his limbs were weak, so he could only be at the mercy of the law enforcement disciples. After they put him down, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong stepped forward and said with a smile, "Marshal Nephew Zhang, I don't want to embarrass you. After all, you are different from He Tianshu. You are a famous figure in the Misty Hall and also a direct disciple of Wen Hai. If you can cooperate with me and tell me the secret about the beast tide, I will let you go immediately. We will still have a harmonious relationship as uncle and nephew. In the future, our hall will also take care of you." Zhang Xiaohu looked at him indifferently, with a kind of disdain in his eyes. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong tactfully shut up and did not want to say another word. He turned to the law enforcement disciples and said, "Let him have a taste of the punishment of our fragrance cult." A law enforcement disciple stepped forward and picked up a long, half-foot-long steel needle from the blood-stained stone table. He walked up to Zhang Xiaohu, tore open Zhang Xiaohu's clothes, aimed at his armpit, and was about to stab him. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong paid attention to the changes in Zhang Xiaohu's expression. Seeing that the steel needle was about to pierce into his body, Zhang Xiaohu just narrowed his eyes and prepared himself for the pain. He did not seem to want to beg for mercy at all. Feeling a little angry, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong raised his hand and said, "Wait a moment." The law enforcement disciple stopped. Then Deputy Hall Chief Zhong said, "Don't make him bleed first. Didn't Hall Chief Yang say that she wants to ask more questions? Let's pick up the ones who won't get hurt first." "Yes." The law enforcement disciple threw away the steel needle and raised his hand to touch one of Zhang Xiaohu's acupoints. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohu felt a kind of numbness and swelling, as if crazy ants were biting his bones. Zhang Xiaohu twisted his body hard, trying to get rid of this unbearable feeling. He also gritted his teeth. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohu's face turned pale and large beads of sweat appeared on his head. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong stepped forward and said with a smile, "How about it? Zhang Xiaohu, have not tasted this feeling? To tell you the truth, this is just the beginning. It's just an appetizer. If you agree, we'll stop now and let you redeem yourself. Otherwise, there are still many more dishes waiting for you. Think about He Tianshu, he's your role model." Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and tried his best not to make a sound. He stared fiercely at Zhong Pei. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong continued, "Don't try to be brave. Although we won't make you bleed today, that might not be the case in the future. As for Hall Chief Yang, she can protect you now, but she can't protect you forever. As long as you don't say anything, I will use different methods to deal with you. When my patience runs out, not to mention seeing blood, even your life will be hard to protect." After saying this, he no longer hesitated and turned his head. "You guys, take out your best skills and serve this Misty School's direct disciple well." Then, he said to Zhao Jian, "You stay here and watch. I will go and ask the two female disciples." Hearing this, Zhao Jian smiled and bowed. "Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, don't worry. Once Zhang Xiaohu speaks, I will immediately report to you." Zhong Pei nodded and walked away. The entire prison cell was filled with screams that Zhang Xiaohu tried his best to hold back, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. After an unknown period of time, the whole cell fell into silence. When Zhang Xiaohu woke up from his coma, the whole cell was empty. Only the torch on the wall was still burning. Zhang Xiaohu raised his head with great difficulty and looked around in exhaustion. At this moment, although he didn't seem to have any injuries on the surface, the inside of his body, regardless of whether it was his internal organs or his limbs, they were all filled with pain. It was an unbearable pain. He let out a few soft groans and let out a sigh in his heart. He really didn't expect that his choice at that time would bring him such a big disaster. However, thinking of the surprise and joy of the disciples when they saw the magic herb in the carriage in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but think, if I were given another choice, would still do the same. But I don't know if Chang'e and Chen Chen have encountered the same thing. When Zhang Xiaohu thought of Chang'e, his heart ached. Her injuries haven't healed yet. Won't it be more serious if she suffers more? Just as he was thinking about it, a soft sizzle sound suddenly rang out in the quiet prison cell. Zhang Xiaohu raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. It was a figure who had pushed open the iron door of the prison cell and walked in softly. When the person came closer, Zhang Xiaohu saw it clearly. Wasn't it Zhao Jian, Senior Zhao? When Zhang Xiaohu saw him, he didn't say anything and lowered his head. He didn't see him. Zhao Jian walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu and said earnestly, "Junior brother Zhang, you know that I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. Vice Hall Master Zhong is a figure on Lingxiang Peak. If he wants to know, you have to tell him even if you don't want to. You'd better tell him everything you know. Not only can you avoid physical pain, but you can also win his favor. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" With that, he walked closer and whispered, "Junior brother Zhang's situation of falling into the wolf pack and escaping from the wolf pack is very different from mine. This is strange. Do you think the two of us encountered the same pack of blood wolves?" Zhang Xiaohu rolled his eyes and looked at him, still ignoring him. Zhao Jian looked around and raised his voice. He smiled and said, "Since junior brother Zhang is so benevolent and keeps the secret of the Misty School a secret, then I can only help you." With that, he stretched out his finger and gathered internal force on the tip of his finger. His hand was like lightning, aiming for Zhang Xiaohu's fatal acupuncture point. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he was startled and said angrily, "You," but in the next moment, Zhao Jian raised his hand and sealed Zhang Xiaohu's mute acupuncture point, making it impossible for him to speak. However, the finger that was aiming for Zhang Xiaohu's fatal acupuncture point also stopped in the air. Zhao Jian stared at the acupuncture point and gritted his teeth. His expression changed again and again, as if he couldn't make up his mind. Zhang Xiaohu, who was on the torture rack, looked at the finger that had stopped on his Achilles' heel. His heart was also uneasy. His body was constantly twisting, afraid that Zhao Jian would press down and instantly kill him. He. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's struggle, Zhao Jian laughed as if he had already made up his mind. He said, "What's wrong? Junior brother Zhang, you're also afraid of death. Then, shouldn't you say what you want to say?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu gradually stopped struggling. He raised his head and stared fiercely at Zhao Jian. "Pa!" Zhao Jian raised his hand and gave Zhang Xiaohu a slap. He sneered and said, "Am I very handsome? Do I need you to stare at me like that?" Then, he moved closer to Zhang Xiaohu's ear and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm so handsome. I'll definitely gain junior sister Chang'e's favor. After you die, I'll take care of her." Zhang Xiaohu was enraged. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood on Zhao Jian's face. Zhao Jian only tilted his head slightly and dodged it. Then, he didn't hesitate and used his internal energy to slap Zhang Xiaohu's dantian. He destroyed Zhang Xiaohu's dantian, and the 20 years of cultivation that Zhang Xiaohu had just obtained immediately disappeared. After being tortured for an entire night, Zhang Xiaohu was already weak. Now that his dantian was destroyed, his decades of cultivation would go down the drain. Furthermore, he would be a cripple in the future. He immediately felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His head tilted and he fainted again. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu faint, Zhao Jian undid his mute acupoint and sighed. He muttered to himself, "You're lucky. If it wasn't for the hall master's orders and me being afraid of exposing myself, how could I still let you live in this world? Hee, but you've already lost your internal energy. Can you still withstand the torture of the law enforcement disciples? At that time, I won't know who killed you." Then, he laughed and walked out of the cell. Only the fainted Zhang Xiaohu and a few burning torches were left. At the other end of the dungeon, in a rather large cell, Ong Ruping sat on a chair and Aunt Qin stood beside her. In front of them, on a dilapidated execution platform, Chen Chen sat cross-legged and rubbed his wrist. Beside him was a rope that had been torn into several pieces. "You said that the disciples of the Misty Hall were all hiding in the woods. If there weren't two strange horse neighs, those blood wolves wouldn't have found you?" Yang Ruping frowned and asked, "Do Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e know about this?" "Of course they know. Hall Master, we heard it with our own ears." "That's right, senior sister Chang'e's injuries haven't recovered yet. If she's tied up like this, won't her injuries worsen? You must take good care of her. You little girl, instead of thinking about yourself, you're thinking about other people. Senior sister Chang'e and senior brother Zhang protected me when the blood wolves attacked. If it weren't for the two of them, I would have been food for the blood wolves. Naturally, I have to think about them. And senior brother Zhang, I don't know how he is now." "Alas, Zhong Pei took out the token of the hierarch and captured the three of you here. I can't do anything. Chang'e is fine. She's right next to you. Zhong Pei doesn't dare to touch her. It's a pity that Zhang Xiaohu will suffer physical pain. Hall Master, senior brother Zhang is a good person. You must save him." Chen Chen was shocked and begged bitterly. Aunt Qin also said, "Hall Master Yang, since you already know that there are many suspicious points, why don't you ask Zhang Xiaohu first, or tell Zhong Pei about this and let him know?" Yang Ruping smiled bitterly. "Zhong Pei may not know. It's because he knows that he dares to do this. Didn't you hear what he said? Finding the cause of the beast tide is related to the lives of thousands of disciples of the incense cult. This is enough to make him hot-headed and do a lot of incredible things. He also has the token of the hierarch. I have no suitable reason to stop him." Chapter 707. After thinking for a moment, Yang Ruping smiled and said, "I've already told him that I need to ask Zhang Xiaohu personally. If I don't go, he won't be able to be ruthless. After all, if he leaves me aside, he will be the first to lose his reason. In the future, he won't be able to gain the upper hand." Aunt Qin listened thoughtfully, but there was some worry in her eyes. When Chen Chen heard this, he didn't understand at all. He was only thinking about how to tell Yang Ruping the reason that his senior brother and senior sister had made up. Yang Ruping underestimated Zhong Pei and didn't expect Zhao Jian to be so vicious. Just when she thought that everything was under control, Zhong Pei had already made a ruthless move, wanting to get what he wanted from Zhang Xiaohu's mouth. Zhao Jian wanted to kill him, but after weighing the pros and cons, he took a step back and crippled Zhang Xiaohu's internal strength. After all, there were many ways to interrogate. It was inevitable to make a mistake. Even if Zhong Pei knew, what was done could not be undone. At most, he would be scolded. Perhaps, this would be to his advantage. He might even be rewarded. In the next few days, the disciples that Yang Ruping and Zhong Pei sent to Lingering Fragrance Peak didn't return, nor did they send any orders. Yang Ruping only protected Chang'e and Chen Chen from being tortured, but Zhang Xiaohu in another part of the dungeon suffered a great punishment. Since his dantian was broken by Zhang Xiaohu that day, Zhang Xiaohu's decades of cultivation had been lost. However, the major acupoints on his body hadn't been opened, so the law enforcement disciples didn't realize that his internal strength had been crippled. They still took turns to torture him, and Zhang Xiaohu also wanted it. From the initial screams to the later groans, he clenched his teeth and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but he didn't make a sound. At first, Zhao Jian was worried that his shady methods would be discovered. However, after 2 days, there was no movement. He became even bolder and followed behind the law enforcement disciples. Sometimes, he would even personally go into battle to practice his interrogation techniques. On the 7th day, the disciples sent by Yang Ruping and Zhong Pei came back and said that they had already explained the reason to the inner sect disciples. The disciples also reported this matter to the sect master, but the sect master didn't give any instructions and just asked them to come back. Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what kind of medicine the cult leader was selling in his gourd. Yang Ruping even wanted to personally go to Lingxiang Peak to ask, but she was afraid that as soon as she left Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohu and the others' lives would be in danger. On the other hand, when Zhong Pei heard his disciples' report, he couldn't help being wild with joy. Wasn't this an obvious signal? The cult leader agreed with his point of view and did not bring back any instructions, which was tacit approval. Therefore, Zhong Pei seemed to have seen the cult leader's smiling face on Lingering Fragrance Peak when he was at Shixin Peak, which made him even more energetic. It didn't matter if he was full of energy, but Zhang Xiaohu was unlucky. In the first 7 days, Zhong Pei was still very restrained. He only asked the law enforcement disciples to use some methods that couldn't see the scars so that he could give an explanation to Yang Ruping. Now that he had the cult leader's tacit approval, he seemed to be more unscrupulous. The first thing he did was to serve Zhang Xiaohu with a poisonous whip. 72 lashes, he whipped Zhang Xiaohu's body until it was badly mutilated and he fainted a few times. Poor Zhang Xiaohu. He was already 25 years old. When had he ever been subjected to such a cruel punishment? Even when he came from Guozhuang House to Pingyang City, he had to endure the supercilious looks and difficulties of others. It was just some of the fickleness of the human world. Later, when he became a direct disciple of the Misty School, he was flattered by others, which was hard to come by. Then, when the Misty School was destroyed, although he was a direct disciple, his martial arts were weak. He fought with others for only a few moves before his acupoints were sealed and he was kicked to the side. Others died, but he only had the oily skin on his head broken. The most dangerous thing was the battle with the blood wolf in the Yulon Grand Canyon. He almost died in the wolf's belly. But even in that battle, there was a long song by his side. There was the lingering beauty and the heart-stirring heroic spirit. It only highlighted the heroic struggle between man and beast. In this dark and gloomy dungeon, all his martial arts were crippled and he became a useless person who could no longer practice martial arts. A few days ago, he was still full of heroic spirit and almost wanted to point out the world. But now, he had fallen from the clouds into the swamp. The smelly mud polluted his mouth and nose, making Zhang Xiaohu breathless. He really wanted to die. On the other hand, his body was also going through unprecedented torture from inside out. The pain made him faint a few times every day. This pain directly hit his heart and made his heart stronger. One time, when he woke up from his coma, he felt the disappointment in his heart and the pain in his body. Suddenly, a sentence came into Zhang Xiaohu's mind: for a person of great power, he must first suffer hardships in his heart, toil his muscles and bones, starve his skin, and empty his body. Wasn't this what Li Jinfeng often said? When Zhang Xiaohu heard it, he didn't understand. When he understood the meaning, he felt that it was pedantic. He only thought that it was a scholar working behind closed doors. But now, when he thought about it, it was like sweet dew that moistened his withered heart and killed the gradually budding will to die. Thus, this whipping, this torture, in Zhang Xiaohu's eyes, gradually became a method to train him. His will became stronger and stronger under this test. Zhang Xiaohu, this seedling that had never experienced wind and rain, was now gradually growing under the ravages of Zhong Pei and Zhao Jian. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was being whipped in the dungeon of Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua on Tianmu Peak was also being ravaged. However, the person who was ravaging Zhang Xiaohua was not anyone else, but himself. That day, after Zhang Xiaohua killed Deputy Hall Master Su, he escaped back to Tianmu Peak. The next morning, he met Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu who came to visit. He thought that the news had been leaked, but looking at the two of them, it was nothing out of the ordinary. But after the two of them left, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. Since he was pretending to be injured, then he could only pretend till the end to avoid attracting the attention of Tianmu Peak or Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians were healing day by day and the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak had yet to appear. Even the disciples of Baiyue Peak's Pill Expanding Hall didn't come to Tianmu Peak to test Zhang Xiaohua. This put Zhang Xiaohua in a difficult position. He had no choice. Every day when he woke up, he looked at his healed meridians and internal injuries. He could only forcefully circulate his internal energy to expand his meridians or use other methods to aggravate his injuries to ensure that he was injured. Day after day of destruction, until 7 days later, there was still no news or movement. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. Every time he injured himself, he would recover extremely quickly the next day. In the past few days, the recovery speed of his meridians had sped up again. It seemed that the meridians in his body had adapted to his injuries. Fine, I don't care who it is. This Xiaoxia is already like this. If it really doesn't work, I will learn from Huan and find a place to hide. Who would have the patience to serve you? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Hence, he didn't create any more obstacles. His injuries healed rapidly day by day. Could it be that something went wrong? Deputy Hall Master Su's corpse wasn't discovered? Or he wasn't killed? That can't be right. If he wasn't killed, wouldn't I be in danger? The disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak should have come long ago. If he wasn't discovered, then who took him away? I remember that the restriction was removed at that time. Every time Zhang Xiaohua thought of this peaceful scene, his imagination would run wild. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua had overestimated his own influence and underestimated the strength of the Lingering Fragrance cult. Zhang Xiaohua was just a little medicine boy of Tianmu Peak. Even if he had saved a few disciples of Tuodan Hall, in the eyes of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, it wasn't a matter at all. It was absolutely insignificant. It was even more impossible for them to link him with Deputy Hall Master Su's death. Moreover, he was seriously injured the moment he returned to Tianmu Peak. Even if Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu knew a little about the grudge between Deputy Hall Master Su and Zhang Xiaohua, it was only a fleeting thought in their minds. He was injured to the point of vomiting blood. How could he run to Baiyue Peak to kill someone? Even if he wasn't injured, one was an inner disciple while the other was a little medicine boy. This was absolutely not proportionate. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had wasted such a long time in vain. They simply didn't put him in the scope of suspicion. Moreover, the news of Deputy Hall Master Su's death had spread to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Lingering Fragrance Peak was naturally quite shocked. After all, there were only a few people who could be a Hall Master. Deputy Hall Master Su's martial arts was also high. His inexplicable death naturally aroused suspicion. However, Deputy Hall Master Su originally had a background. Although he was usually very careful, there would always be some clues in the place where he lived. How could the inner disciples and disciplinary hall's disciples not find any clues if they carefully checked? Therefore, it was very easy for them to treat Deputy Hall Master Su's death as something related to the Lingering Fragrance cult and other sections. Since their starting point was wrong, of course they wouldn't find Zhang Xiaohua's head. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua stretched his body as he walked out of the house. Immediately, several disciples gathered in front of him. They were all laughing and talking at the same time. Junior brother Ren, have you rested well? Junior brother Ren, how is your body recovering? I have here the great revitalizing pill from Lingering Fragrance Peak. How about I give it to you first? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately had a headache. Since a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua's body had recovered. There were often many disciples who came to his small house to express their concern. It couldn't be said that these disciples were not sincere. They didn't really want Zhang Xiaohua to recover quickly. However, when Zhang Xiaohua saw their slightly exaggerated expressions and charming smiles, his heart was extremely uncomfortable. If one wanted to stand out, one should rely on one's own strength. If one only climbed up the thigh of others, it would not be one's own and it would not be up to them. Others just shook their legs and you would fall down. This was not the right way. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua quickly cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for your kind intentions, senior brothers. Little brother's injuries have been controlled. I will slowly recuperate. Senior brothers, please do your own things. I just heard from senior brother Lu that Headmaster Chen might come in a while. If he saw you, it would be inappropriate for senior brothers." Chapter 708. When the disciples heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They said, if junior brother hadn't mentioned it, would have almost forgotten about it. There's still ginger soup simmering on the fire. Don't let it dry up. I'll take my leave first. That's right. After hearing junior brother's words, I just remembered that this recover pill seems to be a pill from the Dalan Temple. Did I take the wrong one? If I let junior brother take it, wouldn't it be a big problem? I'll go back and see if there's any other pills like the Yuhuandan pill. Yes, my stomach hurts a little. I might have eaten something bad just now. It didn't take long for them to all leave. At this time, Lu Chaoxian came out from not far away with a smile. He said, "Junior brother Ren, when did I tell you that Headmaster Chen was coming?" Zhang Xiaohua was baffled. He looked at the sky and the ground. He said, "When did I say that you said that?" "Ha ha ha," Lu Chaoxian laughed. "Who knows?" However, the smile on his face faded. He said seriously, "Actually, these junior brothers are also pitiful people. They just want you to protect them. If junior brother has the power, don't let them down. You can't always be alone on Tianmu Peak. If you don't have a few brothers to support you, you won't be able to achieve anything." Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and looked at Lu Chaoxian. He said, "I didn't expect senior brother Lu to have the potential to be a doghead military advisor." Then, he copied Lu Chaoxian and said seriously, "If it was at Yulan dusk, I could protect them. It's just for a few days. Moreover, it's a matter of life and death. But if I protect them now, it's not a matter of a few days. I've always been free and undisciplined. I'm used to being free and unfettered. How can I care so much? Since you don't have such thoughts, don't let others think about it. It's pointless to let Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong worry." Lu Chaoxian was silent when he heard this. He really hoped that Zhang Xiaohua would be able to stand up and become the next head like the other disciples. Given Zhang Xiaohua's kind heart, he would definitely treat the Tianmu Peak disciples well. As for himself, based on his friendship with Zhang Xiaohua, which was different from others, his life would definitely be smooth sailing in the future, and his status would rise along with the tide. Unfortunately, everyone had their own ambitions. Zhang Xiaohua only gave a simple explanation, but Lu Chaoxian knew that Zhang Xiaohua did not care about Tianmu Peak's position. He could only smile and say, "Junior apprentice brother Ren has great ambitions, but it's a pity that the other junior apprentice brothers don't know about it. Sooner or later, they will come and make a fuss." Zhang Xiaohua giggled. "This is really too simple. I stayed here previously because my injuries were more serious. I needed senior brother Lu and the rest to take care of me. Although my injuries have not fully recovered, they are much more stable now. Senior brother also knows that internal injuries need to be carefully nursed. There must be a secluded environment. Although this place is good, it is also very lively. I would like to ask senior brother to report to Headmaster Chen that I will move back to the top of Tianmu Peak today. I am used to the cave there. It is a good place to recuperate. Junior brother Bai Huan has not returned. Others will not know what you are doing on the mountain alone." Lu Chaoxian was shocked and dissuaded her. "If Bai Huan comes back, it will be like seeing a ghost in broad daylight." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but her words were firm. Lu Chaoxian was helpless. After saying a few words, he turned to ask Chen Feng for instructions. Zhang Xiaohua wandered around the empty space a few times. No one had been keeping an eye on the pavilion in the distance for several days. Zhang Xiaohua guessed that the news of Vice Hall Master Su's death had reached the ears of Wuzhou Ruins and the others, so there was no need for these eyes and ears to exist. Not long after, Lu Chaoxian turned back and smiled. "Headmaster Chen is busy. At first, he did not agree for you to return to the peak. Later on, he nodded and said that I should accompany you. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua was delighted. "That's good. In the past, senior brother Bai took care of most of the medicine farm work on Tianmu Peak. I was worried about how I could handle it alone. Now that senior brother Lu is there, I am so lazy." "Ha." Lu Chaoxian laughed and patted her shoulder. "Bai Huan wants to be lazy. What he can do, your senior brother Lu can do even more." After he finished speaking, he went in to help Zhang Xiaohua pack her things. Zhang Xiaohua had always been meditating. She did not even unpack her bedding. After Lu Chaoxian entered the hut, he came out empty-handed. He shrugged. "Junior brother, you are very simple. I wonder if the bedding on the peak is still there?" It is. Tianmu Peak is not a good place. I wonder if Headmaster Chen still sent people there. Who would take away my bedding? You don't say. Headmaster Chen really forgot that there is no one on duty on the peak. The pile of work is still left for junior brother Ren. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Let's go. Let's go up the mountain to work. After she finished speaking, she walked out and headed straight for the peak. Lu Chaoxian smiled and followed behind her. Heaven Eye Peak was no different from usual. In just a few days, Zhang Xiaohua's ascension and descent had changed everything. In the hut on the peak, Bai Huan's belongings were still placed in an orderly manner. Their owner was no longer around. Zhang Xiaohua stood on the peak and looked around. She sighed in her heart. Then, she returned to the cave and reminded Lu Chaoxian not to disturb her if there was nothing urgent. After placing a restriction on the cave, Zhang Xiaohua escaped into the elixir chamber. Everything was no different from before. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath. It was as if there was only free breathing in the heaven and earth here. Sitting cross-legged in the elixir chamber, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, she immersed her divine sense into her belt, intending to take out all the jade boxes. However, after looking at them and looking at the size of the elixir chamber, she dispelled this idea. Zhang Xiaohua was the biggest winner in this Valley Orchid Dusk refinement. Not to mention the black and white fruit that was like a yin-yang fish, not to mention the golden lotus fire seed, not to mention the 10,000 years stalactite milk. Even the herbs that the Pill Tower Hall disciples brought back and the herbs that the Misty Hall disciples picked were extremely considerable. How could the elixir chamber hold them all? After tidying up the jade boxes and other items, Zhang Xiaohua was happy but also a little sad. From Lu Chaoxian's mouth, she already knew that in this Valley Orchid Dusk refinement, other than the female inner sect disciples who did not suffer much loss, all the other halls were completely annihilated. Even Wu Ming, a dignified outer sect disciple, almost died. Thinking of the nearly 500 lives of the Pill Tower Hall, wouldn't the entire fragrance cult have lost thousands of lives in the Valley Orchid? But immediately, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the tragic death of Black Lightning. Needless to say, this was definitely the doing of the lingering Fragrance Peak's consecrators or elders. They did escape, but angered Yellow Wind and caused a beast tide, burying thousands of disciples in the stomachs of the beasts. Every drink and every peck, perhaps it is fate. Every cause and effect must be borne by someone. The Tao of life and death, the Tao of karma, is nothing more than this. A merciful heart filled Zhang Xiaohua's heart. His heart moved, and he immediately sat down cross-legged. He did not even take out the primordial stones. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, and his mind directly welcomed the starry sky of the heavenly Tao in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua woke up from his meditation. He only felt that the previously unfathomable heavenly Tao seemed to have become much clearer. A kind of intimacy hit him in the face, as if the countless resplendent stars in the sky were like the stones he played with when he was young, clearly and incomparably intimate. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved, and secretly said, could it be that the comprehension of the heavenly Tao is the same as the cultivation of a mental cultivation method, and there are many realms? Before he had time to ponder, his heart moved, and he escaped from the alchemy room. Just as he appeared in the cave, he heard an anxious call from the outer sect. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Listening to the voice, it was Lu Chaoxian. This senior brother Lu had always respected him. If it was not an urgent matter, he would definitely not disturb his cultivation. Could it be the matter of Bai Yefeng? Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. But when he released his divine sense, there was only Lu Chaoxian outside the cave. Strange, could it be another trap for me to jump into? Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously began to feel suspicious. Zhang Xiaohua came out of the cave, looked up at the sun, and said with a smile, "Senior brother Lu, you came back quite quickly. This little brother just slept, and seeing that the time is still early, I wonder why you called this little brother? The time is still early?" Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhang Xiaohua, and after he came back to his senses, he said in surprise, "Junior brother Ren, could it be that you overslept? You entered the cave the day before yesterday and did not come out. Yesterday, when I tidied up the medicine field, I did not see you come out to help. If not for Bai Yefeng's messenger coming today, I may not have come to call you." The day before yesterday? Zhang Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. He did not expect that while he was absent-mindedly comprehending the heavenly Tao, 2 days had already passed. The immortal Tao has no sense of time. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Cough, cough. Zhang Xiaohua coughed twice to cover up, little brother's body is weak, and needed to rest. The mountain is quiet, and I slept for so long. I made senior brother Lu wait for a long time. Oh, right, did Bai Yefeng's messenger say what it was? This. Lu Chaoxian frowned, I don't know, but seeing the messenger's face, it doesn't seem to be anything good. Zhang Xiaohua was startled, secretly saying, it can't be that he really found some clues. Then he rolled his eyes, wondering if he should follow Lu Chaoxian down the mountain. To be honest, as long as Zhang Xiaohua burrowed into the ground, who would be afraid of the fragrant cult in this vast world? However, if he did so, he was afraid that he would be the enemy of the fragrant religion in the future, and would be hunted down by the fragrant religion's worshippers and elders. According to the dead Deputy Hall leader Su, the worshippers all practiced immortal Tao, and might have some unique spells. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's face changing, Lu Chaoxian laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized, thinking, he has a guilty conscience, as expected, every bush and tree is an enemy. If Bai Yefeng wanted to catch someone, why would he be so nervous? So he laughed, senior brother Lu actually knows how to joke, then little brother will entertain you. Lu Chaoxian shook his head, no, I just saw Bai Yefeng's reward and was a little jealous. Chapter 709. Reward? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he looked at Lu Chaoxian who was still trying to hold back his laughter. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and secretly said, Big brother, you have to make it clear. I almost ran away just now. This is really not a joke. Immediately, he piled a smile on his face and said, What reward? Does senior brother Lu know? I don't know about this. Lu Chaoxian shook his head and said, In the past, it was just herbs and elixirs, and only a cart was dragged here. This time it is a little different, and junior brother Ren's contribution is quite big, so it is even more impossible to guess. But then, he said mysteriously, I heard from the disciple who went up the mountain that the person who came was junior brother Ren's old friend, so there should be a generous reward. Old friend? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a smile, Junior Uncle Yang is here? It seems that he is really looking forward to it. What reward can there be? Zhang Xiaohua said that he was looking forward to it, but in his heart, he was disdainful. Even if it was elixirs, even if it was spiritual grass, or even a bestowed cultivation method, he didn't care about it. But when Zhang Xiaohua saw Yang Yao, he was shocked by the reward that Yang Yao mentioned. What? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't believe his ears, sending me to Shixin Peak? The peak where Ethereal Hall is located? When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's strange expression, Yang Yao felt extremely guilty as he said, Dear nephew, there is no need to be anxious. I know that the Shixin Peak is extremely dangerous. The dozen or so disciples from our pill-expanding hall were bullied quite badly and a few of them even had their legs broken. However, as he said this, he picked up a small package from the small table next to him and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said with a smile, It's just that our Dan-spreading hall really doesn't have any disciples with high martial arts skills to go. Well, Master Chen and Wu Dalong naturally can go, but they are the elites of the hall and have a lot of things to deal with. We can't let them go to Shixin Peak to play such a small role. Nephew, you've just come to the pill-sprouting hall. You should experience life at Shixin Peak and accumulate some experience. It should be beneficial for your future development. Moreover, the hall master has said that when you complete your task and return to the pill-sprouting hall, you will be given a suitable position. Oh, this is nephew's other rewards for refining Yulan Twilight. They are the Yuhuandan pill, spirit congealing pill and other pills used by Lingxiang Peak. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face became more and more interesting, and she waved her hand again and again, Martial Uncle Yang, you really think too highly of nephew. No, Hall Master really thinks too highly of this disciple. What kind of people are the Ethereal Hall? They are all fierce and fiendish. Many of the previous disciples were not able to do it, let alone me. I have little talent and knowledge, and am not good at the affairs of pill-expanding hall. When I go to Shixin Peak, it will inevitably delay the affairs of the hall. Martial Uncle Yang, please go back and let Hall Master think about it and find someone better. Yang Yao smiled and said, Nephew, you must be joking. How can Hall Master's order be changed just like that? Moreover, nephew managed to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon and even saved Lu Chaoxian and the others. Even in the First Faith Peak, your martial arts are considered to be one of the best. Moreover, nephew was also saved by a disciple of the First Faith Peak and can be considered to have some relationship with the First Faith Peak. This task can only be assigned to you. I can't go, I can't go. Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head. After thinking for a moment, Yang Yao took out a small bag from his arms and opened it. Inside were 2 tokens. He picked up one of them and said, "Nephew, Hall Master has already thought of your excuse. This is the Hall Master's token of our pill expanding hall. If you take it, it means that Hall Master has personally come. If you encounter any danger on Shixin Peak, take it out. Maybe it can help you." Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took it, carefully looking at it and said, "Do the disciples of Shixin Peak give face to our pill expanding hall? Is this token as useful as Martial Uncle Yang said?" Yang Yao looked at Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu who were accompanying her and chuckled, "Nephew, you are wrong. Do you think this token is useful on Shixin Peak or Baiyue Peak, Tianmu Peak or Three Reeds Peak?" Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Looking at Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu's jealous eyes, she instantly understood. This token was said to be for her use on Shixin Peak, but in fact, it was for her use in Pill Expanding Hall. In other words, it was another reward for her, a reward for using someone else's power. As long as she took this token, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted in the entire Pill Expanding Hall? Zhang Xiaohua giggled and looked at the other token. It was much smaller than the one in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Seeing this, Yang Yao smiled and said, "This is also a token of our Pill Expanding Hall. With this token, you can go to Heaven and Earth Hall, Cleansing Jade Hall, Weapon Refining Hall, and other places to ask for a weapon, jade artifact, or other things. Consider it a form of compensation for your trip to Shixin Peak." Then, he stuffed the token into Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said in a low voice, "Nephew, you are really lucky. This old man thought that you had died in the stomach of a beast and was rather sad for a few days. I didn't expect to see you today. Valley Master Nya is really lucky." Valley Master Nya? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What did this have to do with Rejuvenation Valley? Yang Yao continued, "To be honest, the Hall Master has been scratching his head for a long time about the Shixin Peak. A while ago, he was called to Lingering Fragrance Peak by the sect leader and scolded. This is not a good task. Even the Hall Master himself knows that you have made a great contribution to the Pill Expanding Hall and should be rewarded. However, the elixirs just now are sufficient. After considering various factors, it seems that you are the only one in the entire Pill Expanding Hall who is suitable to go to Shixin Peak. The Hall Master has no choice but to do this." The Hall Master thought for a long time before deciding on these 2 tokens. In this old man's opinion, you shouldn't decline anymore. Otherwise, the Hall Master will be angry even if it isn't good. Moreover, if you do well in front of the Hall Master, you can also build a good foundation for entering the outer sect. When you enter the outer sect, you can use the token to find a suitable weapon in Heaven and Earth Hall. Who knows, you might even be able to pass the outer sect test and enter the pugilistic world again in a few years' time. Then, Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin and thought for a long time. Then, she said in a negotiating tone, "Should I accept this task?" "Of course." Yang Yao wasn't the only one who nodded. Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu also laughed. Although this task is a bit of a headache, it's a great task compared to the favor of the Hall Master. At worst, the disciples of Shixin Peak will break your legs before you come back. Then I'll accept it. Zhang Xiaohua was still hesitant. Everyone fell down. Wu Zhouxiu almost rushed up to strangle Zhang Xiaohua's neck. "This is a good future in front of you. Why are you still pretending? If it were me, I would be willing to break my legs twice." After putting away the token and elixirs, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly said, "By the way, Masters Junior Yang, if I had agreed before, would you still give me this token?" Yang Yao looked at Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu and shook his head. I only follow the hall master's instructions. I can't say what if. He, Zhang Xiaohua secretly criticized, this elder purple herb is really cunning. If I didn't refuse, he would have kept this token. This Xiaoxia is still the wisest. Where is Shixin Peak? Isn't that the purpose of this Xiaoxia coming to spread the incense cult? You sent this Xiaoxia over and even obediently gave me elixirs and a token. You really lost the wife and the soldiers. Pei, I'm not a woman. What do you mean, lost the wife? Zhang Xiaohua was secretly delighted, but Chen Fengxiao walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Little brother, congratulations. Although this job is a little difficult, you have a bright future ahead of you. You should give it a try. I think, with little brother's martial arts, you may not be at a disadvantage. Senior brother wishes you a smooth job, and a few years from now, you will also become the head of the family. Wu Zhouxiu and the others also went up to congratulate him. Zhang Xiaohua's face was bitter as he dealt with them one by one. Finally, he heard Yang Yao say, "Nephew, this task is a bit rushed. Shixin Peak has been empty for a long time. Hall Master wants you to quickly pack up and go as soon as possible." Then what do you mean? It's best to go now. So anxious? My injuries. Yang Yao smiled and said, "Actually, the Hall Master wanted this old man to come long ago, but considering nephew's injuries, he delayed it for a few days. White Mountain Peak is also very busy these days, so the Hall Master took time out of his busy schedule to let this old man come. After I send you to Shixin Peak, I have to quickly return to White Mountain Peak." Actually, Zhang Xiaohua was much more anxious than Yang Yao. Seeing that Yang Yao was urging him, he did not refuse anymore. Wu Zhouxiu, who was beside him, said, "Little brother's mount has gone missing. Senior brother has a good horse here, I'll give it to you as a memento." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed, "That's great." Chen Feng laughed and rolled his eyes, "I also wanted to say this, but you beat me to it." Wu Zhouxiu cupped his hands, "Little brother is still a member of your grass division. It's different from our pill division. Let me do this favor." Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the courtyard and went straight to the peak to pack up. Outside the hall, Lu Chaoxian had heard it long ago. His expression was half happy and half worried. He was happy that this little brother who had gone through life and death with him was favored by Hall Master. He would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Even he would be able to benefit from it. But he was worried that Shixin Peak was definitely not a good place. His junior brother was still young. Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Zhang Xiaohua to the peak. Along the way, Lu Chaoxian said a lot of things to pay attention to. He must have heard it from other people. Zhang Xiaohua found it funny. She was going home. How could there be such risks? She was also touched. After all, they had gone through life and death together. Some things were really different. She nodded in agreement to let Lu Chaoxian be at ease. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the cave, Lu Chaoxian hurriedly ran down the mountain. The disciples of Tianmu Peak still didn't know about Zhang Xiaohua's situation. It was fine if others didn't send them off. But senior brother Wang and the other disciples who were saved by Zhang Xiaohua had to be sent off. Chapter 710. Looking at the disciple's changing face, Zhang Xiaohua educated him again. "Besides, I have already made an appointment with you. Are you waiting for me to start? If I were to sneak attack you, what would you call it just now?" "You." The disciple was speechless. He waved his hand and said, "Brothers of the Misty Hall, the little medicine boy of the pill-expanding hall from the fragrant school is bullying people in our Shixin Peak. This is unbearable. We can't let him bully us." Then, he said to Zhang Xiaohua, come on, little medicine boy. Let this young master see what you are capable of. After that, he turned to the disciples and said, Go, let the pill-expanding school see our misty halls. Hearing this, the disciples at the side were all eager to give it a try. They held their long swords and were about to rush forward. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua leaped down from his horse. Without waiting for the disciple to finish his words, he rushed in front of him and waved his left hand. Slap! 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 He gave the disciple 2 tight slaps on the face. Then, he grabbed the disciple's neck as if he was holding a chick. Looking at the disciple's face gradually turning red and his eyes bulging, Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, I used to hear the senior brothers talk about the Misty School and the deeds of the Misty School's disciples. So, I have always looked forward to the disciples of the Misty School. I thought they were the real men of the Jianghu. Similarly, I also thought that the disciples of the Misty Hall were heroes. But now, it seems that they are nothing more than this. You are unworthy of the name Misty. Look at what you have become now. Using hidden weapons to attack an unknown disciple from the dark. You don't care if the disciple knows martial arts or not. When the sneak attack failed, you still want to bet. When you lose the bet, you want to gang up on the disciple. What kind of behavior is this? This is the lowly behavior of the Jianghu. A decent man of the Jianghu would never do this. Do you think that with what you have done today, you are worthy of the name Misty? Are you worthy of the seniors of the Misty School who defended the name Misty? Then, she sighed and said, Forget it, forget it. The Misty Hall is nothing more than this. After saying that, she shook her hand and the disciple was easily thrown to the ground. He could only gasp for breath and couldn't get up for a long time. This group of young disciples, when they were 12 or 13 years old, had encountered the great change in the Misty School. Before they could break out with the other disciples, they were captured by the Righteous Alliance and the other 2 sections. During that time, they had seen many of their senior brothers being murdered. They had long regarded the disciples of the Incense Cult, the Righteous Alliance and the Dalan Temple as their enemies. Even now, in the Incense Cult, their hearts were still restless. As long as they had the chance, they would take the disciples of the other halls who were on duty at the Shishine Peak to give them trouble. They didn't care if the disciples knew martial arts or not. After a long time, they had already gotten used to it. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had said those words, their faces changed. It was unknown whether it was because they were ashamed or because they were shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's strength. Most of their eyes flickered and didn't dare to look at Zhang Xiaohua. There were also a few who were eager to fight but no one dared to make the first move. In a hurry, they didn't dare to step forward. Seeing the reaction of the disciples, Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded. She couldn't expect all the disciples to be reasonable. Most of them could listen to unpleasant words. The Misty Hall was still the Misty School of the past. The disciple that Zhang Xiaohua had thrown to the ground blushed. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's tall, thin figure and somewhat childish face, he gritted his teeth, walked up to Zhang Xiaohua, turned over, and knelt down. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him kneel down? She immediately pulled him back and smiled, Senior brother, what do you want? It's not a festive occasion. I don't have any copper coins to give. The disciple struggled hard but couldn't move an inch. He was even more surprised and smiled bitterly, I am Lu Qiaogang of the Misty Hall. Junior brother, you are right. Let's not talk about the hidden weapon just now. Since I have lost the bet just now, I have to kowtow. This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She was just casually talking about her disappointment with the disciples of the Misty Hall. She didn't think that it would enlighten them. If this disciple really kowtowed to her, if they knew her identity, then wouldn't she? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, the bet is a bet. Logically speaking, you should kneel down to me. However, a man should not kneel down. I think you just casually said the conditions of the bet and fell into my trap. I am also in the wrong. If you feel that you are in the wrong today, then, return to the Misty Hall and kowtow to the seniors in your hall. This. It was Lu Xiaogang's turn to hesitate. When it came to kneeling down, he was also hot-blooded and wanted to kneel down. Now that he was slightly sober, he knew that if he kneeled down, it would make him look noble. However, it would also make him lose face. He had lost a lot of face. When he returned to the hall, people would talk about the reason. Those who knew would say that he was in the wrong and kept his promise. But what about those who didn't know? They would definitely say that he was a coward. Sigh. Lu Xiaogang sighed, it's hard to be a true hero. Then, he borrowed the ladder and came down. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Ren, you are magnanimous. You are the role model of my generation. Thank you for your guidance today. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, you are too kind. In the future, I will have to live with the support of the disciples of the Misty Hall. We will understand and support each other. At this moment, Lu Xiaogang thought of the purpose of Zhang Xiaohua's visit to the Shixin Peak. He smiled and said, Senior Ren, please wait for a moment. After he finished speaking, he took out a signal and prepared to report to the Shixin Peak. When the disciples saw that the two of them had turned hostility into friendship, they were all happy. A few disciples came over and greeted Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua returned their greetings and said a few words. Then, she asked, by the way, I heard that there is a disciple called Zhang Xiaohu in your hall. How is he doing now? Zhang Xiaohu? When the disciples heard this name, their faces changed and their expressions became strange. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she couldn't help but wonder. She asked, is there no such disciple? Or did something happen to Zhang Xiaohu? A disciple blinked and asked curiously, Senior Ren, how do you know Senior Zhang's name? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, this one also participated in the Yulan Dusk refinement. It was your hall's senior brother Zhang Xiaohu who rescued this one from the Yulan Grand Canyon. Huh? You are the disciple of the Pill Tower Hall that Senior Zhang rescued? The disciples said in disbelief, Senior Ren's martial arts seems to be higher than Senior Zhang's. How could he be rescued by him? Huh, I was seriously injured at that time. If not for Senior Zhang's help, would have been buried in the stomach of a beast. Then, she asked, is Senior Zhang in the Shixin Peak now? What happened? This. The disciples hesitated and said, Senior Zhang is indeed in the Shixin Peak, but after a long time, they couldn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and was about to urge them. At this time, Lu Xiaogang had already set up the signal. He waved his hand and a whistling arrow flew into the air. He then said with a smile, Senior Ren, wait a moment. There will be a senior brother coming to pick you up. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care who was coming to pick him up. She just asked, what happened to Senior Zhang? Lu Xiaogang smiled bitterly, this. I can't tell you. But, Senior Zhang's situation is not good. And, I heard it from others. I didn't see it myself. Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped. She was about to ask when she saw a colorful signal flying from the direction Zhang Xiaohua came from. It was similar to the signal of the inner disciple that Zhang Xiaohua saw in the Yulan Grand Canyon. Lu Xiaogang was shocked and shouted, the signal of an inner disciple? Could it be that an inner disciple came to the Shixin Peak to ask about the Yulan Grand Canyon? Quickly go down the mountain to pick him up. I will. Before the voice fell, there was a rush of horse hooves from the mountain road. Everyone looked up and saw several horses galloping down from the Shixin Peak. The first one was a 25 or 26 years old disciple. When he came close, he saw Zhang Xiaohua and frowned. He turned his head and asked, Junior Brother Lu, why did you send the signal of our sect? Lu Xiaogang stepped forward and said, Senior Brother Ding, this senior brother is the disciple on duty sent by the pill-expanding hall of Baiyu Peak. I will inform the senior brothers on the mountain to find someone to pick him up. Senior brother Ding was obviously surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua unkindly and said, "How can I have time to pick him up? Didn't you see that the inner disciples are all at the foot of the mountain? You just need to stay here and watch him." At this moment, the hall masters must be ready to welcome the inner disciples. They don't have time to pay attention to him. Anyway, we just need to go up the mountain. When the inner disciples come up the mountain, let him follow them. Seeing that this senior brother was disrespectful to Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Qiaogang was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would attack him in anger. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with some apprehension. He saw that Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter. It is important to welcome the inner disciples. I will wait here." While they were talking, the horn sounded loudly on the mountain peak, and then several tall horses came down the mountain. Senior fellow apprentice Ding did not dare to delay and said, "Forget it, junior fellow apprentice Lu, come with me. You don't have to wait anymore. Deputy Hall Master Zhong and Deputy Hall Master Qin have also come down the mountain. We'd better hurry to the front to welcome the inner disciples." After that, the group of disciples left Zhang Xiaohua aside and rode down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dust and could not help but smile bitterly. She wanted to ask about the news of her second brother, but it seemed that she should forget it. She would see him in a while. Whether he was good or bad, she would know. While she was thinking, the people from the mountain had already approached. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly pulled the big black horse and Huan, who liked to walk in the middle of the road, aside. Several big horses galloped on the road. Suddenly, a woman's exclamation came from the horse near Zhang Xiaohua, "Hey!" When Zhang Xiaohua looked, it was a woman in black sitting on the horse. Her eyes were fixed on her, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Chapter 7:11. Hearing Yang Ruping's question, the masked Chen Chen smiled and said, "Hall Master Yang's doubts have already been considered by Lord Sect Leader. This Zhang Xiaohu has only cultivated the ethereal divine art for 4 to 5 years and is only at the entry level. Even if he cultivates for another 30 to 50 years, it is impossible for him to reach the peak. However, if he cultivates the Suhuan mental cultivation method, and with the help of the Suhuan pill, he can definitely reach the next level in a short period of time. It is even possible for him to reach the peak of the Suhuan mental cultivation method within 20 years. But Yang Ruping still wanted to continue, but she was stopped by the masked Chen Chen. Chen Chen said coldly, "Hall Master Yang, I respect you as my senior sister, so I have always answered your questions. But don't you think it's disrespectful to His Excellency when you keep questioning me when I'm passing on the decree of His Excellency? If it was anyone else, this envoy would have already taken them down. Thus, I ask Hall Master Yang to sit down quietly. It won't be too late to continue speaking after the sect leader's decree is passed on." Yang Ruping's face darkened and she lowered her head and returned to her seat. Seeing that Wen Hai was about to stand up, the masked Chen Chen immediately said, "Hero Zhang Xiaohu, you should also sit down. This is merely a gift from Lord Sect Leader to Zhang Xiaohu. There is no need to implicate too many people. It is better for him to choose what is more important and what is less important." After speaking, she handed the brocade box to Chen Chen. Chen Chen quickly looked at Zhang Xiaohu. What choice did Zhang Xiaohu have? In his heart, he was just a cripple. What ethereal divine art, what Suhuan mental cultivation method, they had nothing to do with him. Since it was a gift from Lord Sect Leader, it was fine for him to take it. Perhaps he could leave it for Chang'e to use in the future. Thus, he didn't need to think too much and nodded slightly. Very good. The masked Chen Chen smiled and casually handed the brocade box to Chen Chen. She then turned around and sat back in her seat. Then, he looked at Yang Ruping and said with a smile, "Hall Master Yang, this envoy has completed the 3 tasks ordered by Sir Religion Master. If Hall Master Yang has any questions, you can ask them now." Then, he changed the topic and said, "However, before we came, Lord Sect Leader had already instructed us that the foundation of Zhang Xiaohu's misty divine art is very shallow. Moreover, it conflicts with the Su Huan Heart Sutra, so we might as well dissolve the inner strength that he had cultivated in the past." This. Yang Ruping and Wen Wenhai were both shocked. However, Chen Chen waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I've already checked his meridians just now. There's no internal energy in his meridians, only some of the cinnabar fruit's medicinal effects are still there. This saves me a lot of effort." Then he cast a sideways glance at Zhong Pei and said, "This might be a good deed done by some people. However, now it has helped Zhang Xiaohu. He can directly cultivate the Suhuan heart technique." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was greatly shocked. That day, Zhao Jian's palm had indeed hit his dantian. Zhao Jian had even checked it. Why did the envoy of lingering fragrance peak not notice it now? However, if Zhao Jian's palm had no effect, where did his decades of internal energy go? At this time, he heard the masked Chen Chen say, "In addition, Sir Religion Master knows that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the original Misty School. Considering that the cultivation method of the Misty School is not bad, he also agreed that Zhang Xiaohu can cultivate the Misty Divine Art in addition to cultivating the Suhuan Heart technique." Although these words were dignified, the meaning was clear. That was, Zhang Xiaohu must first cultivate the Suhuan Heart technique before he can cultivate the Misty Divine Art, as long as he is not afraid of Qigong deviation. Alas, Yang Ruping and Wen Wenhai both sighed in their hearts. The situation was stronger than the person. Since they were under the roof of the fragrance cult, it was impossible for them to not listen to Sir Religion Master's orders. They could only cup their hands and say, "Thank you, Sir Religion Master, for your kindness." "Good, good, good." The masked Chen Chen clapped his hands and said, "Since everyone is very happy, this envoy's trip can be considered to have ended satisfactorily." Then, he glanced at Zhang Xiaohua who was sitting at the end of the table and said to Yang Ruping, "Master Yang, Ren Xiaoyao of the Pill-Opening Hall was saved by Zhang Xiaohu of the Misty Hall, and he also helped Xia Zai of the Misty Hall to set her bones. Now he has come to the Misty Hall to be a disciple on duty. It is estimated that there will be a long time in the future. I hope you won't be too harsh on him for his sake." This kind of thing was really insignificant to Yang Ruping. Moreover, the Misty Hall had changed a lot at this time, so how could she care about this? She naturally nodded and said yes. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurried forward to greet Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin again and thanked Chen Chen. At this time, the masked Chen Chen said to him, "Chen Chen, come here." Chen Chen was puzzled. He looked at Chang'e and walked to the masked Chen Chen. The masked Chen Chen carefully looked up and down for a while and said with a smile, "What a lovely child. You almost died under the trap of Zhao Jian." After that, he took out a jade pendant and threw it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen caught it and heard the masked Chen Chen say with a smile, "Well, I know you now. Chen Chen, if you are bullied in the fragrance cult in the future, you can tell them my name. I guarantee that no one will dare to take advantage of you." Chen Chen was stunned and turned to look at Chang'e. Seeing Chang'e nod, he said softly, "I just don't know. Sister's name is." This sister was really forced. It was even more awkward than Zhang Xiaohua that day. The masked Chen Chen seemed to have guessed the answer to the riddle and was in a very good mood. He laughed and said, "Although it's not easy for others to remember my sister's name, it's really easy for you to remember." Zhang Xiaohua, who knew the details, couldn't help but secretly curl her lips and sneer. Chen Chen said softly, "Then, sister, please tell me. Chen Chen. The masked Chen Chen said. Yes, Lord Messenger, please tell me. Chen Chen. The masked Chen Chen still said. Chen Chen was a little embarrassed and said, yes, Chen Chen is here. Lord Messenger, please tell me. The masked Chen Chen suppressed the smile in his heart and said, Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle and whisper, Junior Sister Chen, the messenger of Fragrance Peak is also called Chen Chen. Ah! Chen Chen exclaimed and revealed many small canine teeth. The masked Chen Chen smiled and took her hand, saying, Chen Chen, in the future, you will be protected by Chen Chen in the fragrance cult. Chen Chen was also happy and bowed, thank you, Sister Chen Chen. Ha ha ha. The masked Chen Chen turned to Yang Ruping and said with a smile, well, I have finished my mission and there are many things to do in the Misty Hall. I won't disturb Master Yang. Yang Ruping tried to persuade Chen Chen to stay but failed, so she led the disciples to send Chen Chen to Fragrance Peak. Zhang Xiaohua, as the representative of the pill-expanding hall, was also lucky to be there. When they were about to say goodbye, Chen Chen called Zhang Xiaohua to the front and asked in a low voice, Ren Xiaoyao, let me ask you, are there any secret marks on your body? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked confusedly, I don't think so. What's wrong? Chen Chen smiled mysteriously and said, you have held my hand and got married. Have you been touched all over your body? If you have any thoughts, it's better to check your entire body first. If there are any hidden marks that you don't know about, it's better to get rid of them as soon as possible. Don't wait for others to come knocking on your door, and you'll be at a loss. Zhang Xiaohua fell off the horse with a plop. Chen Chen laughed and went down Shixin Peak. It was already late at night. In a small courtyard near the cliff of Shixin Peak, a tall and thin figure was standing in the middle of the courtyard. He stood with his hands behind his back and silently watched everything in the night. This person was the disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall, Zhang Xiaohua. Chen Chen came to Shixin Peak to deal with the matter of Zhang Xiaohu. It only took him half a day to bring Zhong Pei back to Lingxiang Peak, put him to death, and gave Zhang Xiaohu a reward. After Chen Chen left, Aunt Qin ordered the disciples to make a good arrangement for Zhang Xiaohua. Because of Chen Chen's instructions to Yang Ruping and seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with Chen Chen, the disciples of the Misty Hall did not dare to neglect. However, the residence of the disciples on duty of the pill-expanding hall was far from the Misty Hall. It was impossible for the Misty Hall to move the pill-expanding hall close to the Misty Hall just for Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, when she saw the apologetic expression of the disciples of the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohua felt gratified for a while. After the disciples of the Misty Hall left, Zhang Xiaohua led his big black horse and David's deer into the courtyard. After a few days of living together, Huan had somewhat adapted to the aura of Little Black and Little Yellow. She could occasionally get close to them. At this time, when Zhang Xiaohua led her, she did not feel nervous. This was a very tidy little courtyard. There were 2 entrances and 2 exits, and there were a few small rooms. Zhang Xiaohua looked around carefully, and there was nothing that was out of the ordinary. Hence, he randomly picked one of the rooms to be his room, and threw some of his belongings inside. Normally, he should be looking around the courtyard at this time, but first, it was late at night. Second, Zhang Xiaohu was seriously injured. When he heard from Chen Chen that the internal force in his meridians was completely gone, Zhang Xiaohua was worried. Therefore, he stood in the courtyard and thought about whether he should go and see his second brother. After thinking for a while and looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua made an incantation and went underground. He went straight to the Misty Hall during the day. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua came to the Misty Hall. At this time, the Misty Hall was still brightly lit. Many things had happened during the day and Yang Ruping and the others were probably still discussing what to do after Zhong Pei left. Zhang Xiaohua sneaked into the misty hall and showed himself in an inconspicuous corner. At this time, the candles in the misty hall were flickering. Zhang Xiaohua did not find Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen. There were only Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and wanted to escape, but he heard Yang Ruping say, "Deputy Hall Master Qin, today in the misty hall, Zhang Xiaohu's behavior was a little strange." I think, when he said this, he stopped. Aunt Qin asked, "Hall Master Yang, if you have something to say, please say it." Deputy Hall Master Qin, don't you think that Zhang Xiaohu didn't refuse at all and directly accepted the Sutra of Yuhuan Heart? Did he want to accept sect leaders' goodwill and let the Misty School, please vote monthly, please vote for recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 712. Zhang Xiaohua entered the alchemy room, looked around, and put the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into his belt. Even the jade boxes that were piled up in the alchemy room were swept clean. Previously, he didn't have much space to store them in his money pouch, but now that he had a belt, he naturally had to take them with him. Thinking that there were still some jade boxes left in the small courtyard on the mountainside, Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan to tidy them up. The extremely precious medicinal herbs had already been brought to the mountaintop by him, and most of the remaining ones had been taken by him. The rest were just ordinary goods, and compared to what he had obtained in the Yulon Grand Canyon, it was just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, those jade boxes were known to all the disciples of Tianmu Peak. If he took them away, wouldn't it raise suspicions? When the alchemy room was empty, Zhang Xiaohua took out his bag from his money pouch and slung it over his shoulder. Finally, his gaze fell on the great wisdom sword that was inserted into the ground. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua slightly gritted his teeth and released his divine sense, trying to put it into his money pouch. However, the great wisdom heavy sword was like a boulder in the wind. It could not be moved by the divine sense at all, let alone put it into the money pouch. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and thought to himself, what material is this heavy sword made of? Even my divine sense can't move it. Immediately, he tried to use the object controlling technique. When the technique hit the sword, it was like a dragonfly trying to shake a stone pillar. It didn't move at all. Zhang Xiaohua was delighted. The more peculiar this sword was, the more precious it was. But immediately, he frowned. Huan wasn't here, and ordinary horses couldn't carry it. He also had to follow Yang Yao to Shixin Peak. It seemed that he couldn't take the great wisdom sword away for the time being. However, it didn't matter. Other than Zhang Xiaohua, there might not be anyone in Chuanxiang cult who could pick it up. Not to mention putting it in the alchemy room, even if he left it halfway up the mountain, it would still be safe. After looking around and seeing that there was nothing else, Zhang Xiaohua formed a hand seal and left the cave. She followed the path down the mountain. Halfway through, they saw Lu Chaoxian, Senior Wang, and the others walking up to them. They couldn't help but exchange some words when they saw each other. Under Lu Chaoxian's urging, they accompanied Zhang Xiaohua to the courtyard. At this time, Yang Yao, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu were talking in the yard. A handsome big black horse was tied to one side. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua come in, they all went forward to welcome her. What Wu Zhouxiu saw was the package slung over her shoulder. Wu Zhouxiu's eyes twitched for no reason, and there was a bitter taste in his mouth. He muttered in his heart, "Where did she hide the package? He actually made me search for several days without any results." Sigh, fortunately, something happened to Vice Hall Master Su, otherwise. That's right, if Vice Hall Master Su was still around, Wu Zhouxiu would have to follow Vice Hall Master Su's orders and go against Zhang Xiaohua. Wouldn't that put him in a difficult position? Sending Zhang Xiaohua off was simple. Since Yang Yao was in a hurry, all they did was send Zhang Xiaohua out of the courtyard. After exchanging a few words of farewell, the two of them mounted their horses, shook the reins, and went down the mountain. After passing a bend, Zhang Xiaohua pulled the reins and turned the horse around. She took a closer look at the towering Tianmu Peak. It had only been a few months since she entered the incense cult and left Tianmu Peak. So many things had happened. Some of these things might have become stories that were passed down by word of mouth among the disciples of Tianmu Peak. However, most of them had become eternal secrets that no one knew about. The mountain remained the same, but the people had changed. Perhaps this was the sorrow of being a human. Zhang Xiaohua then turned the horse around and chased after Yang Yao. She left Tianmu Peak, the people of Tianmu Peak, and the matters of Tianmu Peak behind her. After descending Tianmu Peak, Yang Yao led Zhang Xiaohua in the direction of Baiyu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Martial Uncle Yang wants me to go to the pill expanding hall by myself? She quickly caught up and asked, Martial Uncle Yang, this road seems to lead to the pill expanding hall. I heard from the senior brothers of Tianmu Peak that Shixin Peak should be in another direction. Yang Yao smiled. Nephew, you should know that this old man is bringing you along a remote path. Remote path? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. From Yulon Grand Canyon to Tianmu Peak, they had taken a remote path which made it difficult for her meridians to recover. Why was it still a remote path from Tianmu Peak to Shixin Peak? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, Yang Yao explained, nephew entered the sect late and did not know this. Although the 19 peaks of Tianmu Peak are connected by roads, most of the disciples feel that the road is too far. Most of the time, they take a shortcut and take a small path. As more and more people take this path, the road becomes more and more obvious. Therefore, if it is not a formal occasion, many people will take some unknown paths to save a lot of time. This time, nephew should have asked someone to send you to Shixin Peak. After all, this is your first time there, but the situation on Baiyu Peak. Oh, everyone is very busy, so this old man volunteered to send you there. I still have other things to do, so I can only take this shortcut and not waste time. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands, thank you, Martial Uncle Yang, for your concern. Yang Yao was very happy, it's no matter. You can be considered as someone I personally brought into Tianmu Peak. Your progress is also my pride. That year, Lu Lihong. I heard that this time, Martial Nephew Lu finally obtained the opportunity to refine Yulon Grand Canyon, but then he encountered the beast tide. His luck and martial arts are wasted. Yang Yao sighed several times, feeling pity for Lu Lihong. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of disdain, although his martial arts are good, his heart is sinister. That kind of martial arts will only harm others. It is better not to have such a person. Seeing Yang Yao speak as if he was speaking the truth, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was half relieved. However, Yang Yao was also good to her. Zhang Xiaohua did not suspect him, but she could not prevent others from using Yang Yao. It was not impossible to set up an ambush in such a remote place. However, would Zhang Xiaohua care about such a trivial ambush? And, do I care about your ambush? The answer was naturally no. Zhang Xiaohua's divine ability did not need to be mentioned. Even the internal injuries that could not be healed for a long time had completely healed today. The recovery of her injuries was beyond Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. It was only when she came down from Tianmu Peak that she realized it. After 2 days and 2 nights of comprehending the heavenly Tao, not only did her cultivation of the Heart Sutra improve, even the injuries that she had deliberately delayed had healed without leaving any traces. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether it was because of her cultivation of the Heart Sutra or because of her comprehension of the heavenly Tao. Raising her guard, Zhang Xiaohua followed Yang Yao along the desolate path for half a day. When it was almost sunset, Yang Yao turned his horse around and headed in another direction. Looking at the faint traces of a small path on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua stroked her chin and followed without hesitation. However, after half a meal's time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She pulled on the reins and stopped the horse. Yang Yao, who was in front of her, also stopped. He asked puzzledly, "What's wrong? Virtuous nephew Ren, are you tired?" Following which, he slapped his forehead and said, "Look at me, I forgot that you are still injured. I have been running for half a day without stopping the horse. I believe you can't hold on any longer." Yang Yao raised his head and looked around. He pointed to a gentle slope in front and said, "Let's go. We have set up our tents on that slope. We will rest there today. Not to mention you, even my old bones are aching." As he spoke, he shook the reins and slowly moved forward. Zhang Xiaohua still stood there without moving. Looking at Yang Yao's back, she seemed to be deep in thought. After thinking for a while, she raised her head and let out a low whistle. That whistle wasn't loud, but it was abnormally clear. Her voice wasn't very loud and could only be heard in the wilderness. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's whistle, Yang Yao was also surprised. He stopped the horse and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua ignored him and leaped onto the horse's back. He stood there steadily and looked around, causing Yang Yao to feel rather puzzled. Just when Yang Yao was puzzled, in the distance to the left, there was a hurried rustling sound from the grass and trees. Following which, there were a few low neighs that sounded like the neighing of a horse. Looking over, there was a wild beast that looked like a donkey and a horse that wasn't a horse. Wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua's lost mount, David's deer? Zhang Xiaohua stood on the horse's back and unconsciously felt tears in her eyes. Huan had been with her for so long. Although she didn't usually use it and felt that it didn't matter if she had it or not, it would still eat grass around her. When she really couldn't see it, her heart immediately felt empty. Especially when she was tidying up the Great Wisdom Sword, she missed this ugly mount even more. Zhang Xiaohua didn't expect to actually meet it here. At that time, her heart was moved. She thought that there would be an ambush from the Pill Tower Hall ahead. When Huan ran closer, Zhang Xiaohua jumped off the horse's back. Huan immediately intimately came forward and stuck out its tongue to lick Zhang Xiaohua's face. But just as it came close, its sensitive nose sniffed as if it felt a huge threat. It raised its head and neighed, then immediately retreated, as if Zhang Xiaohua was a familiar stranger. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. She immediately realized that there were two little monsters in her arms. Ordinary horses might not be able to smell it, but how could a somewhat intelligent beast like Huan not know? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and patted her chest. She used her hand to beckon Huan to come over. Her expression was like a wet nurse who was about to breastfeed. However, Huan was like a child who had made a mistake. Its big eyes flickered with fear as it vigorously shook its head. When Zhang Xiaohua took 2 steps forward, it took 2 steps back. When Zhang Xiaohua stood still, it also stood still, but it didn't dare to take another step forward. After trying a few times, Zhang Xiaohua was quite helpless. It must be said that the mother of the 2 little things in her arms was the Beast King who commanded the Yulon Grand Canyon. How could a spirit beast like Huan, who had never seen the world, dare to approach? Yang Yao looked at the side and also said with heartache, "Look at this 4 odd beasts. I don't know what those disciples did a few days ago. They didn't even let a beast go." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Chapter 713. In the end, Huan did not dare to get within 3 feet of Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy to see Huan. Therefore, Huan followed behind the big black horse and went up the gentle slope. After helping Yang Yao pack up, Zhang Xiaohua quietly stuffed Little Black and Little Yellow into her bag. Then, she walked over to Huan, who had been pacing back and forth beside her. The four odd beasts, who had gained human intelligence, looked at Zhang Xiaohua with their eyes. They looked like children who wanted to go home and admit their mistakes, but couldn't find an excuse to do so. When it saw Zhang Xiaohua walking towards it, Huan took a step back as usual. However, it immediately raised its bald head and ran towards her as if it was cheering. It stuck out its tongue and licked Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stretched out her hand to cover her face. Huan was very happy. Its soft tongue licked Zhang Xiaohua's hand. It was ticklish but very comfortable. After a moment of intimacy, Zhang Xiaohua patted Huan's head. She looked around and saw that there were many whip marks on Huan's body. However, they were almost healed. Other than that, there were not many changes. It was even fatter than when it was on Tianmu Peak. Only its fur was glossy. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This guy is really a glutton. His days here seem to be more comfortable than when he was on Tianmu Peak." Not long after, the sun set in the west and night came as usual. Zhang Xiaohua waited for Yang Yao to fall asleep. She immediately sealed his acupoints and set up a restriction around him. After casting a spell, she stood up and rushed towards Tianmu Peak. When she saw the odd beast Huan, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her great wisdom sword did not have to be locked up in the boudoir anymore. When Zhang Xiaohua rose into the air, she realized that her wind-riding technique had improved. When she flew in the wind, she seemed to be able to blend in with her surroundings. Her speed was much faster and the consumption of her genuine qi was much lower. Is this the result of comprehending the way of heaven again? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. Previously, whenever he had time, he would try to comprehend the way of heaven, but it didn't help him in his cultivation. Now, it seemed that the comprehension of the way of heaven was a slow process that produced fine work. It was just a small improvement, but it actually had so many reactions in his cultivation. It seemed that the comprehension of the way of heaven should be a main homework for his future cultivation. In the time it took for 2 meals, Zhang Xiaohua had flown to Heaven I Peak. He did not delay and directly entered the pill room. He took the great wisdom sword and was about to return. However, when he was halfway up the mountain, he remembered the small courtyard where he kept the jade box. Even though Chen Feng had smilingly promised to keep these medicinal herbs properly and that Zhang Xiaohua could come back to collect them in the future, he would be gone for many years. Who would have the patience to come and collect them? Who knows, someone might benefit from it. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua identified the direction and headed towards the small courtyard. It was still the mentality of a small farmer. He didn't want to let others take advantage of him at all. The interior of the small courtyard was the same as before. Even the jade box in the room was the same as before. No one had moved it. It seemed that no one was interested in these medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to light a lamp. He only released his divine sense and picked up the jade box with the medicinal herbs. With a pinch of an incantation, he kept it in his belt. The incantation of the Way of Immortals was very strange. He finished it in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Seeing that there were still many empty jade boxes, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously clapped his hands. He thought maliciously, after half a year, this Xiaoxia will return. In front of Chen Feng, I will open these empty jade boxes. I want to see what kind of expression Headmaster Chen will have. Maybe I can even get him to compensate me with some rare medicinal herbs. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard light footsteps outside the courtyard. Other than me, who else would be interested in these medicinal herbs? However, the footsteps stopped outside the wall. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand what was going on. He made a hand seal and teleported to the other side of the wall. He listened carefully and heard a familiar voice. "Senior brother Hu, why did you ask me to come here? Is it something important again?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He thought, this seems to be some spy I met on Tianmu Peak. As expected, another voice that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with rang out. "Sai, I don't want to either. It's just that I received orders from Elder Qingming. There are some things that I need to hand over to Junior Marshal Brother Qian." Qingming? Junior Marshal Brother Qian was obviously stunned. He blurted out, "Isn't Elder Spring Equinox the only leader? Why is there another Qingming? He can't be a fake, right? How is that possible?" Senior Marshal Brother Hu was full of disdain. He explained, "Ever since Lord Spring Equinox got into trouble, I have been worried that others might find out. In the end, one night, I was woken up by someone. When I saw that I was in the forest, I don't even know how I got there. Lord Qingming's cut and token are exactly the same as Lord Spring Equinox's. I think other than our own people, no one else would know about it." "Then, what orders does Lord Qingming have?" "Yes, because Lord Spring Equinox's matter has attracted the attention of Lingering Fragrance Peak, Lord Qingming wants us to stop contacting each other frequently. We should lay low for now. Damn, if Senior Marshal Brother Hu doesn't call me, won't no one know about it? There's one more thing. Because a few of our brothers went missing, Lord Qingming thought that it was Lingering Fragrance Peak who did it. In order to prevent us from being exposed, he also organized some people to kill the ordinary disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak and caused some chaos. So, he wants us to remind each other not to act rashly or have any other thoughts." "I understand, Senior Marshal Brother Hu. But our Tianmu Peak is still very quiet." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood a little. This Lord Spring Equinox should be one of the leaders of this organization. He should have some status in Lingering Fragrance Peak. Thinking about it, it seemed that Deputy Hall Master Su should be very suitable for this condition. Could it be Deputy Hall Master Su? Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture and was about to go over and capture the two of them for questioning. But just as she was about to make a move, she suddenly felt happy. "Am I not being a busybody? They are fighting with Lingering Fragrance Peak, isn't it safer for me? Moreover, they have already stirred up the water, who would suspect me? I should be encouraging them, how can I help the evildoer? Hee, if it's possible, I won't be stingy and give them a small banner of taking pleasure in helping others." Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua had another thought. Just now, they said that Lingering Fragrance Peak has already noticed that a few people have gone missing. Moreover, they have also killed a few disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, causing chaos. I seem to have made a mistake. Immediately, she broke out in cold sweat. That day, Deputy Hall Master Su had killed Li Chang in order to silence him. For her own safety, she had taken Li Chang out to destroy the evidence. But now that she thought about it, wasn't she giving herself away? Li Chang was just an ordinary disciple of the Grass Division. If he went missing on a normal day, it wouldn't attract any attention. But now that he had gone missing and was even summoned by Deputy Hall Master Su, if the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak knew about it, they would definitely suspect her and Rejuvenation Valley. It would be hard to guarantee that Rejuvenation Valley wouldn't get into trouble. And this organization led by Lord Qingming had also caused a few ordinary disciples to go missing. They had done things that made it harder for people to distinguish between the truth and the lies. It had to be said that they had helped her. Sigh, I still don't have much experience. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. She resisted the urge to give the two of them a Good Person award. She formed a hand seal and flew down Tianmu Peak. With Bano's heavy sword, Zhang Xiaohua's wind-riding technique slowed down significantly. It took her longer to return than when she came, but she still managed to make it back before midnight. The gentle slope was as usual. The bonfire was about to extinguish. The two horses and the odd beast were resting by the side. Zhang Xiaohua fell from the sky. Huan seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head to look, snorted, and walked away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yang Yao. She didn't unseal his acupoints. Instead, she sat cross-legged beside him and took out some key stones to recover her zhenqi. When he woke up the next day, Yang Yao was relieved. He practiced a set of fist techniques at the morning sun and said, "It's been a long time since I last camped outside. I even forgot about my insomnia and sleepwalking. It seems like I have to reminisce about the difficult times in the future." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. Zhang Xiaohua packed up her things and followed Yang Yao. She still had Xiao Huang and Xiaohe in her arms, so Huan could only follow behind. Yang Yao was stunned when he saw the sword on the back of the odd beast. He smiled and said, "Nephew Ren, why are you still holding on to the sword embryo? You already have the hallmaster's keepsake. Why don't you go to the Qianquan Hall or the blacksmith hall to get a divine weapon?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I don't have anything useful right now. I'll take it first." Yang Yao didn't doubt her. He had already seen the Great Wisdom sword on the way back to the incense order. Now that he saw it again, he just had to say a few words. The two of them continued on their journey. Occasionally, they would bump into a few other disciples on this remote road. They would all politely greet each other before brushing past each other. After another 2 days, Zhang Xiaohua could be considered to have completely dispelled his doubts. It seems that lingering fragrance peak doesn't have any ill intentions towards me. Elder Sage really sent me to Shixin Peak for this matter. Early in the morning, after turning around a mountain valley, there was a huge mountain peak in front of them. It was much bigger than the Tianmu Peak. Yang Yao pointed with his finger and said with a smile, "Nephew Ren, this is the Shixin Peak. If you can have a good relationship with the disciples of the Misty Hall, I estimate that you will live here for the next few years. When you complete the Hallmaster's task, there will be a lot of positions in the pill-expanding hall waiting for you." Then, he said some inexplicable words, which made Zhang Xiaohua very puzzled. Finally, he exhorted, "When you arrive at the Shixin Peak, it's best that you don't have any conflicts with the disciples of the Misty Hall. They all practice martial arts. Well, if you have any opportunities, it's best to learn from them. This will also be beneficial for you to take the outer door assessment in the future." Thinking about her doubts about Yang Yao a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little apologetic. She bowed deeply on the horse and said, "Thank you, Martial Uncle Yang, for your advice." After another half a day, they suddenly heard a shout from the side of the road, "Stop, which disciple are you? You can't come to the Shixin Peak so easily." Chapter 7:14. Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised to see someone blocking the way. She had heard from Bai Huan that there were many experts from the fragrance cult guarding the foot of the Shixin Peak. They forbade the disciples of other halls to enter and the disciples of the Misty Hall to go down the mountain. Sure enough, Yang Yao stopped the horse and dismounted. He took out a token and a yellow silk and handed them over. He smiled and said to the disciple, "I'm Yang Yao of the Pill Sprouting Hall. I'm here to send my disciple Ren Xiaoyao to the Shixin Peak. He's the new disciple on duty of the Pill Sprouting Hall." "Oh." The disciple took the token and silk and looked at them carefully. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua quickly dismounted and walked to the front. The disciple pointed to the David's deer behind him and asked, "What's this?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "This is my old mount. I'm used to it, so I brought it here." The disciple waved his hand and said, "Come here." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and walked to the front. The disciple suddenly reached out and patted on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. However, there was not much internal strength in the disciple's palm, so she could not hurt him. She ignored him and let him pat her shoulder. The disciple was surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua standing there straight and did not even sway. He looked back at Yang Yao and said, "This disciple is a little interesting. I remember that guy 3 months ago was slapped to the ground by me. He seemed to have stayed in the Shixin Peak for a few days before the disciples of the Misty Hall found fault with him and broke his arm. I didn't expect that your pill-sprouting hall could find such a good seedling, but..." Yang Yao smiled apologetically and said, "Yes, aren't all halls worried about this matter now? We just sent our disciples to be on duty, but the Misty Hall thought that they were going to plant a spy. They were all malicious. What can our hall master say about this matter? Our disciples are just messing around. We can't be too serious about it. It's not easy to find a disciple who can handle the situation. How can it be so simple?" The disciple shook his head and said, "Shixin Peak is in a mess now. Several groups of disciples went to Lingxiang Peak. It's hard to say if your disciple went there. Alas, it's a pity." The continuous pity made Zhang Xiaohua curious. She cupped her hands and said, "Senior, are the disciples of the Misty Hall so violent? Anyone who goes there will be broken arms and legs are broken?" But Yang Yao asked curiously, "What? They had fought all the way to Lingering Fragrance Peak? What's the matter?" That disciple looked at Yang Yao snappily. "How could you and I know about the incident at Lingering Fragrance Peak?" Yang Yao was embarrassed. He smiled and said no more. The disciple turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You will know when you get there. However, I would like to give you a piece of advice. Being able to tolerate what others can't is the way to survive in the Misty Hall. Even if others challenge you to a duel, don't force yourself. You should know that although the Misty Hall has declined, there might still be a few unknown disciples waiting to deal with you." "What does this have to do with me?" Zhang Xiaohua said in her heart, "This Xiaoxia is the direct disciple of Zhang Xiaohu. Who can do anything to me?" However, she still cupped her hands and thanked this enthusiastic disciple. The disciple smiled and said, "Go there. I hope you will behave yourself. Otherwise, you will be thrown off Shixin Peak in a few days." Then, he casually handed the 2 tokens to Zhang Xiaohua and said to Yang Yao, "Senior brother, I think you should return. You can only let this junior brother on duty pass." "Okay." Yang Yao heard and hesitated for a moment. Then, he thanked Zhang Xiaohua and said, "I have told you everything along the way. This place is far from the Pill Repository Hall and there are no close disciples here. Everything depends on you. And, this disciple is right. Although your martial arts are strong, you are still lacking compared to the disciples of the Misty Hall. Don't try to be brave and just follow the Hall Master's orders." Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed when she saw Yang Yao acting like an old woman. She smiled and said, "I know, Martial Uncle Yang. Come and pick me up in a few years." "Okay." Yang Yao patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Let's part here. I have other important matters to attend to in the Pill Repository Hall. If you have the chance to go back to White Mountain Peak, come and see this old man." After he finished speaking, he mounted his horse and rode away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the enthusiastic old man and cupped her hands to the disciple on duty. Then, she mounted her horse and left for Shixin Peak. Shixin Peak was different from Tianmu Peak. The scenery was exceptionally beautiful. Not to mention the green pines and cypresses, the flowing mountain springs, even the chirping of birds was intoxicating. Moreover, the yuan qi of heaven and earth on Shixin Peak seemed to be stronger than on Tianmu Peak. Looking at the many medicinal fields at the foot of the mountain, it was easy to tell how many medicinal herbs were planted on Shixin Peak. But looking at the ordinary herbs in the fields, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. That's right. These herbs are like weeds on Tianmu Peak. No wonder second brother insisted on bringing the 4 carts of herbs back. While she was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua went up the mountain path. Just as she was about to urge her horse to go up, she heard a soft sound in the air. A hidden weapon was aimed at her shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua had already seen clearly with her spiritual awareness that the hidden weapon was an iron lotus seed. She frowned and thought, how can the disciples of the Misty School treat people like this? It's different from what I imagined. Zhang Xiaohua was born in Huanxi Villa, which was a branch of the Misty School. She had always been looking forward to joining the Misty School. She had only been in and out of the Misty School for a few times, but she felt that the whole sect was full of vitality. Every disciple would have a smile on their face and would greet people politely. The unhappiness in the pharmacy hall and the embarrassing things that happened to Zhang Xiaohu were all forgotten by her consciously or unconsciously. Even by Huan's description, Yang Yao's advice and the disciple on duty at the foot of the mountain were not taken seriously by Zhang Xiaohua. They obviously regarded her as a member of the Misty School and thought that they were exaggerating. She even felt a little conflicted. But now, she saw the disciple of the Misty School shoot out the hidden weapon without saying a word. If it were an ordinary disciple of the Pill Hall, wouldn't his shoulder be injured? It seemed that the disciple at the foot of the mountain was not lying. The disciple of the Pill Hall who had his hands and feet broken must be true. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry. What was the difference between him and the bullies in Lu Town if he bullied the weak with his martial arts? She wanted to make him suffer a little. But on the one hand, this was the Misty School. Maybe he was the junior fellow apprentice of her second brother. On the other hand, if she fought with him as soon as she arrived, wouldn't the senior fellow apprentice at the foot of the mountain be wasting his breath? So, Zhang Xiaohua's expression remained unchanged. She waved her right index finger and middle finger in front of her eyes and casually pinched the iron lotus seed between her fingers. Then she looked up at the tree next to her and said with a smile, I wonder which senior fellow apprentice of the Misty School wants to make fun of me? There was a cry of surprise from the tree next to her. Then several young disciples who were about the same age as Zhang Xiaohua jumped down. The one in the front was holding a sword in his right hand and something in his left hand. He walked forward and looked up and down. Then he looked at the 4 odd beasts behind Zhang Xiaohua. He did not salute and said loudly, Who are you? Why did you barge into my Shixin Peak? Your Shixin Peak? Zhang Xiaohua heard and laughed, I am Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of the Pill Hall's Shixin Peak. I haven't asked for your name yet. What are you laughing at? The disciple was a little angry, you are just a little apprentice of the Pill Hall. What is there to be proud of? I have seen a lot of people like you. Many of them have died in my hands. You seem to have some skills. Give me a reason. Otherwise, today will be the day you leave the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and sighed in her heart, where is the magnanimity of a senior from the Misty School? But she said, the 19 peaks of the incense cult naturally belong to the disciples of the incense cult. This Shixin Peak used to belong to my Pill Hall. But now it has been allocated to your Misty Hall. When did it become your Misty Hall's? How can I not laugh at your words? The disciple was furious. Zhang Xiaohua's words could not be refuted. So he waved his sword and shouted, You brat, don't pretend to have a glib tongue. Don't think that you are good at catching the hidden weapon. I didn't use my full strength. If you have the guts, jump down from your horse and fight with me for 300 rounds. Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry when she heard the disciple calling her me. She smiled and said, There is no need for 300 rounds. I want to knock your sword down in 30 rounds. The disciple was even angrier and shouted, That's good. If you can't knock my sword down, quickly kowtow to me 3 times and run down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "What if I knock it down? Then I will kowtow to you." The disciple blurted out. "Good," Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, "Senior brothers, you have to be a witness. Don't bully me with your numbers." After he finished speaking, his right wrist flicked and the iron lotus seed that he had just caught flew out. Before the disciple could react, it hit the hilt of the long sword. A huge force came and the disciple felt as if he was struck by lightning. His right hand couldn't help but loosen. The long sword flew out of his hand and brushed past a disciple's cheek. With a dang sound, it hit a big tree on the side of the road. "You!" Not only was that disciple shocked, but the disciple beside him also turned pale and couldn't help but take a step back. The other disciples also immediately spread out and surrounded Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing the actions of these disciples, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "What? Are you really going to bully me with numbers? You! Why did you launch a sneak attack without even drawing your sword?" That disciple said angrily. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and let out a long laugh. "Which eye of yours saw a sword on my body? Besides, did I tell you that I used my sword to knock your sword down?" Chapter 7:15. Looking at the disciple's changing face, Zhang Xiaohua educated him again. "Besides, I have already made an appointment with you. Are you waiting for me to start? If I were to sneak attack, what would you call it just now? You!" The disciple was speechless. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow brothers of the Misty Hall, the little medicine boy of the pill-expanding hall from the fragrant school is bullying people in our Shixin Peak. This is unbearable. We can't let him bully us." Then, he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Come on, little medicine boy. Let this young master see what you are capable of." After that, he turned to the disciples and said, "Go, let the pill-expanding school see our misty halls." Hearing this, the disciples at the side were all eager to give it a try. They held their long swords and were about to rush forward. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua leaped down from his horse. Without waiting for the disciple to finish his words, he rushed in front of him and waved his left hand. Slap! 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 He gave the disciple 2 tight slaps on the face. Then, he grabbed the disciple's neck as if he was holding a chick. Looking at the disciple's face gradually turning red and his eyes bulging, Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, "I have heard the senior brothers in the hall talk about the Misty School and the deeds of the Misty School's disciples. So, I have always looked forward to the disciples of the Misty School. I think they are the real men of the Jianghu. Similarly, I also thought that the disciples of the Misty Hall are heroes. But now, it seems that they are nothing more than this. You are unworthy of the name Misty. Look at what you have become now. Using hidden weapons to attack an unknown disciple from the dark. You don't care if the disciple knows martial arts or not. You want to bet with him when you fail. You want to gang up on him when you lose the bet. What kind of behavior is this? It is the lowly behavior of the Jianghu. A decent man of the Jianghu would never do this. Do you think that with what you have done today, you are worthy of the name Misty? Are you worthy of the seniors of the Misty School who defended the name Misty?" Then, she sighed and said, Forget it, forget it. The Misty Hall is nothing more than this." She shook her hand and the disciple was easily thrown to the ground. He could only gasp for breath and couldn't get up for a long time. This group of young disciples, when they were 12 or 13 years old, had encountered the great change in the Misty School. They didn't have time to break out with the other disciples and were captured by the Righteous Alliance and the other 2 factions. During this time, they had seen many of their senior brothers being killed. They had long regarded the disciples of the 3 factions as their enemies. Even now, in the Misty School, their hearts were still restless. Whenever they had the chance, they would take the disciples of the other factions who were on duty at Shixin Peak. They didn't care if these disciples knew martial arts or not. After a long time, they had already gotten used to it. How could they still care about the morals of the Jianghu and basic etiquette? Now that Zhang Xiaohua had said those words, their expressions changed. It was unknown whether it was because they felt ashamed or because they were shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's strength. Most of their eyes flickered, not daring to meet Zhang Xiaohua's gaze. There were also a few who held their swords, eager to fight. However, no one dared to make the first move. In a moment of urgency, they didn't dare to step forward. Seeing the reaction of the disciples, Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded. She couldn't expect all the disciples to be reasonable. Most of them could listen to unpleasant words. The Misty Hall was still the Misty School of the past. The disciple who was thrown to the ground by Zhang Xiaohua was even more embarrassed. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's tall and thin figure and somewhat childish face, he gritted his teeth and went forward to kneel down. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him kneel down? She immediately pulled him back and smiled, "Senior brother, what do you want to do? It's not a festive occasion. I don't have any copper coins to give." The disciple struggled hard but couldn't move an inch. He was even more surprised. He smiled bitterly and said, "I am Lu Qiaogang of the Misty Hall. This junior brother's teaching is very right. Let's not talk about the previous hidden weapon. Since I have lost the bet, I have to kowtow." This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She was just casually talking about her disappointment towards the disciples of the Misty Hall. She didn't expect that it would enlighten them. If this disciple really kowtowed to her, if they knew her identity, then wouldn't she? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "The bet is a bet. Logically speaking, you should kneel to me. However, a man should not kneel down. I think you just casually said the conditions of the bet and fell into my trap. I am also in the wrong. If you feel that you are in the wrong today, then, return to the Misty Hall and kowtow to the seniors in your hall." This. It was Lu Qiaogang's turn to hesitate. When it came to kneeling, his blood had rushed to his head and he wanted to kneel. Now that he was slightly sober, he knew that if he kneeled, it would make him look noble. However, it would also make him lose face. It would be a huge loss of face. When he returned to the hall, people would talk about the reason. Those who knew would say that he was in the wrong and kept his promise. But what about those who didn't know? They would definitely say that he was a coward. Sigh. Lu Qiaogang sighed, "It is difficult to be a true hero." Then, he borrowed the ladder and came down. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Ren, you are magnanimous. You are the role model of my generation. Thank you for your guidance today." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You are too kind. In the future, I will have to live with the support of the disciples of the Misty Hall. We will understand and support each other." At this moment, Lu Qiaogang thought of the reason why Zhang Xiaohua came to Shixin Peak. He smiled and said, "Senior Ren, please wait for a moment." After he finished speaking, he took out a signal and prepared to report to Shixin Peak. When the disciples saw that the two of them had turned hostility into friendship, they were happy. A few of them came over and greeted Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua returned their greetings and said a few words. Then, she asked, "By the way, I heard that there is a disciple called Zhang Xiaohu in your hall. How is he doing now?" Zhang Xiaohu? When the disciples heard this name, their expressions changed greatly, and their expressions became strange. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she couldn't help but wonder, is there no such disciple? Or did something happen to Zhang Xiaohu? A disciple blinked and asked curiously, "Senior Ren, how do you know Senior Zhang's name?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "This one also participated in the Yulan Dusk refinement. It was your hall's senior brother Zhang Xiaohu who rescued this one from the Yulon Grand Canyon. Eh? You are the disciple of the pill-expanding hall that Senior Zhang rescued? A few disciples said in disbelief. Senior Ren's martial arts seems to be higher than Senior Zhang's. How could he be rescued by him? I was seriously injured at that time. If not for Senior Zhang's help, would have been buried in the stomach of a beast. Then, she asked, is Senior Zhang in Shixin Peak now? What happened? This. The disciples hesitated and said, Senior Zhang is indeed in Shixin Peak, but after a long time, they couldn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and was about to urge them. At this time, Lu Qiaogang had already set up the signal. He waved his hand and a whistling arrow flew into the air. Then, he said with a smile, Senior Ren, wait a moment. There will be a senior brother coming to pick you up. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care who came to pick him up. She just asked, what happened to Senior Zhang? Lu Qiaogang smiled bitterly, this. I can't tell you. But, Senior Zhang's situation is not good. I also heard it from others. I didn't see it myself, Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped. She was about to ask when she saw a colorful signal flying from the direction that Zhang Xiaohua came from. It was similar to the signal of the inner disciples that Zhang Xiaohua saw in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Lu Qiaogang was shocked and shouted, the signal of an inner disciple? Could it be that an inner disciple came to Shixin Peak to ask about the Yulon Grand Canyon? Quickly go down the mountain to pick him up. Before the voice fell, there was a rush of horse hooves from the mountain road. Everyone looked up and saw several horses galloping down from Shixin Peak. The first one was a 25 or 26 years old disciple. When he came close, he saw Zhang Xiaohua and frowned. He turned his head and asked, Junior Brother Lu, why did you send the signal of our sect? Lu Qiaogang stepped forward and said, Senior Brother Ding, this senior brother is the disciple on duty sent by the pill-expanding hall of Baiyue Peak. I'll inform the senior brothers on the mountain to find someone to pick him up. Senior Brother Ding was obviously surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with an unfriendly look and said, how can I have time to pick him up? Didn't you see that the inner disciples are all at the foot of the mountain? You just have to look at him here. At this moment, the hall masters must be ready to welcome the inner disciples and have no time to pay attention to him. Anyway, he just has to go up the mountain. When the inner disciples come up the mountain, let him follow them. Seeing that this senior brother was disrespectful to Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Qiaogang was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would get angry and attack him. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with some apprehension. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, it doesn't matter. It's important to welcome the inner disciples. I'll wait here. While they were talking, the horn sounded loudly on the mountain peak, and then several tall horses came down the mountain. Senior fellow apprentice Ding did not dare to delay and said, forget it, junior fellow apprentice Lu, come with me. You don't have to wait anymore. Deputy Hall Master Zhong and Deputy Hall Master Qin have also come down the mountain. Let's hurry to the front to welcome the inner disciples. After that, the group of disciples left Zhang Xiaohua aside and rode down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dust and could not help but smile bitterly. She wanted to ask someone about second brother, but it seemed that she should forget it. She would see him in a while. Whether he was good or bad, she would know. While she was thinking, the people from the mountain had already approached. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly pulled the big black horse and Huan, who liked to walk in the middle of the road, aside. Several big horses galloped on the road. Suddenly, a woman's exclamation came from the left hand of the horse that was very close to Zhang Xiaohua. Hey! When Zhang Xiaohua looked, it was a woman in black sitting on the horse. Her eyes were fixed on her, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.